Uy. Yeah, man. I accidentally I accident I accidentally kicked everyone out. But thanks for coming back, Mike and Ismail.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
I accidentally kicked everybody out, and so I joined back in, and so you guys joined back, and so maybe the others will join back eventually. So how's the weather
Have you
like?
played that game, Hyro?
Oh yes, the game. Yes, it's like yes, it's like it's a strategy game, and it's like kind of like checkers, but it's smaller, and you try to come up with 3 in a row or a triangle or a square, and you get more points as a straight line, and then a square, and then a triangle. You only get 1 point. Here's the triangle.
How many people can play at the same time?
2 to 5, I think. Yeah. Let's see. If I guess Joel Vinci, the guy with the game, won't be joining us because he's joining another meeting at this time. And oh, maybe I could invite Rami to join us. Let's see. I'll get my iPad. Where's my iPad? So I can use Messenger. Oh, where did I leave it? Oh, there it is. So, how's the weather like, Ismail, in Edinburgh, Scotland?
You can see the sun reflecting in my face. It's really good today. It's warm. It's not something that happens every day. Yesterday it was too cold, and the later part of the day was raining. But today is warm. It's sunny. I'm too happy.
No.
Yeah.
It must be pretty in Scotland.
Sorry?
It must be pretty in Scotland.
It is, yeah, it is. Especially when the summer comes up, when the summer season comes up, yeah, it gets really nice, really nice.
You say your family history is from India?
Yeah.
So how far back can you trace your roots? Like how long have you been in Scotland, or did you migrate to Scotland from somewhere in between India?
Yeah, no, I've migrated to Scotland recently, nothing more than 2 years ago. And before that, I lived in India. And before that, I lived in Saudi Arabia. Yeah.
So what kind of inspired your journey? What did you do at these locations?
I just love to travel to different countries, and I think it's good. But Canada is on my list, or maybe Spain. I'm an English tutor myself. I teach English, like an ESL tutor. Yeah. I don't know. Why am I here? I don't know. Learn something new. I've been talking a lot. I've been a participant of various debate groups, and over the months, I've realized that I'm just yipping and yapping. I'm just talking the same thing, and then I just want to shut up and listen.
Yes, it's good to listen. Listen to what? Oh,
yeah. I don't know.
Listen to the sound of your inner voice. Oh. No, listen to good music. What kind of music do you like to listen to?
I like every source of music, especially the intense ones. Let's say opera, or let's say there's this South American music, reggaeton.
Oh.
I don't know. I like all kinds of music, man, especially intense ones.
Reggaeton. When you listen to reggaeton, is it in English or Spanish or
Spanish.
like,
I understand Spanish. I speak fluent Spanish.
wow, excelente.
Excelente.
Yo también
Jairo.
hablo español.
Sí, sí, sí. ¿De dónde eres,
Yo
Jairo?
nací en Colombia. I was born in Colombia.
All right. That's good.
When I was about 4.5, I came to the United States,
Mhm.
and I haven't gone back to Colombia maybe once. Yeah, once when I was 12 years old.
All
And
right.
then that way I relearned Spanish again.
Mhm.
I learned how to read it better and speak it better. And I'm back in Florida, so I'm learning Spanish again even more with the folks that don't speak too much English. There's a lot of folks like that around here.
That's good.
It's like 30% Hispanic around here, or certain parts like Kissimmee. It's very Hispanic. Like they come from Puerto Rico, Colombia, Venezuela, different countries in South America. So it's an interesting, rich culture, different musics. Yeah, reggaeton is one of them. And what else is salsa, cumbia, bachata. They like to dance. Yeah, in Kissimmee, there's a salsa place where they just go in and they're just dance, like a dance place with a DJ. Hmm. 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 What do you think, Dominic? What's your cultural background?
I think for me, well, my parents are both Italian, but I was raised multicultural. I don't know if Canada actually really has a culture. It's just a whole bunch of, we don't have a lineage of like 1,000 years or hundreds of years, so. But a lot of my friends were variations, Barbados, Jamaicans, Filipinos. So I would say my culture is a combination, a Heinz culture.
And Mike Nigro in Panama City, what's your ethnic background?
Is there anyone? Jay? I think he kind of went up for a second.
He's out.
Yeah, I only see us, me, you, and so Ismail. That's the only person I see. Yeah.
So what do you want to talk about, Ismail?
Oh my God. I don't know. I think, God, I don't know, man. Seriously, I've spoken everything, buddy. I have so many questions, so many questions, so many intriguing questions, and so much in my head. I've got nothing at the moment. Like I've said everything to people, like every kind of question in my book. I don't know, bro. Like I'm then again at the end of the day stuck on the same thing. What's the purpose of life? And
That's a good one.
Yeah, and a lot of people giving me their assumption and answer and this and that. And at the end, I thought like it's just like each one they've got their own answer, but there is no standard complete answer. It's just experience, bro. You just experience your life. There is no proper standard answer why life exists.
What do you think? What do you think about this idea that there's no purpose in life at all, and that, but to have a purposeful life, we have to construct one. But
For
then,
me, yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
But then, so we have different purposes in our life, and that causes the wars. What do you think about that idea?
See, yeah, I'll answer that. But before that, see, I'm a very selfish person, and it scares me, the idea of, let's say, the idea of not coming back again, or not being raised again, or not having to have something much better once you die. Kind of scares me up, because I think life is just too small. And I think it's just too small to enjoy whatever is available at your hands. I'm already 29, and let's say next 30 years, 40 years, whatever, if I live. So I think, I don't know, I'm too pessimistic today, bro. So sorry for that. I don't know. Yeah, I try my best to make the life that I have positive, enjoyable, being good people's company. I do all that thing. But there are these questions that never finishes. I'm not a pessimistic person for the most part, but question does come to my mind, bro, all the time. Like,
can I ask you something as well? What's the purpose of death?
I feel like that is the crown, man. Like, you know, you're not a child forever. You're not a teenager forever. You're not a young person forever. And you're not alive forever. So it feels like these are stages. I don't know, but I think these, I don't know. I feel like death is just the final crown. It's like, hey, you've been successful. You've lived. You live your childhood. You live your teenage.
Mhm.
You live your adulthood. This is the crown, motherfucker. Sorry for my language. I don't know. This is the crown on your head. I don't know, bro.
Mike,
So-
welcome back.
I keep losing my signal, I guess.
Mm.
I guess the reason I ask is, Mel, is because maybe the question that you're asking might be a little bit of unaware. You know, what is the purpose of life? Well, if you're under the premise that it's your life, then if you die, does life leave with you? Or does me and Ismail and Mike be denied of life? Or are you in life? Because if that's the case, then what's the purpose of your existence while you're in life? That's why I ask, what's the purpose of death? Those are boundaries. You know, maybe you're asking, and this is why you're going to invite all kinds of questions, but knowing a little bit about it, Ismail, you're asked questions, but I think what you're really doing is you're looking for answers. And so the question is just kind of like the disguise. You know, a person that's truly seeking is, yeah, we have to use questions, but I'm just seeking, and whatever comes, comes. Whether it's an answer or not, it's still another question. So if you know you have an existence, whatever that may be to you, then it could reside within life, because the whole idea of life, we don't really know what life is, let alone what death is. You know, we have the lived, and then you go backwards, you have the devil. It's upside, it's just backwards. So life and death could be backwards, could be duality. We could be encompassed within it. So to ask that question to a person like ourselves that are pretty feeble-minded, fuck, it's like a child that says, Laddie, I really want to run. I want to win the Olympics. Well, son, shouldn't you practice to know that you can first learn how to walk? And let's do that for a couple of years. But I want to win the Olympics. I said, you're running too fast in your mind. You're not caught up. Well, but when am I going to learn to run? I said, well, now we're on board. Now, after you learn how to walk, you can learn how to run a little bit. Then you can learn to eat a little bit. And then we'll go to the Coliseum and we can see other people that run. But for you to be the best, that's the ego thinking it's grandiosus. I'm infallible. So then really what they're saying is, I really don't like life. I want to find the magic key so I don't have to die. Well, how do you not know death is not the same thing? So when you're asking questions to other people, you're probably going to attract the same energy. Well, I have a lot of opinions, but meanwhile, they've all been going the wrong direction, west, when they've been asking for north. So again, life it's like God. You know, when people say, "May God bless you," I'm like, no, God represents himself. If there's an entity, it's like the devil. I play the devil advocate. I said, no, I'm an agitator. Let the devil represent himself. If there's such thing as a devil, we have our own name. So Ismail, what's your existence? I know, because I've been 29 myself. That's usually the year where people have this sense. Some of them, people, when they become aware, they felt as though between the age of 29 and 30 that they're dying, because they're dying of something else. They're realizing
What is the purpose? What is the purpose of death?
No different. What's the purpose of life? But those are too big for you, for each other. Your own existence. Like you're not in the Ganges River. You're not in Mount Everest. Life is everywhere. So is death. So since you're not in all those crevices, then the only thing you've always known is you. What is the purpose of your existence while you're in something else? Those are questions. It's like a person says, I want to lose weight. I said, what do you do when you lose your key? I want to find it. So why are you saying those old terminology? Those are people speaking with unaware. They're speaking nevertheless, but they're not realizing it has many effects to the language. If I give a commandment to somebody like a dog and say, go get him, and not realizing he was trained in the military or in the police to go on command, I'm not aware that I've sent him on a command. Well, now how do I know how to bring him back in? Well, I didn't even know I did it the first time. So when you're asking a question to Ismail, it's more, once you realize what's my purpose of my existence, that's a private matter. Pray to yourself.
So life is death, or I
no.
guess life is to death is like hot is to cold.
Maybe.
Like they're in the same experience, but on different poles. They seem like opposites, but they're complementary. They need each other like yin and yang.
Okay, so when you're awake,
maybe we need to die in order to live.
Death
Well,
is more of
our
an ego
cells are
thing.
dying, so
Death
we're
is-
regenerating new cells. So we're continuously dying and living.
What's actually dying, Jay, is the enchantment part. You know, your ego's finally going to maybe have a chance to die because then something else has to reawaken. So when you're awake, you know your left and right hand. But what's your left and right hand doing when you're asleep? You don't know. You just assume. That's the same with life and death. We don't know what they do. So the only thing you do know, if there's anything you do know, let alone go towards wisdom and understanding, is you. You know, why do I think? It's not about who is my creator. You know, this is why people can fantasize, use their imagination about all the different dogmas. People use their same dogmas, imagination to think how they think money's run. Dare not tell them there's people that literally prints the money. Oh, that doesn't seem fair. Really? Fair? Last time I remember, we have poverty in the world and greed. So when did you get, because they're still talking for themselves. I want to find out the meaning of life. Really? You're using the word meaning. We're using a language. That's why we use the word meaning. Life is, it's with or without us. You know, if all of a sudden, I don't wish this upon it, all of us, we all get shot tomorrow. Life continues with or without us. We're insignificant, and yet at the same time, we're significant. But to who? To consciousness?
Ourselves. Yeah.
You know, yeah, and even that opens up another question. To the self. Okay, well then, since I'm going in that direction, what is the self? You know, is it the program? Because really, I'm using a language that I know I wasn't born with this language. It had to be conditioned. Because if that was the case, then why am I not speaking Spanish like you guys? Fuck, why aren't you guys doing American Sign Language? Why aren't you guys doing Braille? You know what I mean? Like, we put so significant to 1 or 2 different degrees. Meanwhile, there's many degrees. There might even be more than 360 degrees. Why do we have 3, 4, 90 degrees, but yet we make a spherical out of those degrees? Those are angles. So how do you square the circle? You know, this is where people never question it. We have 360 degrees, but those are 90 degrees. Well, then put 490 degrees. That doesn't make a circle. You know, this is where you want to understand the finish line, but yet you don't want to see all the pieces. This is where when people say, I see the big picture, I'm like, really? I'll show you a couple of small little examples inside the picture. And then you're going to say, you see the whole, when you're just saying it. People say the word love, meaning of life, meaning of death. What's my existence? What is existence? You know, we're putting language to something because we're too busy thinking, before we even started the journey, I know my answer. It's like when somebody asked me, Dominic, I want you to do something for me. And okay, are you asking me a question so I can say yes or no? Because if I say yes and they say, oh, okay, thank you. If I say no and they say, why? I said, well, you didn't really ask a question then. You did a demand. So really what people say when they're saying, I want to know the meaning of life or my existence, they're demanding. Come on, like, tell me, please tell me. Because I'm really fed up. I don't like the way people are treating me. So then that's revealing to you. It's all about you. Have we ever considered what other people are going through?
Mm-hmm.
You know, like what is going on? Forget about the Palestinians against the Israelites. What about all the little micro in it? That child, that parent, the guy that feels obligated to have a gun because he might have to kill another human being. Those are all little pictures. But typical of us, we look everything through a lens like, oh, I feel sorry for those people that are black. Well, first of all, they're not black. If you're using critical thinking, they're not black. And second of all, which one are we looking at? You know, the strife of a man that's dark skinned. Why? Because the man that's of a lighter skin takes advantage of everybody else. And meanwhile, the guy that's dark skinned, I want my turn to take advantage of other people. So you'll just be no different than the next person. You know, this is where, you know, we ask questions to other people, but we're really trying to justify our storyline opposed to questioning our storyline. And you don't need other people to question it. I just share it because I do a lot of this on my own. I don't need you guys to be here to have my conversation with myself is a little bit more intense because I know I can get very foul mouthed and I realize, but they're my words. They're for me.
Yeah.
And if I can't challenge myself, I get it. I can give myself pleasantry. Oh my goodness, I can't believe I just meditated for 4 hours. It was so peaceful. That's not my style.
But
Go ahead.
when we question, will there be an answer that is mutually agreeable, that we can come to an agreement on, like the question, why does an apple fall to the ground? And then we can mutually say, It's because some mysterious force or field called gravity. So we put that in the textbooks, and we graduate as physics majors or PhDs.
Jay,
And
this
we
might,
go on in a career in physics that believes that there is gravity and here's how it works, but we don't know why it's there.
well, if you're trying to fit, if you're trying to fit into this external world, you're going to have that, you're going to have that feel good. But if you're truly questioning from within, you will hear a voice that say, you're full of fucking shit. You just don't know it yet. You want to play this game, or do you want to play this external world? Most people escape into the external world. If you're truly seeking inwards, you might hear things you don't want to hear. And they say, well, I'm not giving you a question. I'm telling you the way it is. Big fucking difference. So when people are trying to figure out the physical world, like I've said with you a long time ago, Jay, where do you see the words you put to it? You don't see it. So knowing that, and you're not aware of that, tells me a lot about you and your progress. Which, hey, who might interfere with you? I'm not here to maneuver you here or there. But if you're truly asking questions inwards, some of them will be, you really want to play this game with me?
So if we ask the question, what is my purpose in life? I should ask it inwardly and not outwardly, because others might interfere. They might have an agenda to inject me with their purpose in life, and then they can control me. Then I would have to become their student.
They're not going to control you.
They would have to become my guru.
They're not going to control you. If I told you pleasantries, or I told you you're a piece of crap, I'm already interfering. I'm just sharing with you my own progress. I'm my own teacher student within myself. And when the teacher shows itself, it gives me a conversation. Say, Dominic, you want to do this publicly or privately? Why? Because these people don't need to have this conversation with you. Because I have a lot of questions to ask, and I know none of you guys can basically live through my life. So the only thing I could do is share you some of my journey, you know, like a caption. You know, you guys didn't come with me to Italy, but what I did is I took a picture of all the different places. So now you guys can use your own imagination of what you perceive from that picture, but you're not taking a picture through my eyes. That's all you're doing.
If we ask the question and we go inwardly and we don't get an answer, wouldn't that freak us out? Wouldn't that cause fear, anger, frustration? And so we go out and seek out words.
Yeah, you're like a baby that's a baby that wants its way.
Cult that we can join, because they have the answers. They say,
oh,
they have the answers.
They're giving you a num-num. At that point, they're giving you a num-num.
Answer them for us, and then we say, that makes sense. So we join their cult, and then we meditate under their guru, and then we proselytize, because we have the answer too. So we can become, we can start a franchise of their
McDonald's.
Mac guru, Mac.
Yeah, that's right. You're right. You're valid point.
Spread their religion.
That's right. Like Amway. It's like Amway. Put it this way, Jay, if you ever ask yourself a question and somebody responds, whether you or somebody else, and it stops you in your track or it fucking irritates you to no end, there might be some residue truth in there. But it's when the person says, oh, I want more of that. Oh my goodness, well, you're not getting the fucking question. You're not getting the answer. You're just basically looking to soothe yourself. It's like a child crying for more food. You know the child doesn't know that eating too much food is going to eventually keep them up all night, or giving a child pop, it's going to sedate them, or it's going to wind them up. But we keep doing it. It's like a person, I've done this myself. I'm choking because I ate food, and instead of me just waiting to relieve it, I'm putting more fucking food in my mouth. That's the person that's aware and say, listen, Dominic, you're still acting like an idiot. When are you ready to grow up? I said, well, do I want to grow up individually or as a collective? That's my struggle. If it was just solely about me, I would never present myself to anybody. Fuck the world. If anything else, I'm going to take advantage of it. But if it was truly wanting to be as a collective, I see very few people that want to actually have a tribe. And when they do want to have a tribe, it's all about, I want to make sure I do the in front of a wall, or I'm going to wear an orange robe. Those are just fucking morons. It's a selfish endeavor at best. If they inquire inwards, because I don't see collectiveness in that. Now, on the outside, it looks like, but they're not asking any of them questions. Well, Dominic, I don't see it that way. Well, then what the fuck do you see? Do you see this? And if you do see this, but do you see whatever language I speak about it? And if you do you see it from my perspective or yours? Consciousness.
Oh,
If
what
we're
do
going to
you
use
think,
word.
Ismail? Have you learned anything today?
Yeah, few more questions. I think few more questions must have kind of, you know, I've taken a few more questions, I would say, more than answers. And it was an interesting thing that you mentioned, Jairo, sorry, that
I do
you
this.
seek, Jairo, you seek questions or things internally than outwardly.
Mhm.
That was impressive. That was impressive. But then, of course, the other question is, if you don't get enough answers, what are you gonna do? You're not gonna burst over. And if you really want to burst over, on whom would you burst over? You can't really burst over on random people because they're not gonna tolerate you. And the people who love you, you can burst over on them, but until when?
Mhm.
There is a limit always. I don't know.
Can I change a couple of words? You have the
Yeah,
word insight, okay?
yeah.
And then the person used the word seeking. What about the word inquiry? Listen to the word inquiry. You know, you're always, see, when you're looking for the outside world, okay, let's look at the outside world. I'm going to see things in the outside world different than you, Ismail or Jay or Mike. That's just the way the consciousness works. Now, the person that's been born blind, how are they able to comprehend within when somebody else that have seen the color, what they think is red? Because that's the illusion. We actually don't see red. We see an object and we classify it as red. But we're explaining it to another person that's blind because they're communicating in an internal world where the oneness could exist. The outside world is actually the chaos, the many perceptions. Chaos is not a bad thing. It's the separation. The order is the oneness. So now when I'm saying language, there's some people that have never learned certain language and then they speak in tongues. So is it kind of like having a program that's sedated or asleep inside of another program and then it comes out? You know, some people might call it a virus, but meanwhile, it could be an awakening. So when a person's seeking from the position of, I have an answer question by a program running, you're not really going to be able to move around freely in that program. It's like a guy that votes for one guy that he wants to be president. He can't or she can't be flexible to inquire about all different possibilities because they've already made a position. They might either defend that position or attack the other person saying, well, I don't like that guy. He shouldn't be president. Well, that doesn't do nothing for you because you're leaning towards this guy. So you should be posing this way. The pondery comes from where you're trying not to pick a side, which there's many sides, but most people play this. Do you see the glass half full, half empty? Duality to singularity where there's many choices. So in that case, the word insight, inquiry, intuition, there's a reason why the word in is in those words. They're not there by accident. Because if we were supposed to be human doings, we would have been called human doings, but we're actually human beings. There's the animal part, then there's the conscious part. We're very much like animals in a sense that we need to, get our foods, this and that. Animals look for comforts too. They'll steal from other animals. We do the same thing. So we can't look at the elites as bad. They're just a different version of part of the tribe. I want you guys to go working. And what they used to do in the old days, I just woke up last night. The gods told me you got to build this castle and get all my food. Today, they do the same thing. It's called media. It's called science. Oh my goodness, I can't believe.
Ismail has a question.
Yeah, I've got a question now. I didn't want to interrupt you.
No, go ahead.
But yeah. It's a very interesting question or topic about self-inquiry and questioning oneself and putting on inquiries and then internally. I've got a question on this. What do you do if you see a child doing something? Or let's say a grown-up child, a person, an adult person doing something which you think is wrong. Do you go there and you interrupt and guide him up how to live his life? Or you just say, this guy has to inquire his life and you just leave him to drown? I don't know. What would you guys do?
I already know what I would do. I would first assess, is it life-threatening? If it's not, I don't interfere.
It's not life threatening, but it's something really bad.
And I don't interfere. Let them have their own experience. If not, you're just projecting your own views. You're better off going in the mirror. There is no such thing as right and wrong. And if it is, it's for your own personal gain. So now, like I said, I've been on job sites where if it's not life threatening, and even that, I got to question it for myself. But there's people that are quick to react to see a child being harmed. It's life threatening. It could be life threatening in the sense that that child's going to be conditioned thinking that's acceptable to be hit, let alone hit other people. So you can alter that, or at least challenge it, so that when the child gets older, it's going to have different interpretations. Who's to say that what the parents doing is correct? I don't know that child's soul upbringing, So if you find, that's my first assessment. Now, people will use other kind of programs, but he's my child. I said, when did you ever think it's your child? Just because you fucking had a sperm and went into an egg, don't think for some reason there's other beings that look at you and say, you own fuck all. You just don't know it yet.
There's a guy named Gyro Jamyang Pao with a circuit board in the background. He's raised his hand. Let's hear what he has to say.
Go ahead, Jay. Gyro
Let's
too.
hear. Let's hear.
Let's see. Yes, thank you. Thanks for having me here.
Where you coming from? Where you coming from?
Yes, I have a question. Yes.
Oh, you do?
Yes, I have a question. Thank you. Yes, that was a very good question that Ismail asked, and that generated a question in my mind because yes, the answer that Dominic was very good. If it's life-threatening, okay. Now, what is life?
Good question. There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
So let's say that we live this short moment of our life in an expanse of time that is infinite in all directions. But let's say that after this life, the soul or innermost consciousness that's always present, but we don't even are able to reach it, or it continues to another life with a new body and so on, and new and this life is forgotten completely and new memories are developed. So what if what we see is about to happen is not just life-threatening, but lives-threatening, that it could cause that consciousness to fall into births that are even more or less or more suffering, more or just poor conditions, because we see that why are people born in good conditions, like they're born to the elite class, and then the rest of the 99% are born really bad conditions, and so maybe really bad conditions where you're born and your parents don't have enough to feed you and they let you starve to death.
Well,
so there's a wide range of what you could be born in as just a human, and then why do you have to always be born human? Why couldn't it be possible that you could be born as a pig or something like that, or an ape, or maybe if there's other planets with beings, you could be born there too, and so on, or you could be born as an ant, or an amoeba, or a rock, but so we're pretty lucky to be born as a human. So I'm saying, why, if you see someone doing something that could harm their future life, then wouldn't you want to stop them? Like say, oh, that person is going to kill someone, I better stop him, because if he's going to kill a pig, I better stop him because he's going to kill a pig. And well, no, maybe he needs to kill a pig. He's hungry. He's got to eat that pig for food. Maybe that's all there is around. There's no plants, so maybe okay. But what if somebody's going to kill something else, or just the fun of it? So shouldn't I stop him and say, wait, don't kill that animal, because you'll be reborn as something less attractive or something? Now, wouldn't that be a thing that you should try to do? Or let him, oh, go ahead and kill that. I don't care if you get reborn as something else. Well,
I guess there's a difference between life-threatening and life-altering, and then there's just you kill life.
oh, I
Or
guess
you kill the,
we're all immortal then, so it doesn't really matter.
well, that's the illusion part. So, you know, the guy that values the concept of abortions, and then other people say, well, I don't agree with abortion, and they'll kill you. It's no different somebody saying, well, you know, I'm working for the military, and we're gonna. That's the same guy that says I don't value. I'm gonna kill the guy that values abortion. So you have all these people that are terrorists, and then these other people, whether it's America or Russians or Israel, saying we're going to defend. I said, but meanwhile, you're doing alterations, meaning that the people that are living in those communities now, regardless if you're shooting a gun or they're shooting a grenade, they're being altered. So now the person that's going to die is just dead now. Finished, he's done. If he comes back again in whatever form, so be it. What comes with more power is more responsibility. We're too busy looking at the human race instead of looking at the individual. We are more conscious than most species. So we have more responsibility on an individual level. What we do around ants, what we do around bees. You know, when we look at the collective as a human race, we're introducing frequencies. So how is that going to affect all the other beings? By being ignorant, say, well, that's too much for me to be involved, or I don't care about that kind of stuff. That tells me that person is actually being very arrogant with the ability that he has. So now, what is life altering? Well, we're in life and we're altering our existence within it. Now, can it be threatening? Yes, altering and threatening are very similar. But if a person is going to kill another person, I really don't know their karma. If a person is going to molest a child at 5 years old, I really don't know their karma. But if I'm put in that situation, there must be a reason why I'm there as the observer or the one that's going to show love or resistance. Love is always coming from the third party. The observer is always the third party. That's why we have the knower and self. They're the third party with your own kingdom. If you don't practice with yourself, how are you going to practice when you see somebody else, a child that's being harmed, and you just don't know enough to assess the situation quickly in your head and then poke it up? We're faster than a fucking Google, but we've forgot collectively. If we did, we wouldn't be playing these fucking moronic games with ourselves. And that's what they are. They're moronic games, but only you're going to know that if you challenge the self.
Are there games that are better played than others? Are there games that we should stop playing and we should do other games? Or are we able to create our own games? What do you think, Mike?
I want to, I'm not sure what to answer on that, but some of the things that I've been hearing, and sorry, I've cut off my connection a couple of times as I'm riding around. You know, how do you reconcile there is no right and wrong with the idea of karma and some of these other just things that are floating around? It sounds like, you know, all these ideas somehow contradict each other. You know, if there's no right and wrong, then what is karma based on?
Action after the fact.
Action after the fact based on what?
Well, right and wrong is in the illusion, in the thoughts and emotions. The action is after the effect. So you can stop a lot of your good or bad behavior if you want to, even that whole concept of thinking good or bad. Those are just an egg that's been cracked in many different ways. So you can stop a thought as the observer, that you don't even have to get to the point to where you're going to do the reaction part, the acting part. You know what I mean?
What do you base good and bad off of?
Well, good and bad is an ego talking, opposed to good and evil. But good and bad.
Constant?
I don't think so, Mike, personally. I don't think it's a constant.
So what is karma?
Well, based on its definition, it's an action.
Is it
An
real?
act. An act. You know, if I have a thought of moving my hand, the thought is first. The karma part, the action is after me moving my hand. Now,
so karma is different from consequence?
Well, the consequences would be after, so or rewards. I call everything a reward. You put your hands on the stove because you didn't have the comprehension to realize, or you want to experiment. So you put your hands on the stove, and now the after effect will be you'll have thoughts and emotions that's going to explain itself. If I didn't put thought about it at the beginning, I'm going to put thought about it after. Hence why we have, unexamined mind. We've experienced enough through thoughts and emotions. We should be able to examine it. The physical is just there. You know what I mean? So if a person is going to kill another human being, there's a lot of things that leads up to that. And there's going to be a lot of things that follows it after. So in this particular case, that action is just a moment in time. I'm doing it to defend myself. Okay, but why? Where did you get this concept of defend? Did you feel as though you're being attacked? Are we talking about nature attacking you? Are you talking about another human being? Because it's kind of like teaching a child, I'm going to teach you, son, how to protect yourself from other people, protect from me and your mother or your father. But how am I going to teach you to protect you from you?
If there's a universal, like, I guess, conclusion that you could, I guess, agree upon as a response to some of these things, then are you in a sense agreeing that there is good and bad, that there is right and wrong? And is the idea of a desirable karma and an undesirable karma something that's more universal and constant, or is this all, still not definable?
Again, that's the unconditioned mind playing games with itself. I always tell my buddies all the time, do 4 rights, you've done a roundabout. Whoever taught us that this is right or wrong. It might be your preference. I want to eat my eggs on a Tuesday opposed to Wednesday. And for you, that might be for you in your own personal world, it's a right. But to other people, it's just possibilities. Okay, you want to eat your egg on a Tuesday. Okay, that's fine. Now, if you're going to be opinionated on it, which we all do in our own ways, now you're trying to justify your decision and you're trying to get a congregation. If you make a decision, that decision is based on yourself. This is where herd mentality makes us go astray.
Right and wrong it ends up being a definition of the powerful, like might makes right in for a society to function, right? Maybe a religion may eventually get infused or mixed with government, so it might try to inject their moral perspectives on the policies a bit, but nowadays Western governments are trying to separate church from state, and so they're trying to be more secular and maybe more universal, or trying to what are the most important rules that we should follow? Maybe the golden rule or something like that.
It's an internal rule, Jay. Might is right is a depictuation of oneself. We've been conditioned because we think we're in this outside world. No, we're inside. You're just looking at an outside realm. I can't see inside of Jay. Like I can't see through your perception, through your eyes. So when a person says, know thyself, it's not about knowing others. Know thyself. Might is right. Your might is your right, not others. See, when people say about do no harm, that's an internal thing, not an external thing. The external thing will show whether or not you have it aligned internally. So the side effect will be the external. The effect is within oneself. The cause we never get to see. We don't know what cause is. So what people talk about cause and effect is actually effects and side effects. Now, they can go and learn certain teachings. So you're going to hear from somebody else's perception, their principles, their commandments. That's all you're going to hear. The listening's always from within. So when I'm hearing you guys, that's all I'm doing. I'm hearing music. But how is the music, the sound that's within the hearing, same with language, affects me? Because then you have to go inwards and say, okay, but where's memory stored? And if you truly are that person that's always inquiring within life, well, I have water and blood. What do we have water and blood? We have sodium. What's the sodium for? It's memory. Oh, So my language is stored in those liquids. How I know that is because they give examples to other people. The person that has a blood transfusion. Next thing you know, he's having recollections, recalling of somebody else's blood, because that's where memory's stored. Water does the same ideal. This is why you can communicate with water and have beautiful crystals. But why do we have beautiful crystals? Now you got to go backwards. How did it get into the other state? Because we live in a society where we have so much noise going on, not nature's noise, untamed. That's why people want to go to the forest. They want to be around that surrounding and all that. It's a peaceful thing. But we create things that are very not interactive. Concrete buildings are not interactive. Cars are not interactive. Humans are interactive because we're part of nature. We're untamed. But somewhere along the line, they must have inputted consciousness in us. There could be other kind of beings. I'm always playing this hypothetical game with myself. That it's interfered, both positive and negatively, spiritually and material, hence good and evil. Good just means spiritual, back in the old ancient language. But to describe that in a meaningful language is like trying to use English to depictuate old Egyptians' writings. It's a challenge at best.
Good is spiritual and evil is material or gross or less conscious.
More way down.
They aspire towards the spiritual, the non-material, and so in order to do that, we try to figure out, okay, what's good for me to do, to act on, and then we develop some kind of a moral construct and try to internalize it, and so that when we act, we spontaneously act the best way, or the way that will lead us to the best outcome overall on the average, and then we become more spiritual, perhaps by eating less meat. Then supposedly we become more spiritual, maybe because the meat might be injecting us some hormones or something, or when the animal was killed, it was adrenaline rush, and that might have gotten into meat or something. So the certain masters of meditation recommend eating less meat or going vegetarian or something like that for that reason.
Depends on your intent. Like you said the word best outcome, opposed to where it comes to me is consistent outcome. We know we're going to live for a long period of time within life, so it would be better for us to become more efficient and learn about the more consistency. Even criminals, if they're going to be good at their craft, they have to be consistent. Forget about the right outcome. Those are just moments in time. What works now might not work tomorrow. What works for Ismail might not work for Mike, let alone work for you in those moments, but later on it might. That's why we have to have many variations of choices. Free will is just one of them. Narrow choices is another. We have many variations. So if you can actually become consistent, I'm not consistent. I know that about me, but I am consistent in other areas. I will go towards my carbs, and I know that fucks around with my insulin. I'm aware of it. Just because I'm aware of it doesn't mean I'm actually going to stop doing it because I'm too busy practicing it. That's a habit. This is like telling a person that's an alcoholic, is it because you're chasing the chemical release from the alcohol, or are you trying to numb down an emotion? No different people that do ayahuasca or marijuana. Sorry, not marijuana. That's his name. Hemp. It'd be nice if people start talking about hemp and all its many uses, opposed to just fucking smoking the damn thing. Then we'd realize, oh, we can use it for our clothes. Yes, then you can actually ingest it through your skin. It's like when people talk to me and say, "Oh my God, I don't drink water because there's fluoride in it, but you shower with it." Well, yeah, you take more through your skin than you do through your oral. So this is where consciousness and awareness have to unite. Consciousness exists with or without us, but we have to become aware of ourselves. An unexamined mind. Go ahead.
But still, is there a possibility that there's an absolute good and an absolute evil, or an absolute right and an absolute wrong, or is it all relative? What do you think, Ismail? How do you view these ideas of, is there a right and wrong for everyone, or is it relative and depends on the situation, and is there something about it to do with karma, like if we act, and then is that get imprinted somewhere and then it may come back to us, or what? How do you view this?
Yeah, thank you, Jero. See, thinking about ego, I think our ego always wants to protect us and always wants to put above ourselves above everything else, be it people, be it whatever, whosoever is surrounding you. Our ego always wants to put us beyond everybody else. Um, Having said that, the ego has to define what's not good and what's good for itself, and then somehow this ego wants to go further and put this on the head of all the other people and say, hey, this is good and this is bad. That's the question at the end of the day: what's good, what's bad? If you say there's nothing good and there's nothing bad, everything is internalized, then the question is, if I break a traffic signal, should they arrest me or what? Should I pay a fine or what? If there's nothing bad, nothing wrong, then I can probably hit someone and get away with it. I don't know. Or probably if someone else hits me, I should be okay with it. I don't know. I wouldn't be okay with it for sure. I wouldn't be okay with it. I'll probably get back at them. You know what I mean? But if you really say it is internalized, there's nothing good and there's nothing wrong, nothing right, then why not we just keep everything the way it is and just not bother about putting things into a system or into a right channelized way? Why would I need to react if someone disrespects me if there's nothing right or nothing wrong? I don't know. These are just questions. Yeah, I don't know.
If I can share for a second, if
Yeah.
you're by yourself, say you live out in the woods by yourself, morality is not an issue you should even ponder. Morality is only when you're with a group of people. But the fact that when you're by yourself, you acknowledge you're by yourself, morality is not an issue. But, and this is where it gets tricky now, and only tricky because it's challenging to share this with people that are playing this game. If you're a sociopath, psychopath, and even a narcissist really have this ideal that they don't consider other people. It's lack of respect. That's what consider means. So if I'm by myself and I don't have to consider other people, then morality is not an issue. For sociopaths, they don't consider other people. So to them, they're still on an island by themselves. That's why they don't care about morality. Morality is when you're considering yourself with or without other people. So if you are by yourself, you could still ponder, if I had a child, how would I want to raise that child? How would I want that child to make me a better person? This is where people have never been elevated. And that's why I tell most people on a constant basis, your parents failed you fucking miserably. You've just taken on the baton. You're carrying it yourself. How I know that is, are you willing to challenge yourself? I'm just a messenger. I could give two shits what people do personally, because I realize it's their existence. They can do whatever they want with it. And if I no longer like it, I have my boundaries. I'll remove myself. If a person lasts for 2 hours, there's no different person cries for 2 hours. My question is, after 15 minutes, why haven't I removed myself? Why?
Yes,
Because
Ismail. What do you think?
Yeah, that's a very good way of putting things into perspective, my friend Dominic. But I still have another question right there throwing at you. So you talk about morality and you compare it with psychopath and sociopath and narcissists not being able to look at themselves with people, but just themselves. But don't you think we all, at the end of the day, oscillate between narcissism and moral people? Because I do myself. I think I would love to call myself as a moral person, but then I've got things that I'm really bothered about, and I sometimes in that particular area probably react like a narcissist. So I feel like I am oscillating. So then how do you don't we say that we all are partly narcissists and partly...
Well, you're going on the idea, we're all acting. So you're acting moral, you're acting psychopath. You're not those things. So a person that's a narcissist is underdeveloped emotionally. They're putting too much emphasis on how they look and, this and that. That's a conditioning, But in that practice of acting like a narcissist, there's no room for growth of a collective. Same with a sociopath, same with a psychopath. They're all different in their development. We're seeing extreme cases. Now, a person that's with one of these people, and then after so many years, say, I was with a narcissist, I can't believe it, I left him, this and that. I said, so you were unaware that whole time. So what were you leaning towards? Most of them are just not extreme case, underdeveloped, but they use their emotions as a weapon, meaning that poor drama. I can't believe he was like that. So it's always about you. You're hoping for them to change, opposed to accepting or allowing from who they are. Because if they did, then they'd realize this is not my cup of tea. Then they would remove themselves. People stay in relationships based on obligation and duty, and then they call it love. That's not love. Love is when a child watches the parents give each other a gift. The child's experiencing love. The parents might be doing things out of obligation. Honey, it's your birthday, it's our anniversary. So we're using rituals, no different than the wailing wall. It's the same game over and over again. So now you're acting with morale. That's something you learn at a very young age by you're watching it with your parents. That's why when farmers, before they started sending their kids to school, if they never taught them morale, the schooling system does not teach morale. You almost have to become this hideous person, being a crack addict, treating other people like shit. You almost have to go in a long about way to finally realize, I got to go inwards. I want to be a better person, because it was never set in motion in the first place. It's like you got to re-break the cast. So when I tell people you're acting like an idiot, I'm literally saying you're acting like an idiot. I'm not saying you are an idiot. You're acting like an idiot. No different if I tell somebody he's acting good or acting bad. Who am I to condemn them? Now, I forget sometimes, and I do say the word moron, opposed to we're acting. We're literally in this forms. We're performing. You know, I'm going to look like a good guy. Well, that's not my, you know, a good guy is a spiritual guy. An evil person is a material person. This is why we're spiritual, having a material experience. Now, we're human beings. Now, which part is actually struggling? The animal part or the conscious part, the spiritual part? It could be a bit of both, because I wake up sometimes in the morning, oh fuck, I got to take another shit. I got to shave. I might even want to have sex. Like, that's a fucking ongoing process. Now, somebody would say, well, Dominic, but I enjoy those things. I said, oh, so you really spend a lot of time worrying about, oh, I want to look for all the things I want to enjoy? Or is that unconscious now? It's like learning about how to dance. After a while, you don't have to think about dancing anymore. Like, do you actually constantly, Ismail, have to think about every damn Spanish word that you have to think about when you speak? Or does that become unconscious now? And if it is unconscious, or give me a second, Jay, if it's unconscious, is the unconscious a way better program than the conscious brain? Because the conscious brain doesn't function the body. It just goes to the restaurant and say, I think I really want to have a burger. But who's doing all the processing? This is where we're still at a very infant stage. And asking about some of these tall questions at a very infant stage is actually an insult to oneself. Forget about others. You know what I mean? Anybody can go to school and get philosophy. Anybody can go in the military and experience all kinds of hideous things and say, I've learned a lot. I said, what have you learned? You don't have to take more than one step to learn things. You know, not to offend anybody that's in the military, let alone people that are, you know, stockbrokers or doctors, but it shows to me we're going backwards. You know, because if it was really working, military, police, doctors and all that, wouldn't we have less lawyers, less doctors? Or would they not be behind the scene? We're not. So what ends up happening is we becoming more lazy as a species. We want few people to do all our work, do our grocery shop, making all our foods, build all our buildings, and then we want to fucking bitch and complain. Most men complain way more than women do. Fucking right we do. And I know that. And I've been in conversation with a lot of women. I'm like, fuck, you guys don't complain as much as men. Men just turn around and say, yeah, but I just like to talk about sports. Really? What do you want to talk about sports? Your team winning or losing, or what they have to go through? Or you're just worrying about money? You know, this is where we're at as a society. I actually look at our society as a very disgusting society, as a race, as a collective, because we've never worked as a collective. And I'm really wondering, if we did work as a collective, would we be that much more hideous? As a possibility now. I don't want to throw us completely under the bus, but I do that quite well on my own. So
That was very good answer, Dominic, and very good question, Ismail. The question that Ismail brought up is that when one is vacillating between mental states that seem to be narcissistic or psychopathic to states that are more like empathic, more generous, and what is happening there? How can we do that? And yeah, Dominic kind of wanted to say that don't identify yourself as that, more think of it as mental states that we go through, mental arisings, like things arise in us. Who knows where they come from? Maybe they're biological. Maybe they depend on where the moon and the stars are, or yeah, our mood, the situation. It's very complicated. But then it's good that Ismail and I and others are able to at least recognize that I'm acting selfish, or regretfully, like, oh, I shouldn't have said that to her. Oh, that was stupid.
But you did, and you have to learn from it, whatever it is.
Where does that come from? Is it something biological? Is it something in our reptilian brain back here? And then here, maybe it's a more rational, we know better than that kind of brain. And so what can we do to improve our behavior? Is there some kind of technology, maybe it's under psychology, that will help us guide us along, or it just takes practice, or is it just trial and error, or is it just following a religion and trying to keep the rules and going to church on Sunday or Saturday or whatever, get reminded of it? It's like a constant struggle.
For me, Jay, it's a double-edged sword. For me, is more of awareness. So people that are empathic, okay, let's go with the empathic. They're actually just projectors. They're projecting and they're probably picking up. And, you know, to a guy that, you know, unless you test other people, these people that are narcissists, sociopaths, and psychopaths, they can actually mimic that. And that's why they get sucked in. But it's the dangerous part is when you become a clairvoyant. And if you're a sociopath and you can become clairvoyant, you're dangerous, because the collective don't work together. So if you decide to break away from the collective, they can always double check on you. But because we're so chaotic, they can roam freely and openly, and people just don't know it because people just have no regards of other people. You know, back in the days when if you were treating your wife with disrespect or vice versa, your grandparents or your community would take you in the back 40 of the barn and give you a stern talking, the sword, the tongue, and say, you know something? Whether this is for you or for the community, what you're doing is bad behavior and it can be very contagious. So stop fucking doing it. If not, you're leaving. You know, we'll outcast you, take you a better chance when you're in another community where they say you're a stranger to us. We either hang you or fucking throw you out to the lake. This is where you give people second chances. So there is a lot of value to people that are empathic, but it's of no value if you are actually a clairvoyant, meaning that, okay, so you're empathic, so you have to experience what they do. But a clairvoyant said, listen, I don't have to experience what you experience. I don't have to become a guy that's in military. I don't have to be a person that's lost a baby. Clairvoyant means that you tap into a universe that's there. This is why we talk about the word consciousness, but we really don't talk about all its parts and how it works on us. You know, this is why when people talk about philosophy and then they bring up names. Okay, well, how does that bring value to you? Because you're telling me a name. The name, he's no longer there, but this is how we identify it, because I got a name. I don't go around every time I'm talking, okay, Dominic says this, Dominic says this. Well, this is what people talk about when they say, well, Socrates, really, you're hiding behind Socrates? You're like a fucking little dog that goes to the dog park and barks and then runs between the owner's leg. Grow some fucking balls, talk on your behalf, be a man, be a woman, be a human, engage in the world. Truly engage. And it doesn't always have to be like me, like be a shit talking with foul mouth, but engage in the sense that if it's pleasantry, the world's all nice. Well, explain how the world is nice. What perspective are you sharing with me? It's nice because you woke up. Ismail has shared with me. He went for a nice bike ride. Oh, okay, it's nice. Okay, enjoy it. What did you see along the way? Because I'm going to use my imagination or my consciousness to try to follow the trail. We like to be entertained on TV and the radio, so wouldn't the gods be no difference? So wouldn't they give us the ability that I can actually think about where Mike is at? You know, I know I've gone way too much, guys, and I have a foul mouth.
Well, that was good, Dominic. So I wonder if Mike, if you learned something like have you come to some better understanding of what is the meaning of life and what is good and evil? Maybe thinking makes it so. That's what William Shakespeare said, at least. Well, what do you think, Mike?
I don't know. To be honest, as I listen and, you know, most of what I'm doing is scrutinizing my, you know, my convictions as I'm listening. And so most of this conversation for me just reaffirms my convictions as far as where I've come. And I'm trying to be objective, but, you know, I'm sure that, you know, we're not able to be completely honest with ourselves because we do have our preferences. But as I listen, it just reaffirms my convictions. you know, of being a Christian,
Mhm.
and how that serves, you know, to promote unity and harmony among societies. And I'm not talking about a religion. I'm talking about in the truest sense that I know. You know, I do believe that you know, we have a creator, and that, you know, what we experience is part of, you know, that creation. And I think there are absolutes, and I think those absolutes will be experienced whether we, you know, voluntarily or involuntarily experience consequence. And I think the discovery through that consequence helps us maybe find truth. And so I do believe there's good and bad, and I believe there's you know, good and evil, right and wrong. I believe that the world that we live in is you know, needs to accept some things are binary, and I think our experiences will take us there if you know, we're, you know, on a journey of discovery. I think that, you know, a lot of this discussion and reflection should be mostly applied to ourselves, because, you know, ultimately we're the only ones that we're in control of. And so is, you know, the narcissism that we see in today, the biggest hazard is that everybody wants to fix someone else, and nobody wants to assess themselves honestly. And but for me, you know, where I've landed, it just all works. It all holds true, even as I, you know, expose myself to people that think different things, and try to expose myself to a lot of you know, I'm sorry, not circumstances, but just experiences. So I guess first and foremost, as we you know, just share, I'm running a kind of a validation audit of what I believe and what I hold true against all these thoughts and ideas. And I don't see where what I believe breaks down, and so it just kind of reinforces my convictions. And but I am I don't know if it's normal, but I do think that it's good, you know, iron sharpens iron, and so I expose myself to get rubbed against in hopes of becoming sharper. And you know, so I do welcome contrary points of view to come to conclusions.
Yes, I think it's good to be exposed to contrary views, so that it helps you understand your mother views, or your convictions, and see where others are coming from, and then maybe yeah, better reason out why you hold those convictions, why they work better than the others, or maybe you'll be able to, in a debate, in a cordial debate, say, okay, this is their worldview, and now and then compare it to my worldview, and see what the differences are, and why they're in conflict. But in the end, maybe there's no conflict. It's just a different vocabulary and different structure that came about. So maybe there is an ultimate worldview that works for everyone. I don't know. Maybe it's something in the golden rule, or something like that. Maybe the golden rule is some people have pointed out that it's worded dangerously, because if you say, do unto others as I would want them do unto me, then maybe that what I want, then you might assume that what I want done to me is what others will like. So maybe that I might be imposing. Okay, I like French fries and hamburgers, so I'll feed them hamburgers and French fries because I like that too. And so you assume that they will like what you like. So maybe it should be worded differently. It should be worded, do what others want them, do what others want and forget about yourself. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, can I?
Guys, sorry. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. I just have to leave now because there is another program that I'm part of. It's a beach walk.
You
And-
smile.
Enjoy.
Come back next Saturday. Same
Yeah,
Enjoy, Falcon.
yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. I love being part. Thank you for having today. Good luck. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess I'm hearing you, Jay. The term "do unto others or you undone to yourself," the word kind of gives it away. Do. We're human beings. It'd be nice if it was phrased, "be unto others as you want be done to you, be to you." I know it's a play on words, but we are beings. And the word "want" in a lot of places, back in the old English language, meant lack. You know, we have our needs and we have our wants. And our wants are usually our lacks. I lack to have enough money. I lack for have comforts and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, it's one of those things, treat others better than the way you would treat yourself. It teaches the next generation to elevate itself. No different, do more harm to others than you do to yourself. Because if we're going to play this defense and attack, we should at least, you know, give real reason to why we're defending ourselves. And we're, you know, like, we really don't have a predator out there that can justify all the tanks and submarines and airships we have. Now, if there is, then we've been lied to or misled, meaning that the governments do not tell us that there's other species and other planes. Well, then that's different. This is why it's like a parent that isolates a child that's of age to have the opportunity to learn. Oh, but my child, he's not completely functional. Give him, at least give him the information. Let him decipher, you know, because if not, then we're going in there with this condition thinking that I'm the one that tells whether or not my child should know this or not. No, you know, it's like when people talk about sex, talk about the reproduction of it all, because a child doesn't want to be blind and say, listen, you know, I don't understand how I came to be then. It's like when people talk about, I don't think people shouldn't have children. I'm like, well, then how did you come to be? You know, you have to give contents for your justification. Well, I think the world's cruel. I say, okay, have you put an effort to at least inform the world of how you perceive it as cruel? Well, not really. I said, so you're like a child that's in a room doing a tantrum, but you want us to hear the fact that you're crying, but you're not going to explain to us why you're complaining. You know, that's a childlike mentality. That's a person that's being led by their emotion that's never been developed. A person that's developed will say, you know something, Jay, some of the things that you said to me was out of context. It should have been shared to yourself, but not to me, but you were projecting. Oh, okay, Dominic, thank you for sharing. You know, it's kind of like two boxers boxing or two people playing tennis. If I truly want to play Jay, tennis, and hope for the outcome to be that we're going to have a really enjoyable game and let the outcome result itself. Jay, you played really well. You made some really amazing shots. There's some other times I made some errors, but in the end you won the game, but we both grow. But if I went into the game and I'm thinking the only thing I want to do is win, well, then why play me then? Why don't you put a tennis racket into a baby's hand then? You know, that's where two equal warriors or two equal intellectuals should be at the same somewhat growth to find out I'm with my equal. If there's such things as even know what one's equal is, and that's why you test it. But if you know that you're more superior than somebody else, just because of, you know, biology, or you're in an elite family that have information to all these books, well, it's a disadvantage now. You know, and I know that because we introduce things like Zoom, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, that people think just because they have a voice, which we all do, that they make it sound very intellectual. And I'm like, really? I don't think I'm intellectual. I just yap a lot, and I have a very conceptual brain. I can conceptualize most things to my awareness, and a lot of times I just use my imagination for the rest, or my intuitive part. Yeah, but you can't prove it. I said, did I ever tell you about I'm going to prove anything? You know, that's a person telling me about them. And even that, is that really them, or is that how they got conditioned in their schooling system? My professor, I said, who's your professor? Give me a name. George. Okay, so what else do you know about George besides that he's a professor? Does he garden? Does he have sex with his wife? Does he treat his kid well? Well, not really. I said, so you're going to talk about just one side that you see of him, and you're going to think because you really want to understand philosophy, you really understand that. This is me posing things, because if we're going to question that there's no right and wrong, then I could pose the opposite. Well, then how about we say everything's right and wrong? You know, we have to play that multi-version game. A lot of people don't want to play that game because a lot of people, that's not their suit. Like me and you, Jay, as much as we've both played tennis, I'm pretty sure even if Bjorn Borg and John McEnroe are older, we still probably can't beat them. You know what I mean? Forget about playing Nadal. I would probably be very hard to return his ball. I'd be swinging at midair, anticipating that, or Rednecks, the Canadian Redneck, or whatever his name is, you know, or I'm playing squash. But I know my limitation, but in knowing my limitation, now I can put that aside, and now I can appreciate their ability. Most people, that's where envy and jealousy comes in. They want to be the best at any expense, but they denounce the fact that you're not giving kudos or consideration to those people. You know, even a crook, to be good at his craft, you know, okay, but he's stealing from me. Yes, that's true. But you did park your car in the alley and you made your car look really beautiful and pretty. You're going to attract all kinds of characters. Yeah, but I only wanted certain people to look at my car because it's attractive. I said, you're going to attract all kinds of people. That's the person that's living like this, Jay. They're living very narrow-minded. And some people just live with one eye. Or this eye, you know, Illuminati, one eye. What eye are you doing? You want to limit your focus? You want to give somebody a sign that I'm in the club? I don't want to be in anybody's club. And if it is a club, I want to be everybody to be in the club. Everybody. So we're going to die by, let's all die by the same sword. You know, but unfortunately, that's me talking idealistic, you know, or theory, God, risen sun, theory. That's what those means. Those are meaningful words. You know, but hey, that's not what it means. Well, okay, so then why do they have it written down in a book as one of its meanings? This is why when we have a meaningful language, we can have many interpretations. But if we were talking certain languages, that was just, that's it. You can say whatever you want. That's consciousness. We're not going to play with different possibilities. That's what it means. That's the advantage. That's like creation. If there's a creation language, it's a direct. We want a table. Haven't I already created the word table in my thoughts? Yeah, but I haven't seen it. Well, you haven't seen the material. But imagine if I actually had a language and I said table, and all of a sudden starts manifesting in a hologram shape. Forget about the material, because now we have to cut down a tree. You got to actually get some steel. You got to do all this kind of heat temperature gauge and all that stuff, because we don't really stop long enough to realize, how does the process work? We just want to take one little picture. I got molested when I was a child. Oh, okay, so let me ask you something. Not to take away from the fact, because if I'm going to feel sorry for you, I should also feel sorry for the molester, because I don't know your whole story. So now, when you got molested as a child, what time was it? Well, I don't know. So what did you have for breakfast? I don't know. What did you have for lunch? I don't know. So you're going to take a moment in time and then distort it like a guy that says, I caught a fish, but meanwhile, it was this big. It took me 4 hours. No, I was there. It took you two and a half minutes. But this is our imagination kicking in. This is why people imagine what they think the government should or shouldn't do for them, or how they run their business. This is why I wrote down the word cognitive dissonance. These are my beliefs. These are my attitudes. Nowhere, you know, even Mike said it, these are my convictions. Whoever told him anything to change his beliefs? My question is, how did you come to those in the first place? Because those aren't even yours. Have you ever questioned how you came to be with those belief systems? Forget about how the human came to be. How did you come to those beliefs? Those aren't yours. Yeah, but my parents, that doesn't belong to them. You're using a language that proves that doesn't belong to them. This is where what we're really trying to do is, it's my way or the highway. But didn't my way come from the highway? See, because people don't question reason. And the reason why they don't question reason or habits, because they don't want to find out what's underneath them all, the foundation, the emotion that's not developed. That's the adult being led by their child, the spoiled child. And that's why know thyself, because the self, if it's not truly in place, critical thinking and and a developed emotion, you're going to join all these outfits. I'm going to vote for the government. I'm going to join the military. I can't believe all the different religions. I'm going to convert from one teaching to another teaching. Oh my goodness, I can't believe grandma's here. Grandma's going to tell us that we can only eat on Tuesday. Really, grandma? Why? Well, you can't ask me questions. No, I just asked you a question. So let's not play this fucking game. I'm your elderly. No. If you're my elderly, you show respect downwards. So respect me, consider me. I'm asking you a fucking question, grandma. Yeah, but you don't understand how to get, you're still not listening to me, grandma. Grow up, grandma, or fucking get rebooted. There's the fucking door. Now, somebody might think that's very harsh, but what's the difference between what I just said and say, oh my God, you're right, grandma, my apology. I have nothing to fucking apologize for. You know, forgiveness for what? Forgiveness for my thought? Forgiveness for my action? What happened if I'm at a disadvantage? Because if we're going to start doing forgiveness, well, then you guys join the military. Should be forgiving? Should you guys say, I put myself in harm's way? I might have actually had to represent America and kill another human being, but you didn't. But shouldn't you forgive because you had the thought that you might have to do that? Would that be a burden on you? We live in a program. Now, I'm calling always under the premise that could be other players, but we still have to take responsibility, not react, responsibility for what we do or don't do, or what we say or what we don't say. If a person says, I don't like talking about those things, then take responsibility for that. Well, you know, Dominic, I really don't like this conversation you and Jay are talking about because I really don't agree with this. Oh, you don't agree. So if we started talking about all pleasantries, then it'll be, oh, I agree. I can't believe that you and Jay are talking about spiritual stuff. Okay, so when are we going to challenge ourselves? You know, how does a guy become the best tennis player in the world? By playing his fucking friends that he's outgrown a long time ago? Or do you help them become a better person? And how do you do that? You got to fucking be the agitator. You can't get the dirt off your fucking clothes in the laundry machine if you're not agitating the fucking thing. And this is the shit that I go through on a regular basis with me. Forget about my friends when they say, well, Dominic, you're a vegetarian. I said, okay, so what's your point? Well, Dominic, do you want to understand what it be a vegetarian? Or would it be better for you to explain why you eat a certain type of fucking meat? Because I know where that most of those conversation goes. Well, Dominic, I don't agree with being vegetarian. I don't fucking care what the fuck you think. But if you do think, why don't you share with me? Oh, Dominic, I heard you're a vegetarian. Oh, okay, that's nice. So how about, since you asked the fucking question, like Socrates, I'll ask it back. So what do you eat? Well, I eat meat. Okay, why do you eat meat? Is it out of convenience because your parents cook it? Do you eat chicken because it's fucking in that country? Would you eat cow if you lived in India? Well, no, not really. I said, but then you would have to factor in you would have been conditioned in that country. And you would probably honor those systems. But because why? Because most people don't question the system. So it's a disregard. It's disrespectful to honor a system that you've never fucking questioned. And this is not me talking to you, Jay. I'm talking about whoever listens to this fucking shit. It's disrespectful to honor a system that you've never fucking questioned. A king cannot be truly a king if you don't fucking question it. Because if not, then we're going to be that fucking kid that says, listen, why not is that kid naked? Because the king's going to turn around and say, listen, that one child that questioned me, bring him to me. I'm glad at least I have somebody in this fucking kingdom that's still questioning things, because the rest of them are fucking scared of me. But who are they really scared? They're scared of boundaries that they can't see. I want to live. You don't know where that is. I want to die. You don't know where that is. What you do understand is suffering. And that's what Buddha was teaching, whether he knew it or not. Attachments. Attachments to what? To thoughts, to emotions, to the rebirth process. What is life? Don't know. What is death? Don't know. And if somebody did know, I would have a shitload of fucking questions to ask him. And if he turns around at any moment and says, those are too many questions, then you're full of fucking shit. You just don't know it yet. So I went on too long.
Good.
I know. I'm
very good, Dominic.
I don't know if that's good.
You're
I'll give myself.
a genius.
No, I'm not. I'm not a genius. I'm an idiot.
Okay, you're an idiot genius.
Okay, I'll take the idiot part. No,
okay, you're a genius idiot or an idiot genius?
I go on. I've heard other people too, and I get it. I'm pretty sure a lot of people in their own moments get into rants,
but
and
that was brilliant, because yes, I do want to, or I do strive to question, like, why am I here? No, I question, where am I? Am I in Zoom? Am I in the background showing Tibet, or in the other one on a circuit board, or in my bedroom? Yes, I'm in my bedroom. It's so messy that that it will take several weeks to fix. Well, mostly paperwork. But yes, that was excellent, because it makes me wonder, what questions should I be asking? Like,
Mhm.
why am I here and not there?
Mhm.
And why am I doing this?
Mhm.
Why? Yo,
Mhm.
must continue so that I may wake up. I'm doing it so that I may wake up from
Well,
my
become aware. Become aware. Like there's a difference between
awareness,
there.
from my assumptions about this society and this government. Maybe I am too naive
Mhm.
about things, so I have to question, why am I getting this done?
Mhm.
And why don't I ask this question or that question? So Dominic and Justin and Mike in Panama City and Joel in Canada and Luis Del Pino are here to help me in my questions. And when others question, it helps me generate more questions. And will I get answers? Mm, no, I seem to be just getting more and more questions. That's okay,
Mhm.
because it's good to have questions with no answers. Because if there was an answer, then
Louis.
that would be the end of that
Join
question.
the meeting.
Oh, what happened?
Louise is here.
Oh,
I heard him come in.
Hello.
somebody
Hey,
joined us.
Louise. Hi, buddy.
Who is this has joined us?
It's the telephone guy. It's
It's Luis Del
it's
Pino.
AT&T. It's AT&T.
Welcome back,
The
Luis
fool,
Del
the
Pino.
fool on the hill.
I thought that was me.
I mentioned
Aha.
Luis Del Pino, and just 5 seconds ago, I mentioned Luis Del Pino, that why am I doing these meetings to having Dominic and Luis Del Pino and others come here is so that I can question them. And what does that do? Will they be able to answer my questions? No, because if they did, then that would be the end of that question.
Mm.
And then nobody in the universe would be asking it. So it is good to generate questions and fearlessly and boldly ask more and more questions until there's one question per each atom, until the universe is filled with questions and no answers. Because
I'm sorry. I think I
question-
dialed the wrong number. Sorry.
our questions are are designed to generate more questions. And because if there is an answer to any question, that will be the killing of a question. But we should not end questions. We should ask them and spread them all over the universe until the universe becomes questionable and it disappears.
Jay, sorry, Louise, I'm sorry that you came at the last minute here. I'm actually jumping off for a bit because I'm going to another meetup for an hour. Actually, I haven't talked to these ladies in a while, so I wish I could stay here
Okay.
longer, guys. And if
We
you guys are
will-
still
All
here,
right.
I'll be back. Ciao, Louise. Ciao, Jay.
Later.
Don't
Bye.
go away, Luis. I've invited others to join us.
Who is here? I heard Dominic. I heard you. Is there anybody else there?
Yes, there's two versions of me. There's me with the circuit board in the background, and me with Tibet, the big
So-
Potala where the Dalai Lama
So
used to
it's
live.
you, yourself, and your other me.
Oh wait, I'm going to invite Justin. Luis is in the house. I'm texting him in
The doctor is in.
is in the house. There. Oh, and Rami, I'm gonna send a text to Rami, saying
Listen,
that.
I'm just gonna be on for a couple of minutes because I'm driving around, running around. Just want to say hi. Apologize for not being to the meeting on time at 7 a.m. But I still wanted to say hi, of course.
Oh, thank you for dropping by to say hi. You saved the meeting. What did you want to talk about briefly for a few minutes?
I want you to check something I just read. I think you're going to find it interesting. And it's called, the title of this very short book, it's only 47 pages or so. The title of the book is The Mind at the End of Its Tether. I need 2 jugs of chlorine, please. I only have one and I need to get more.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. How you doing, Professor?
How are you?
You don't know how much I think about you, because you are the only professional in this business that explained to me the difference between free-floating chlorine and the stuff that comes with the things.
Yeah.
And nobody ever told me that, listen, every so often, you have to stop using that and use chlorine, because if not, chlorine doesn't work because the...
Yep.
You are my professor, and that's why I will always buy chlorine from you from the rest of my life.
Oh, I've invited Justin. He's about
All
to
right.
show up. You can say hi to Justin. I found A Mind at the End of Its Tether by H.G. Wells.
There you go. I want you to read it. I want you to read it and tell me. Then you're going to tell me what you get out of that book. It's a 47-page book. This is not out. It's not like big Bible, but it packs a punch. It packs a real punch. So I want you to take a look at it, and then you tell me what you get out of it. All right.
Wait, don't go away yet. Justin is about to join and say something to you. He's gonna cuss you out. No, just kidding.
I swear I didn't do it.
Yes, Justin says, ask Luis to stay. I prepared something especially for him. Wow.
Oh, maybe nice. He's gonna share something.
Luis is on the phone. So you won't be able to see it. But I'll take a screenshot of it or something.
Yeah.
But
Is that your wife calling? I'm kidding. So, honey, I miss you. 473-833-3500. Louis and Christy? Okay.
Where are you at?
I'm buying chlorine.
For your pool?
Yep.
Did you bring me an empty one?
No, sir. No, I'm getting additional ones so I can rotate them.
But you bring me one or no?
Nope. It's in the other one. So I'm just getting ready to start rotation.
Do you swim in the pool?
Yes, I do. I know how to swim.
That's good. I should do that. I don't have a pool, but my brother does.
Thank you.
With his
Thank
house.
you. I know how to return a favor, I can tell you about the nature of reality. What, you're not interested? You're not interested?
Huh?
You're not interested?
What?
On the nature of reality?
Oh, no.
There you go. So we'll talk about it. Next time I come in with some chlorine, I will tell you about it. Thank you. Always a pleasure.
Wow. Wow.
So,
Luis just asked someone, the clerk or attendant, if he wanted to know about the nature of reality. And I guess he wasn't interested. Or was he?
He was. He said yes, he was,
Wow.
but of course he doesn't have time.
Oh, our favorite Londoner, Justin Shenryu Williams, is in the house.
Hi.
Hey
Welcome
there.
back.
Hey, Lewis.
Justin
Hey,
had
Justin,
to
how are you?
leave.
Good, thanks. How are you?
Justin had to leave because the Joel, but you can call him Joel, Da Vinci game inventor, was very rude and
I paid your
so he
associate.
couldn't stand it. So Justin
Can
left.
I just pick him up and? Or
And-
are you gonna?
And Luis
him up.
Del Pino is at a store buying chlorine for his swimming pool.
Oh.
Justin has something for Luis Del Pino.
But if Luis is shopping, it might be hard to.
No. I'm gonna get in my truck, and I have a few minutes to go ahead and talk a little bit. Whatever you
can
have
see
to.
images?
For me, I'm interested.
No,
I cannot
he's
see images.
Ah, it's a
But you
visual
can tell.
demonstration. Maybe I
But
can save
you
it for
can-
another week.
I can take a
well-
picture of it.
Yes, because you
Pictures
see,
won't work.
how do you describe a picture? How do you describe reality? If you're not able to describe just a picture, how are you going to go ahead and describe the whole of reality, which
Can
is
you
all
tell
the
me?
pictures?
Can you tell me that without using words, Luis?
That's right. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. See, that's what we do all the time.
If I bring a
represent-
friend, could you tell them without words and they would understand?
I believe so. You know, you
would
can
you do
describe
that?
beauty. You can describe beauty.
Without
Right?
words?
Without looking at it, yes. No, without words, no. That's what I'm doing. Here, I'm asking
Yeah, I
to
said
describe
without
that
words.
pictures to you with words.
Yeah. So the thing is, we have multiple means of communication. If you reduce them, you are reducing the capacity to communicate. So like with my example, if I reduce your capacity by not allowing you to use words, then, well, according to your report, it would become impossible for you to communicate that. Similarly, if I reduce my means of communication by stopping the visual element, then this particular thing I want to communicate would not be efficiently communicated.
Yes. Well,
Yeah.
you may want to hold off on that then. But
Yeah.
I am very curious. What is it that you want to show me?
Oh, that would spoil the surprise. So, but maybe
something-
next week or whenever the circumstances collide.
Is it something erotic? I may be interested.
I'm just contemplating whether somebody could find it erotic. You'd have to be a little unusual to find it erotic. So I'd
Let me
say
throw this at you guys.
conventionally not.
Since Heido asked, is it erotic?
Yeah.
And of course, it makes everybody chuckle. But eros, from the Freudian perspective, is not just a sexual thing. Eros is passion. So, in a sense, I'm sure it is erotic because it is passionate.
Justin is very passionate.
So there.
So I'm interested.
Yeah, I look forward to it in future.
Well, and can we talk about something else in the meantime?
Sure, why not?
Yes,
Jairo is dissolving into light. You can't see his image either, but I can assure you, Jairo's dissolving his body into the Potala Palace. I think is that
in the Potala, huh? Yes. Yes, it's a big building out there in the top of the world. Not many trees. When I see the Potala, I feel thirst for trees and greenery.
Oh, I was seeing that there's a Facebook group, something like I would love to live in a forest, or something about forests. Somebody posted a picture of Iceland. It was very beautiful, green mountains with a lake, but totally devoid of trees. And maybe I feel similar to you when I see landscapes like in Scotland. There's in a way beautiful landscape, but in another way it's like, oh no, the humans centuries ago cut down all the forests. I feel sad.
Yes, yeah. I am a tree lover, a tree fowl.
Yeah.
I just can't. To me, I wrote it the other day that the communion with nature is a great part of ataraxia, of peace of mind. I feel at ease between trees, between tall grass and bugs and animals.
Yeah.
Maybe
I need to feel the humus. I am humble because I'm humus.
Sitting under a tree was the means of enlightenment for
the
the
Buddha.
what's his name? Siddhartha.
The Buddha. I saw
Not
some
from the Buddha.
poster in India some time ago. I think it was a quote from the Dalai Lama, something like that the Buddha really loved trees, and he said, that he was born under a tree. I don't know if you've seen the image of his mother holding a tree.
Yeah, she was standing
Later
up.
tradition really they misunderstood that so badly. They thought that it meant the Tibetans think that he was born from her armpit. But I heard that it was maybe in that region it was the tradition to give birth standing up.
Standing up. Yep.
Yeah, maybe. Or I think in America you have some indigenous people who would give birth squatting.
Well, a lot of women
Gravity
used
helps.
to squat.
Yeah.
Squat.
Yeah, gravity
that's the best position
Yeah.
for giving birth.
Yeah.
In this case, they depict
for
the mother
pooping.
hanging onto a branch.
A branch, yeah. So he was born under a tree. He got enlightened under the Bodhi tree, of course. He gave his first teachings. Did he give his first teachings under a tree? Actually, I don't know if he did. But and then he died under a pair of trees. I think they were sal trees. Yeah. In jhana, in deeply absorbed concentration meditation, he died.
Yes. So yes, I am a tree lover, tree hugger.
Yeah, trees are wonderful.
Mm.
Forest, so nice to be in the forest.
Are there any trees in London?
Well, there's actually a
Yes.
woodland just over there. I mean, about a 7-minute walk. There's a
Nice.
really nice woodland that borders onto the largest park in London, Richmond Park. We have about 600 wild deer in the park. That's about 15 minutes walk from my home.
That's nice.
Yeah.
That's nice. That's very nice. Justin, I just recommended something, a short book to Heido. I don't know if you heard or you came in just after that.
I didn't hear.
Yeah, I recommended the book "The Mind at the End of Its Tether" by H.G. Wells. It's a very, very tiny book, 45 pages.
Oh.
And it was his last one.
What was he famous for? I've heard the name, but I don't know.
Yeah, H.G. Wells was a prolific writer.
Was he like a fiction writer? Was he a science fiction
in a
or
sense,
something?
yeah. I think he was. The Time Machine.
The Island of Dr. Moreau, The Invisible Man, The War of the Worlds.
The War of the Worlds. I think that's maybe where I've heard of his name from.
So maybe he was a science fiction writer?
Well, in a sense, yes, but in a sense, no. So he was a writer, prolific writer, very well known. A lot of stuff has been reproduced into movies and plays and all kinds of stuff. But I would say he was a visionary. He was truly a visionary in his own right. Just like Colin Wilson, who also wrote weird stuff about spirituality and psychedelic things. But he became famous. Colin Wilson became famous because of his first book when he was 25. The Outsider. That actually became a bestseller overnight. Everybody was like, "Oh my God, this guy!" So, and then as fast as they fell in love with him, they crucified him on the second book. He wrote 2 absolutely incredible books. Actually, if you read the whole thing, which becomes kind of too much, it's always the same theme. He was personal, actually, friend with Maslow, and his obsession was peak moments or peak experiences, which is what Maslow was talking about all the time. And he argued with Maslow, who said, "No, you can only get that every so often, a couple of times in your life, maybe 5 or 6 if you're lucky or whatever." He said, no. If you can't have it once, why can't you have it twice? Can you actually make yourself access a peak moment, just like the Buddha?
There's a whole institute dedicated to this exploration, by the way. It's called the Peak States Institute. Peak state being different from peak experience. Like you're saying, peak experience is like blip. We have this blip. But a peak
That's
state is when it becomes steady, and there's very fascinating stuff.
Yes.
I
mean,
can't.
the Buddha,
can't
was the
speak to the
CEO of
reliability,
that.
but it's a very interesting website.
You know, the Buddha was the CEO of that institute or university or whatever you call it. He became enlightened, so he was he was it.
Well,
was it. So,
these peak states guys, they what they propose is that there are actually many different types of peak state. So they might propose that the Buddha may have been in a particular kind of peak state, but that some other religious traditions, or not just religious traditions outside of that as well, may be accessing qualitatively different peak states. And I find that very, very interesting. Sometimes we think of, okay, it's just all one, but according to their investigations, at least, yeah, there are many different ones. They even mentioned one, what's it called? One they call beauty way, which apparently is a term from one of the Native American Indian tribes. Some kind of like a kind of blissed out state of sorts. But it's interesting to consider these differences.
Well, there it is. So H.G. Wells was another guy that was seeking, that. And he, at the end of his life, he wrote those 45 pages. And I would propose that actually that our next Zoom meeting is about those 45 pages. See what you get out of it, Justin, and you.
I can't promise that at the moment I'm very busy writing Japanese.
I'm determined
music.
to read the book. It's 34 pages long, or 45. Well, on the Wikipedia it says 34. Maybe it depends on.
Yeah, well, it depends on how many white pages they put in the middle.
That's not many pages. Maybe I should push myself.
Maybe I'll read it and then I'll declare that we will think about it.
My question would be, to frame the discussion, my question to anybody that is interested in joining this, maybe you can publish this and say, okay, this is a Zoom meeting regarding the book by Wells, the mind at the end of his tether, and the frame of the conversation would be what is the one little sentence or a couple of sentences that impacted you most about what he writes about? And that way we can see the different levels, like you were saying, Justin. These guys say that there are different kinds of peak moments. Well,
no, different kinds of peak state, not peak moments.
Peak state, okay. So I would
stable.
say, what's the difference? What's the difference between nirvana, which is a peak state, and moksha, or the mystical union of the Christian saints, or something like that? Is there a difference in essence? Yes, there is a difference, because one thinks that he is in communion with God, the creator of the universe, and the other one is actually realizing that he is the beginning and the end. He is the creator and the destroyer, in the case of Shiva, and that he is just, the other third one, the Buddha, realizes is that he is nothing but the part contemplating and experiencing the whole, and vice versa.
Well, what you're saying might not be a difference in the state. That might be a difference in the language used to express.
There you go. So yes, I would say to those guys, yes, there's a difference between this peak state and that peak state, but it's only aspectual, formal, but not.
That's I would say actually impossible to conclude until one has investigated sufficiently.
No, until one is that peak experience.
Well, because in that statement, you're already presupposing the answer, because by that statement, you're already building your statement on the view that there is only one peak state. That's why I use the word that instead of they or them.
Does it make any difference?
Does what make any difference?
Is a peak state more a peak state than any other peak state, or is it a peak state?
Well, now you're thinking on a different plane. You're thinking more, but I wasn't talking about more. I was talking about different. Oh, you can't see my hands, but you're thinking on a vertical axis of more. I'm thinking on a horizontal axis of different. For example,
okay.
you
Okay.
could, something could be more sweet. You know, one food could be more
Yeah.
sweet than another
You-
sweet,
you
but
always
another
get stuck
food
with
can
the
be
words.
sour, and sour is
Yeah,
not
no,
on the
let me ask
sweet
you-
spectrum.
let-
It's actually a
yeah,
different
let-
taste.
Let me rephrase the question. Is a peak state other than a peak state? Another peak state?
Could you say that again?
Instead of saying more or less, I'm going to say, is a peak state other than another peak state?
Well, the answer to that question given by the Peak States Institute is definitely yes, because there are. It's like, is sour other than sweet? Well, yes.
No, I'm
Are
not
they
asking
both
that.
tastes?
I'm asking.
Yes.
No. See, I'm not asking that. I'm saying is sour other than sour.
Yeah, but and again, see, by saying that, you are again presupposing that there is only one peak state. So your question actually
But
already
if
assumes the
okay.
answer.
If there are two peak states, which one is a peak state?
Both of them, by definition, according to your question, according to the parameters of your question. The definitive answer is both of them.
Oh, there you go. They're both peak states. So
Yeah, but that doesn't mean
is
that they're
one
not
other than
different
the
from
other?
each other. Yes,
But
they can.
is
Yeah,
it-
otherwise, if they're not other than the other, then there wouldn't be two, there would be one.
There you go. So I go to the essence of it. Is a peak state a peak state? Yes. So if there are two peak states, it's the same peak state. It may
Okay,
look
so
different.
I'll give your logic. I'll use exactly your logic back to you, but applying your logic to a different thing, and you'll see if your logic makes sense. So if there are two different tastes, then are they the same taste?
Obviously, one is a taste, the other one is not.
Well, so are you saying sour taste is a taste, but sweet taste is not a taste?
No, I'm not qualifying it. I'm not.
So are you
qualifying
agreeing
it.
that the sour taste, the sweet taste, the salty taste, the umami taste,
Listen,
that they are
see, I always-
different tastes? They are all tastes, but they are not the same as each other. Would you agree?
There you go. So what I say, yes, is that two things. Is a thing can be green and the other one is red, but is it not a thing? Are they both, a thing? A
You're
thing is
getting
a thing is a thing is
confused
a thing.
because the category within which the colors are is not thing, it's color. So you have
I'm
a
looking at the
category,
thing
color. Within
precisely.
that category, you have subcategories,
right.
green,
Yeah, but
blue, and so on.
I'm looking
But
at
within
the
the
thing,
category
Justin.
of peak states, you're assuming that that it's impossible for there to be subcategories, that you can have different kinds of peak states. But it's
See,
fine. It's fine for you to assume that. But then if you actually try to investigate and you try to pose questions to try to find an answer, you can't start with the assumption that you already have the answer and base the very questions on the preformed answer. You see?
What I'm trying to, just put it this way, when I look at things, which
Yes.
is what you do there when you say there's one peak state like this and there's another peak state like that, I don't look at things in the relationship between them. I look at the core essence of any thing, no matter what it looks like or it feels like.
So how many different peak states have you examined the essence of?
One.
So how can you be definitive about your conclusion if you've only examined one? How can you assume? It's like if I've only eaten one cheese, then I could build my conclusion. All cheeses are identical because I've tasted one cheese. Therefore, there must only be one cheese.
Don't you
That's
think
not
so?
logical, is it? It's not rational.
But it's cheese. Cheese is cheese.
Yes, but brie is not cheddar. Brie
But
and
it's still
cheddar are
cheese.
cheese, but brie
But it's
is
still
not
the
cheddar
same.
and cheddar is not brie.
But it is cheese.
Yes. Similarly, sour and sweet are both tastes, but sour is not sweet.
I
They are
know,
different.
but it's still a taste.
Yes, yes. But you're saying that you're saying, yes, there is more than one taste, but there is not more than one different peak state. And it seems like the basis of your view that you are holding is that you have experienced one peak state, therefore you are sure there is only one peak state.
Have you ever bumped into the notion of Advaita? Not
Yes, yes, certainly.
That's what I'm
I lived
talking
in
about
India
all
for
the time.
years.
There you go.
You're not
So
talking about
that's
Advaita,
exactly
you're
what
talking
I'm talking about.
peak states.
You know, sour is, you know, and everything else, every phenomena is neither this or neither that. It is it. Advaita, not two. It
Now
looks like 2 or 3 or 15, but it's
you're
just one.
degenerating. Sorry, Luis, you're degenerating.
But when
Well,
you say the word peak state, that means that there's no other state better than that one. Like it's the peak in happiness or true happiness or maximum joy or bliss. So there's no other state like that. But then there could be different kinds of peaks. Like there's different kinds of tastes. So you can say that what's the peak color? What's the peak taste? Like there's no taste better than any other, is there? Or unless you could consider sweet better than sour.
Some people would have favorite tastes, but they might have a multitude of favorite tastes. But it gets maybe a bit subjective if we say nothing's better.
you know, how many ways of being are there?
That depends how you define ways of being.
Being, you know, reality is how many ways can reality be reality?
Depends what you mean by the question.
We always bump into the same obstacle. I don't look at phenomena. I look at the dynamic.
Luis, okay, I think I've identified one problem. Sometimes you get into specifics, but then when you encounter a hurdle to the logic that you are using, you run away into the vague, as if the vagueness is a defense.
Very good, very good. I am like the electron or the photon. You try to look at it, and now before it was in 2 places, and now it's only in 1.
Yeah, but it's like playing by 2 sets of rules. It's like if you think that logic and reasoning is helping you, then you use it. But when it gets defeated, instead of maintaining the logical or the reasoned perspective that you are yourself using, you abandon it when it's threatened. You abandon it when it's threatened. So you
said it
try to use it to prop up your arguments, but you don't really use it very fairly. I don't mean to sound too critical, but it's like, when you're reasoning, you still hold your reasoning, you still keep coming back with it, but when it falls apart, you don't seem to admit that it falls apart. You just kind of run to this vague, like, okay, Advaita, everything is one, everything is one. I could say a banana is green, definitely. All bananas in the world are green. And then if you challenge me with evidence, I could say, everything is one, everything is one.
Oh, that's like
it doesn't really work.
Everything is
empty. The reason why, Justin, we have a hard time communicating is that I always use 2 different perspectives at the same time, concurrently, to discuss anything.
You do know I'm quite familiar with both perspectives, don't you?
Yes, but I don't think you use both at the same time. That's the problem. I do.
Absolutely, and relative truths. He's using them at the same
time. So basically,
dysfunctionally.
Yeah, I am dysfunctional in the sense that yes, it is true. You know, what is functional and dysfunctional? And I tell you what, the framing of this discussion on Zoom, you will find within those 35 pages a little sentence that explains this beautifully. This same conundrum. Is a thing, or is it not? And of course, those wise guys at the past said, it's neither this or neither that. It's neither a thing or not a thing. It's both and none at the same time. And
that doesn't mean that you can prove that all bananas are green by saying everything is one.
I did not say all bananas are green. I
No,
said all
but you
bananas
said
are
similar
bananas,
things.
and they are the same reality, the same one reality. So bananas are aspects of the same one reality. And yes, there are some green bananas and yellow bananas. But at the end of the day, which there is no end or no beginning, by the way, it's the same one reality. That's when you say, how many peak states are there? I said, conventionally, there are as many as you can, describe them with words. But in essence, it's the same peak state.
You're basing this on your experience, Luis, aren't you?
Yes, this is my personal experience.
That's the problem.
I don't say this. I am
the
this.
perfectly precise problem, is that you're basing on your experience. It's not wrong that we base our views on our experience, but it's very possible that on our limited experience, we interpret our experience such that we form a very solidified intellectual view, and then we grasp onto that, but on the basis of incomplete experience. So it would be, like I said, if I had eaten one cheese and on that basis, I insist that there is only one cheese in the world, then that would be a false conclusion, because it's provably false by other people's experience. So
how many realities have you experienced so far?
Well, that depends on what you define as reality. But like I said,
there's only one, so there's only one reality. So.
Yes, but there's a sweet taste and a sour taste. So your argument, when you use logic, which is within the relative, you can't say there's only one reality to try to use that to support an argument that doesn't support, such as there's only one taste. Sweet taste and sour taste are the same tastes. They're not the same taste. They are both tastes, but they're not the same. So
there you go.
You're trying to use logic that isn't working. Sorry, but it just isn't. I'm not trying to depreciate your experience or invalidate your experience.
I don't think
we must realize that our experience is limited.
Oh, but have you heard of the book, The Two Views? It's by a neuroscientist that goes to Dharamsala, and he speaks with the Dalai Lama and other people.
What is the Mind and Life Institute?
Compare the different views of the mind, the two views of the mind. And he starts out by saying that he's learning about Sautrantika.
Yeah, cool.
Sautrantika, and it's saying that,
they're pretty cool.
That in Tibetan logic, like in Western logic, there's two statements, like this is true, or this either this is true or this is false.
Or it's true and false, or it's neither true nor false. There's usually four.
So there's four in Sautrantika. So that means that Luis is using it's neither nor or both. So he's extended his logic to allow for the two different tastes to be one. How do you think of that?
No, well, I don't think he has we've tested his logic. We've used precisely his logic to see if it works in other contexts. Because the context that we're talking about, it's very difficult to have a consensus on our shared experience. That's why I chose to apply precisely his logic to an example on which we have a much more shared consensus on experience, such as taste. So I think it's very useful when we try to use logic to back up a proposition that we're making, if we test it. And I think that's why it's very useful to test the logic on equivalent examples to see how it holds up. I know not so many people are into such rigors of sort of logic or discussion, but I find it very useful. Yeah. But I tell you what, Luis, though, I wonder if, are you still here with us?
I am.
Oh, great. I wonder if you might be interested to look up the Peak States Institute. Now, again, I'm not saying, I endorse them. I don't endorse them. I find them very interesting. I've spoken to a number of them. I've spoken to the founder actually at some length, but still, you know, I've not visited them in person. I've not deeply investigated them. But I think you might be interested to see even just some of their short videos of the
Of course,
founder
yeah.
talking.
I didn't know this. I didn't know such a gathering existed.
Yeah, it's very
Analyzed
interesting.
It's probably based on a lot of what Maslow discussed. Peak
I think
stages,
I
peak
think you'd
stages.
genuinely be interested in that website, and especially maybe the founder talking. He has some very interesting things to say,
Yep.
and you might resonate with some of what he says. So
Absolutely. I think we share emails, so maybe you can send me a link or something, or I'll check it out. I'll check it out online.
yeah, okay. Well, if or message me or ask me next time or whatever. Yeah, peak stations.
Gotcha.
Sure.
So
If I send it
well,
through this, I don't know if there's a way to send me. Can I send? If I send a link through the chat, will you be able to see it later, Luis?
I don't know that I'm going to see it, but Heido will be
Oh.
able to send it to me.
Sure. Okay. And Hyro, you might be interested too. So I'll do that.
Okay, excellent. So we both have our homework. I'm going to
Yeah.
check this site, and you're going to check the mind at the end of it.
I will try to push myself to take a break from
And
my
see,
work and read that book,
it's a short
I
read.
promise.
I'm sure that you're gonna, it's gonna be a 30-minute thing when you're taking a break from what you're doing, and see what you get out of it. And then next Saturday we'll have a Zoom about that.
Cool.
Okay, guys. All right,
Nice
I'm gonna
speak with you,
I'm gonna
Luis and
disappear
Hyro.
without disappearing. All right, take care.
Bye.
Later. Bye.
Hyro, I can see your mouth moving, but
Oh.
can't hear your voice. Oh, now I can hear you.
What's your work right now? What are you working on?
So I teach, this Japanese music from the Fuke sect of Japanese Buddhism that was abolished by the Meiji Buddhist persecution. And there's so I teach the different regional styles of that music. And at the moment I'm focusing on the Kyushu repertoire from Kyushu Island. And so I'm doing things like this. I'm writing or creating the notation for each of the pieces in a way that hopefully my students can understand better than the notation I've been giving them so far.
Is that read from left to right, going down?
It starts here and it goes,
right.
It goes here. Yeah, and the
that-
red is the
that
lower
tells
octave, the
you,
black is the higher octave.
The pitch and duration of a note.
Yeah, exactly. You can see sometimes the pitch is wiggling around or doing different things like here.
Wow.
Yeah. What's that saying? Yeah, good stuff. Anyway.
And then, if you follow it, if two different musicians follow it, they'll come to the similar melody, more or less.
Yeah.
Wow.
So the notation that I was using for this repertoire before is actually much more difficult for someone to read it and get the right sound because there's a lot of ambiguity. And my poor students, I teach in, well, at least 4 or maybe at least 5 different notation styles. So I'm now trying to reduce that. I want to keep some of the old notation styles, but I've actually created a new system, trying to take the best elements from the different systems and make it a little bit easier
You're
on my
innovating
students.
and
Indeed.
trying to
Somewhat.
preserve the tradition and yet innovating to make it easier.
Preservation through innovation.
Mhm.
It's funny. Although
And
that's not alien to the tradition itself. The tradition in the far north, maybe around 100 years ago, they got together and they were like, oh, this notation that we're using is so tricky and there's too many ambiguities and so many different symbols, too many. And so they consciously simplified it And they made some really good decisions. I like their notation. And, you know, a number of people kind of do this similar things through history. So I'm not breaking tradition too much by doing that.
And if
Similar
I
things have been
learn,
done.
if I learn how to read that tradition, then I could apply it to other instruments.
No, not really. I mean, you could take elements of it, but it's more like a tablature. So let's say, you know, when we close all the holes, that's called ro. We just write the letter ro. There's a I have a different alphabet in Japan. So there's a letter ro, or there's the letter tsu, rei, chi, and then I'm using he. Some people call that ha, or there's actually, you could even call it fu, ho, u, wei, ya, i. So, but it's more like instructing you what to do. So I could read the same notation, but I could use a much longer shakuhachi, and the fingering would be the same. So all the pitch would be lower. It would be, you could say it would be a lower key, but actually the finger instruction would be the same. So I think in English we might call that a tablature. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's actually quite easy. You know, a lot of my students, they've never read any kind of music before, but I teach, you know, from the first lesson, I'm having them read Japanese music.
Wow,
like
maybe
that
I
kind of
could
stuff.
use it to play the harmonica or something. No, they use numbers. I guess
Yeah, that's the thing. So even in Japan, so even although there even with this instrument, there are, I think I read about 17 different variations of different kind of notation style, maybe more actually. So, but they're all similar. But then if you go to a different instrument like the shamisen, 3 strings, or the koto, many strings, their notation systems are totally different, because again, it's suited to telling you what to do on the specific instrument. So yeah,
a
maybe the
shamisen
number
is like a 3-string guitar without frets or something like that.
Yeah, or maybe you could think of it as slightly more similar to a banjo, 3-string banjo.
The banjo.
No frets. Yeah, 3-string fretless banjo, and a little bit broken. Well, not broken, but it's funny because in Japan there was an instrument that came many centuries earlier, in at least 1,300-400 years ago, called the biwa, and it makes the frets are kind of fat pieces of wood, and it makes a kind of buzzing sound. You know when the sitar, the Indian sitar, it kind of buzzes, kind of this buzzing sound, and the biwa was also buzzing, different mechanism, but from the bridge. And then the shamisen came from Okinawa to Japan because Okinawa is kind of separate from Japan, in, I don't know, maybe the 1600s or something like that, 1600s. And but the sound was very pure, and so the biwa players would be the ones who, because nobody could play shamisen, it was new, but similar to biwa. So okay, biwa players getting it. I was like, oh, it doesn't sound kind of broken. There's not buzzing. So they added something at the top to make it buzz. Yeah. You know, do you know that African instrument with the thumbs? And you bing, 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 bing,
Yeah.
kind of metal one. And you know, they sometimes nail Coca-Cola bottle tops on the side. Have you ever seen that? If you look it up, you'll see. So they
make it buzz.
Yeah, they kind of buzz and rattle. So when and you get it, kind of this buzzing, rattling sound. Similar principle.
What is it with humans that they like distortion? Like
yeah, I think it's very, very interesting. You see the opposite tendency in instruments like the piano or the violin, cello, over time, and actually even in pipe organs, and even in the Middle Eastern oud, for example, over time they want to get louder and louder. So for example, even the piano, they reinforce the body with iron so that they can pull the strings tighter. And with the if you listen to like old viola da gamba music, so beautiful when they use gut strings, and the body itself doesn't make a terribly loud sound, but it's very rich, it's very complex.
Mm.
And then the violin family actually outcompeted the viola da gamba family. The violin family means like violin, viola, cello, bass, double bass, you know, it's a whole family. And the viola da gamba has an equivalent different sizes. It's played slightly differently and has more strings. But it was very popular in the Baroque period. And then as orchestras came on the scene, you know, you've got a lot of instruments on stage, you've got a lot of competition for sound. And the violins family were louder. They outcompeted viola da gamba. So it went almost extinct. And
Wow.
yeah, but
Thinking maybe the higher pitch travels farther, maybe that had to do with it.
Well, no, because they had a whole family. You know, they have. When I say violin family, don't forget that includes even double bass, which is very low pitch. But even as time continued to pass, then that family, the strings again got tighter and tighter. They started to use metal strings instead of gut strings. And then you need a stronger body, like old Stradivarius, for example. They would have been built for gut strings. If you see them played now with metal strings, they will have reinforced bodies. But anyway, what happens as you try to make the instruments louder, and this includes our shakuhachi, you get a kind of more and more pure tone. So all those rich overtones kind of disappear. And yes, often us humans, we like richness of tone. Maybe it's
different,
more similar
tastes.
to nature.
Like Indian cuisine, different tastes, like sour, sweet, and pungent, and all these things.
Yeah, many tastes, all together, mixed
Different.
together in one curry.
So there are different peaks experiences.
I'm not saying that there necessarily are, but I'm rejecting the basis on which Lewis says there are not, because the basis of his argument was invalid. Yeah.
Maybe
and we
there's
certainly have a
different
lot of
peaks,
claims.
and he's reached a certain peak, and but he didn't look when he got to the peak. Didn't look around to see if there were other peaks, so he assumed that he had reached it and came back down.
I think when he came back down, then the concepts flooded in and dried around his head like concrete. But he's lovely. I love Lewis. Yeah. I just don't agree with his method of reasoning. It has rather large holes.
This was a wonderful peak experience of a conversation. It traveled widely through all kinds of topics. Like when you weren't here, we covered.
Oh yeah, what did you talk about?
This and that. Oh,
this and that. Wow, that sounds quite diverse.
I remember you left. You left because you couldn't get through Joel in Canada.
Yeah, he was refusing to take any questions. He was even pretending to not hear us, or at least just rudely stopping to respond, and then making wild claims about English law, and then refusing to even confirm whether that was his view. He's behaved very, very poorly, in my opinion. I'm not saying he's a bad person, but I love to discuss, even with people with whom I disagree, or even with whom I find the views totally absurd, so long as there's some level of politeness and respect. But I find that very much lacking in that particular individual, at least on the occasions
and then we had
I've encountered
Ishmael.
him.
Ishmael is in Edinburgh, Scotland.
Oh, really? Scotland?
He joined us after you left.
Scotland.
And so that kind of balanced things out, because we had another continental or European guy join us.
Yeah.
And
same island as I live on.
So I guess he's kind of in Indian background, even though he's there. Indian as in Muslim Indian. So, but he's not very Muslim. But yes, he wants to understand things. So we got into a discussion about the meaning of life and is there a purpose in life, and about is there absolute good and evil, or is it just?
Oh, that's a good question.
So,
did you come to any conclusion whether there's an absolute good and evil?
So we came to conclusions that we already had in mind, or at least Mike in Panama City, he's Christian, so he came to the conclusion that his convictions have been made stronger, because he asked the question about karma, and so if there's no, if it's all relative, good and evil, then how do you resolve about karma? How do you determine if you did something good or bad, if there's no good or bad, or what do you
The Buddhist perspective would take that to intention, I think.
intention? That's the key word that I wanted to introduce.
Yeah, the Buddha redefined, you know, do you know what karma used to mean before the Buddha's time?
Oh yes, I read somewhere, maybe you mentioned it before, that before, like I was in a meeting with folks from a group that's studying theosophy or books related to it. Now they might be going to be studying Patanjali's aphorisms, but they read something, maybe it was by Lama Govinda, and it was saying that, or someone that was looking at the overview of what was happening in the Indian subcontinent, and it sounded like before and during Buddhist time, there was the Brahmins, and then there was the Shramanas, and so the Brahmins stuck to the Vedas and had a monopoly on that, and the Shramanas were introducing things that the Buddha picked up on. And so
not just him. I mean, the Shramana tradition was much older than, older than the Buddha. There were many different Shramana religions, and the Buddha is said to have been a member of one of the Shramana religions, Jainism. Jainism and Buddhism are the only two Shramana religions that still exist today. But at the Buddha's time, there were many. It's quite well established, diversity of tradition. Quite a diverse.
Yes, that's interesting. Like, considering that most people think, oh, Hinduism and Buddhism, they both believe in karma, so they've always believed in that. But
in a way, that's true.
Buddha, maybe that there was, well, at least in the Vedas, when you read the Vedas, like what is it?
The Vedas are terrible.
You don't hear anything about karma. You just hear about the god Indra and Agni and.
Well, Cairo, I think that there is actually karma, and I'm no authority on the Vedas, and I can't say I've read them, but I've read some things about them, and so far as I know, they did teach about karma, but what they meant by karma was quite different than what the Buddha meant. And the Buddha often did this. He would take a word that was normally used and normally understood, and he would flip it. He would redefine it. I mean, even the word Brahmin, you mentioned the Brahmins, and he even flipped that word. He said, and the Buddha was basically an outcast. If you're living as a beggar in the forest and you're mixing with anyone from any caste, which the Sangha does, the Sangha accepts anyone from any caste, then that makes you all impure, and so that's, from the Brahmanical perspective, you're basically all outcasts. And what the Buddha was saying was, a true Brahmin is, and now I can't remember his exact tradition, it was probably something like somebody who is not selfish, or somebody who behaves very well, or somebody whose mind is pure, and so on. He gave it basically an ethicized, more spiritual meaning. And he's saying, and then an outcast is like someone who, I don't know, doesn't behave well or is selfish, or so he kind of, redefine his terms. But it's actually quite funny because he's kind of taking the piss out of the whole system, turning things on their head. And he did similar, not exactly turning it on his head, but with karma. So far as I understand, I mean, the root of the word karma actually means action, as you may well know. But it specifically meant ritual action. So, in Brahmanism, the Brahmin have all the magical spells and whatever from the Vedas. and if they chant these special spells, then they can get some kind of magical result. Like, I think they were quite focused on having a better harvest. It's kind of an agricultural religion, really. So having a better harvest or having more children or whatever. Whereas, or getting something good for your dead ancestor or your recently dead relative. But the Buddha was saying, he used the word not to mean ritual action, but that gets certain effects. He was saying, okay, no, karma is intention. So you can say your magical prayers about your dead relative, but if you're doing that with negative intention, actually it gives negative results. Not necessarily for them, but for you, if you do really anything with negative intention, it will give you negative results. And the good results come from good intentions. Obviously, it's not. There's a little bit more to it than intention, but I think that was his core redefining, was the ethicization of karma as a concept.
Yeah. Yes, that's something that when Dominic was trying to explain karma, he just mentioned action, and so that gave the impression that it's just action, but it's intent. It's maybe more intentional action. So maybe karma is not just action out in the universe, but our own internal action. Because what about the mind has the intention, and then the action is in our body. But what about
our speech or our mind? Those three kinds of action: body, speech, and mind. Actions of body, speech.
When we have a mental action or mind action, then how is that made into karma? Because then any thought could produce a mental action. Then a Buddha is supposedly free from karma and or producing new karma. Then how does a Buddha not be able to not produce? Or how can
I think technically the action is the karma, and then what we get. I think what in the West we think of as karma, I think in Buddhism we might better term karmic consequence or karmic result. So you do karma, as you said, it's action. So for example, just to give you a mental action that doesn't have a physical manifestation,
that would be like
if somebody suffers, if you mentally rejoice over their suffering, then I believe that's considered bad karma, bad action.
Or a mental arising that could be considered delusions or mental affliction, or a non-virtuous mental thought. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's, of course we, all different thoughts come to our mind, and if a thought pops into your head to cause someone harm or to celebrate something, I don't think we should get neurotic about that or try to suppress that. It could become quite unhealthy. But on the other hand, it's good to be mindful, and we might find ourselves, maybe, I don't know, there's somebody you dislike and then something bad happens to them. You might find yourself not just having a thought, but feeding that thought and feeding that feeling. Oh, yeah, it's so good that they're suffering. Oh, the bastard. And you might go on and on in your mind. Oh, yeah, I hope even worse happens to them or something. That's just really bad. And I think we don't have to rely on some kind of mystical explanation to understand how that has bad consequences.
Oh, that's interesting.
I would say it's very easy to observe directly the negative consequences of that. If you keep doing that, then your own mental experience will plummet into ever increasing depths of unhappiness.
Then maybe my mother is a Buddha, because she's she's always happy and laughing things off and making jokes, and
Nice, good attitude.
nothing bothers her. And then you
Nice.
ask her, what did you do today? And she makes things up because she doesn't remember what she did 5 minutes ago. Because everything to her is like a dream. It's just happening.
Yeah,
And then she forgets about it 5 minutes later.
that's great.
But
She sounds very relaxed and
going on.
positive. Great. Yeah. Well,
But
I'll
she
give you an example of a,
attention.
if you don't mind, maybe I can give an example just to give a more complete analysis of a physical action. Suppose that you want to, suppose you're a politician and you want power for selfish reasons. You don't want power because you want to help people. You want more money, or whatever, or you're just into your ego or something like that. And now suppose that you sponsor the building of a hospital for, let's say, £30 million. So you give $30 million to build a hospital. And the reason for doing that is that you think it will help your political campaign. That is bad karma. That's negative karma, a negative action, because of the negative intention. And the reason I give that example is because it highlights that it's not, because I think some religions or some people's worldview would think that a good or bad action is defined by the action. So the action of building a hospital is good because it helps people, therefore it is ethically good. But that's where Buddhism would differ. It's not ethically good. It has, by coincidence, it may have some good consequences for other people. That's great, but you don't get the benefit of that. You don't get the, how do I say? You don't get the good consequence of that in a way, because you're, and again, we don't need to go mystical to understand this. If you even just think about someone, imagine someone who is caring so much about people that she sees a rich person who looks hungry and she gives them a sandwich. Let's suppose that person hates sandwiches. But that person's heart, she's full of kindness, and if she keeps doing kind things, even if it doesn't make much difference, then you can understand that the quality of her mind, you can imagine meeting this person and she's kind and she's going to be much happier. But then you imagine someone who's always giving millions and millions of pounds to charity because they want to get fame, or they want to get status, or they want to get control. You can imagine that such a person would not be happy. However many people they might have helped, if they were always holding this selfish intention or negative intention, it doesn't matter what the consequences of their actions are in the world. The consequence on their mind will be bad. Do you see what I mean?
Yes, that's mind-boggling and difficult for us to comprehend, but maybe it
doesn't have to
makes sense to think of it as something that helps the giver more than the receiver.
Well, with the lady with the sandwich, it might help her more than the other person. That's true. Or there's even a chance that it might help the rich person. The rich person might be touched. The rich person, who knows, they might have been so stuck in their own selfish world and greed and so on, and then they might see such a poor woman with such kindness that might even touch them and inspire them. So it might help in ways that are a little less direct, but it might still help. Yeah. But if we want to be happy ourselves anyway, kindness is rather essential. I don't think you can be happy without being kind.
Yes,
Probably
there was
not
something
possible.
that I read that made me think, wow, that's incredible. something about that comparing what a billionaire or someone very powerful that has influence and can get things done, that one person were able to eliminate hunger in the world. That would be awesome. But
That would be
then
great.
Dominic joins us. Welcome, Dominic.
Hi, Dominic. I'm just about to leave, but it's nice to
Oh,
see you again, and your message of love.
I am so sorry. Well, I'm not, I shouldn't be sorry, but I know you were trying to address certain things, and unfortunately, I think even Joel, I think Jay, you're going to have to probably do something about that. Where if you're okay with him promoting the game or whatever, that's one thing. But I think even Justin, you were trying to ask questions about Israel and Palestinia's conflict or whatever it is. So anyway.
Well, he was claiming that it's illegal for Jews to defend themselves in the UK, and that he was refusing to then even confirm whether that was his view. And then his silly game of just being silent and pretending that he can't hear us. No, I can't tolerate too much of his attitude. He's too rude.
You can't work with that. You can't work with that. There's no growth in that.
Yeah.
It's like holding my hands behind my back. What do I have behind my head? I don't know.
yeah. No conversation. But he seems to be like that repeatedly. So
it's good for diffusing a conversation, but when somebody's actually not being hostile, you weren't being hostile. You were asking questions. You weren't saying, okay, what's the meat to that conversation? Because there could be some truth to that. I don't know. I'd be curious to know. Yeah. There could be some truth. Okay, like I get it when they talk about the Jews, you know, the Zionists or whatever, and they say, listen, you can't say bad things about the Jews. Well, who makes those rules? You know what I mean? Like that's a question.
But also criticizing Zionism and criticizing the Jewish race are two very different things.
Very much so.
It's very common for, you know, the Israeli government to try to pressure the world into labeling anti-Zionism as anti-Semitism. But by doing that, you immediately make thousands of Jews anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
Like Noam Chomsky, but Noam Chomsky is one of the most famous ones. But, you know, there are countless Jews who are anti-Zionist, including in America. So they can't all be anti-Semitic.
I've had this, Justin, when I've talked to people and they say, okay, well, we're Jews, but we're from the tribe of Israel. I said, okay, so 10 tribes supposedly in the scripture was scattered. So are you from the tribe of Judah or Benjamin? And what was the purpose for those two nations to still be alive? Because you had a king, because people no longer wanted to follow the prophet. So now you want to be like all the other nations. And only because of the two kings is the reason why your Lord God or whatever kept you alive. But most people think for some reason, yeah, but I'm a Jew, or because even back in the days, they say supposedly in scriptures, the Jews and the Israelites coexisted. So who are the Jews then? Are we talking about gypsies? So now this is
that's interesting.
Well, exactly. These are all possible
Israelites. Yeah.
So now
what is Israel? I'm not very well up on these terms, but Israelite.
Israelites came from the tribe of Abraham, and then 10 of them were scattered. It was the Zionists, the Rothschilds and all that chose to basically say, we're going to form a new nation again. And they were making a cheap dib at Israel. So they did that. And they told a lot of their Jewish friends that, because remember, after the first war, they were able to coexist under a sanctioned nation like Germany and make a lot of money. So they told all of them in Europe, say, we're going to come back. And they didn't want to come back because they had it good. So you know what they said? To say, we'll destroy you. So they basically, their own people gathered all their Jews and gassed them. And at the time, a lot of the Germans were Catholics. So they were just basically doing what the Pope said, just don't interfere.
The Catholics supported Hitler, didn't they? They celebrated his birthday in church until his death.
Yes.
Very, very strange. Have you ever heard of a book called The Jew in the Lotus?
I know a lotus, but I've never heard that combination. No. What are they talking about, Justin?
Well, Jairo, it's a rather funny term because Jairo, you've probably heard the term the jewel in the lotus.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. It's actually a misunderstanding of Avalokiteshvara. Of the Bodhisattva of compassion. It should be the jewel and the lotus. They're just symbols. But anyway, it's a kind of pun on that, the Jew in the lotus. It's about Jews coming to Buddhism, and there was a conference between some Jewish rabbis and the Dalai Lama. I met the author actually, and I was going to say it's a really nice book, but I'm not sure if I even read it. I saw his video about it though. But there was one really nice rabbi. Was it Rabbi Zalman Schachter Shalomi? And yeah, his teachings are really cool. Some of Judaism I really wouldn't agree with, but some of the Hasidic stuff, they have some really nice, profound teachings. If you meet someone who's like wise enough, I love some of their teachings. Rabbi Nachman and all this.
Even this, just sorry.
Baal Shem Tov.
Here's one. They use the Jews scenario of their crisis of how many millions or hundreds of thousands that died as a mass because they were doing many agendas. Because the SARS family did not want to deal with the United Nations when they reformed the United Nations, because the SARS family, not because they cared about humanity, they already had their own kingdom and they just didn't want to have their own gig. So what they did during the war, the Germans used the ideal that we're going to eliminate the Jews and make that the headline. But meanwhile, behind the scenes, we were destroying 30 million SARS families and all their followers. They wiped them out. So now, as everybody's talking about Hitler or the Jews, they're masking the fact that there was a big genocide that happened in Germany. I mean, in Russia. The reason for that is because in the 1600s, 1700, 1800, 1900, a small nation called German, Romans depicted them correctly, warlike people, were always trying to take over a bigger country. Japan does the same thing with China. So Russia at the time, a long time ago in the early 1900s, they were set up infrastructurally for socialism. But unfortunately, because they had this little pesky little nation called German, they basically had to rearm themselves for military purposes. So we don't know that about the Germans, and the Germans did win the war. Just people don't realize that because all the
leaders seem a bit better now. I mean, the Germans seem, I know Germany as a nation seems kind of more ethical than the United Kingdom anyway.
Well, the thing is, the reason why is because England, the Queen, she's German. Back in the days.
That's true.
Well, that's the thing. The thing is, back in the days when England used to fight France.
France won it about 1,000 years ago, didn't it?
They won. They won. But
did we win or did they win? I don't know.
England won. But the thing is, they said, listen, to keep your citizens at bay or your slaves or your servant, we'll allow you to wave your flag still. So that's why they used to have pirate flags, because they used to just steal, for insurance purposes.
I think the English flag and the American flag are pirate flags, really. I mean, in a way, I think we can call our nations pirates.
But when you're waving your England flag or your American flag,
I would not wave it.
Okay, but not me and you, but the thing is, when these flags are being waved, they don't realize those flags are just for symbolic reasons. The German nation already owns everything. That's why you have the Baron family and all this. But people think just because, it's like religion. Those are just denominations. When they collect 73.
Learn German.
What's that?
Do you know German? How to speak German?
Me, no.
That would be a good language to learn.
Oh, it's a meaningful language. Yeah, Germanic and all that. Part of our English language is Germanic. Same with Latin. And
philosophers come from Germany, like Goethe and.
Oh, Goethe was cool. Dominic, you might like Goethe's science. He was what we could call an holistic scientist. He was quite opposed to like Newton and all that. I think his science was awesome, much more interesting, kind of spiritually, at least than normal.
What
science.
about Fritjof Capra? The one who wrote the Tao of Physics.
Yeah. He's interesting. Definitely. I enjoyed his books as a kid.
That's his most well-known book, but he's written some other books that are considered even better, like The Turning Point and some others.
I think I read that one.
Very holistic.
Your sound just went different.
Volume.
Your sound is very poor now. It just changed.
He's into kind of being kinder to the planet, or like instead of
being kind to the planet is very good advice.
Living well with the planet and the animals.
Guys, I'm so super tired. I didn't get much sleep. The builders woke me up this morning.
Let you go, Justin, so you can get back to work and music to your kids, your students.
Cushy Rabo, I have to write the music for now.
Justin, you're from London, right? You're in England, right? I just post on the chat if you want. There's a London philosophy. They usually have like about 80 people there, and they have breakout groups and they have all kinds of questions. I don't know if you want to join. It's usually Monday. So if you go, I look forward to seeing you. I think Jay's come there a couple times himself, or at least once, if you have time.
Philosophy
Thanks.
group
That's
in London.
that's very kind of you to invite me.
It's not my group, but the guys that host it, there's about 4 of them. They have all kinds of different topics, and they have people asking questions, and then they break down what they want to vote, and then they have groups.
I'll try and I'm trying to copy the link, and
Yeah.
you know that this is the only Zoom meeting that I ever joined. Oops, what have I done? Oh yeah, I think I've
London
got the link.
Online Philosophy Group. Wow, 570 members.
But they have quite a few people that call. Around 80 or 90 people
Cool.
come there. Quite interesting.
What, 80 or 90 people in one Zoom chat?
About 80, yeah. But then what they do is, initially, they have 2 different breakout groups for 40 minutes. And what they do is they'll pick 10 questions that people put in there, and then they'll pick, say, the top 4, and then they'll have breakout groups, and then people go in there. And then they even have other breakout groups if there's too many in one particular group.
Right.
It's
But
quite
kind
a-
of similar to this, like anyone can chat.
To a certain point, yes. And then at the end of the night, after the 3 hours, because it's from 2 to, it would be at 7 o'clock at night for you probably. So for me, it's 2 to 5. And then they have another
bad.
breakout group like after pub, and then you could talk about all kinds of things with different people. It's quite interesting. I enjoy it personally. I've done a couple with some people. Sometimes we go 7 hours with our own groups.
Well, I really appreciate the invitation. Thank you.
You're welcome, Jason. You have a lot of inquiry, and I think you have a lot of wisdom. You know, unfortunately, we sometimes individually, we all get very opinionated, and we have our own views, which is fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. As long as we realize it's our own opinions, you know, because
Yeah,
I don't know what the world is, you know.
Yeah, me neither.
You know, that's why I'm seeking. That's why I'm always searching. You know, it could be a redundant game I'm playing with myself, but I still play the game.
Yeah. I do somewhat enjoy also not only the process of knowing things, but the process of understanding what I don't know. And yeah, there's one thing I think I'd love to influence Lewis on a little bit.
Well, you know something, he'll come to his own discovery, because even once you kind of like put the limitation of belief system, then you go to knowledge, there is wisdom and understanding, discernment. You know what I mean? Like what works for me might not necessarily work for Justin, and maybe what works for me, what doesn't work for me today might work for you today. You know what I mean? That's why we have many perceptions. You know what I mean? Like if there is such thing as consciousness, there's no way I could see it from maybe one caption, from a thought maybe. And even that, I always question, you know, why do I say it's my thought? I didn't invent thoughts.
Yeah, we shouldn't get too attached to thoughts. I think there's also, it can be very tricky as human creatures to, how do you say, kind of balance or bring into relationship our experience and our thoughts, or our conceptualizations about our experience. I think Lewis is someone who genuinely has some very deep experience that's valuable, but you know, sometimes, you know, like actually kind of, how do you say, having a consistent relationship between our experience and our thoughts is can be a very tricky process, very interesting process, but it can be very tricky.
I've shared this with Lewis. When he introduces the idea of can we all agree, I said, you're already making an assumption. That's one of his favorite. You're being a sales pitch. Lewis has openly admitted it. I just don't think he's on board with his own teachings. If he believes in anorexis, whatever it's called, where the calmness of the mind, you know when you're okay with it, when you don't feel as though you have to actually have a congregation follow you. You know, if you want to share your view, that's one thing. You know what I mean? Like I don't follow the Buddha teachings. I'll hear it, I'll note it, but he's dead. And if he's been rebooted many times over, so be it. But it's the teachings, because he could have been doing nothing more than channeling, if there's such thing as channeling. You know what I mean? Because that opens up to the possibility, like, and I've shared this with myself. Am I experiencing the physical? Am I experiencing thoughts? Am I experiencing emotions? I'm experiencing all 3 of them. Which one am I experiencing more? I could experience way more in thoughts. And in this, and the part that I don't see, which I can't see thoughts anyway, is the sounds and frequency that comes from it. So when a person's only caught up in the physical, they'll see the object, but how many names can you depictuate that object with all the different languages? And each one is an experience within itself. This is where people think they're only caught up in the evil world. Let me change the word, the material world.
Well, you mentioned this earlier today. For me, actually, to be honest, for me, the concept of good and evil is a little bit alien. You know, I've encountered the concepts, but I've never integrated them into my sort of mother language,
Mhm.
if I can say that. But I've never. But the idea of the physical being evil, that seems even more alien to me. I guess
Because we're using a meaningful language. So
Yeah.
a good man, a spiritual man, chooses to experience an evil realm, a material realm, because language was always spoken, maybe verbally. The introductory to reading is foreign to us.
What do
Because
you
if
mean when
it-
you say evil, Dominic? Are you meaning what does the meaning include kind of badness?
No,
In
no,
oh,
that's
okay,
that's
okay.
the ego. It's just material.
Okay,
You're in a material
I'm thinking
realm.
of a different concept when,
Yeah,
with the
you're
word.
you're
yeah.
in duality, good and evil. That's all it is. The masculine side is the material side. The feminine side is the spiritual side.
Like yin
You
and yang.
yin and yang, subjective, objective, positive and negative. But there's also a
Yeah.
triad involved. You know, it's like when you look at a clock, you see
You
the 12
mentioned
points.
this earlier today as well, and you know what occurred to my mind when you mentioned this earlier today, and it was something that I don't know if it's connected or not to what you're saying, but maybe I'll mention it since it's occurred for the second time. That, well, at least according to my Tai Chi teacher, the symbol that in the West we call yin yang, in Chinese that's called Dai Ji,
Okay.
and it's composed of yin and yang. But
Mhm.
then apparently in Taoist philosophy, before Daiji, there was Wuji. Daiji means like great, ultimate, you could maybe translate it as. But they say that Tai Chi came from Wuji, which means no ultimate.
Mhm.
So it's kind of like the birth of duality from non-duality.
Mhm.
I don't know if that counts as three, but
Well, the concept of the tree, we'll call it the tree of knowledge of good and evil, spiritual and material. Prior to that, we're coming here to experience the spiritual and the material. You know,
okay.
we're you know, it's kind of like when people say they're enlightened. I said, but because you're not aware, you're from the darkness coming into the light. You're in the unknown to the known. But even that, both of them are still duality. This is the black and white. This is why when people say, you know, Black Lives Matter, I said, you're not black. You know, you could use the unknown, the essence to the known. That's all that is. You know, like we have polarities going on. So you're not this nor that. And if you are this, then you might as well be that too. You know, you can play that game. You can probe anything. But it's when we pick a biased side, I want to be material as I'm using the spiritual aspect to describe it. I'm using
What is the difference in spiritual and material?
anything that's in the unknown. For example, me and you, Justin and Jay, we can't see thoughts.
Okay.
You can't see time.
Oh,
What
so
we
kind of
call
like non-physical?
non-physical, non-material. So when
Okay.
you express
Like the
emo-
economy.
there's a lot of material
It's-
tangible, but when
Yeah, there's a
when we
physical
ex-
element, but the kind of, let's say the patterns and fluctuations and so on, in a way they're, I don't know if you would
I'll sum
consider
it
them
up.
non-material.
All emotions aren't seen. They're only
Yeah.
expressed. All words,
felt.
doesn't matter what language it is, you don't see it. Now, this is why they had in the ancient
Yeah.
times, they had symbology. So symbols, like you do a sign or whatever, and then you associate thoughts to it. Now, language has its own sounds and frequencies, so does thought. So when I say the word paper towel,
Yeah.
okay, the word paper towel does not exist here, but you didn't say the word, you had the thought, because you have your own program running in you. That's why we have two
Yeah.
liquids in our
I
bodies.
relate it to my experience of something that I also designate paper towel.
The thing is, the thought itself is an experience. The language is an experience. But now the memory is stored in what we call liquids, water and blood. We have sodium in it. This is why when people talk about you can transform water that's negative to positive. It's when the guy talks about, well, I can change this crystal to look really nice. Well, that's kind of like telling somebody, do you see the glass half full, half empty? A wise child come back would say, can I talk about the table? Yes. Can I talk about the painting? Yes. Can I talk about, I don't even see none of those languages. I said, now you're an aware child. Most people are caught up. They literally see the object, the material, but they figure because they call it something, that's it. No, it isn't, because if that was the case, then we should only have one language to describe this. We have thousands of languages to describe that. So it denounces the fact that the object is a linear experience. Once you realize that, you'll see the hand, you'll see this, then the whole concept of know thyself is a start. Then you observe the self and the knower. Then you realize there's an observer observing you, and then you realize you're in an objective realm. You're experiencing everything on a very lineal level. This is why
on a what level? I didn't catch the word.
Lineal level. I'm
What
literally
is-
just
A literal? Is it
lineal.
lineal?
Very lineal.
What
Because
is
most people only
Is
tap
that
in on
L-I-N?
lineal. Like, you go straight. When you go straight,
Okay, right.
lineal. So
I've not heard this word.
yeah, we have king and queen. This is the concept where the king and queen came from it. Those are two receivers. You have many other receivers in your body, but the advent or the introductory to reading teaches your mind to be left to right, up and down, or vice versa, depending on the hemispheres. But what happens when you're being distracted with this processing, you're not realizing that other receivers in your kingdom have to also be engaged. So if you have a kingdom where only the king is leading, then you have a misfired kingdom. If you only have the king and queen and you're ignoring all the other people in your kingdom, you have a misguided. That's why oral teachings, when somebody reads you a story or says a story to you, you're engaging your intuition, your imagination, your intuitive aspect.
Your emotions.
Yes, all of that. Well, your emotion runs this. So this is why when I tell people, if you don't challenge or question reason and patterns, habits, you're never going to realize the underlying that's been running it both. And also your senses, your emotions. And what happens with most people, it doesn't matter how old they are, usually that emotion is a child. And it's running the mature or the developed mind. So imagine having a child telling the family the adult what to do. And that's what most people do. That's why we have wars. And because most people don't have critical thinking. And if they do, they better make sure they have developed emotions. And that's usually level of development at a very young age. You can do that later on in life, but now you have to do that through awareness. Awareness meaning that I'm going to question, why do I go to work? Why do I talk? Why do I have long hair? Or why do I have short hair? Why do I wear headphones? Who teaches us wireless devices? There's no human being out there that actually created the internet. Now there's people that probably formed it. But if I talk to anybody that he's a scientist, I said, okay, so if I give you all the elements, and I'll even give you a couple extra ones that don't exist yet, put you on a stranded island, give you 2 weeks, will you make steel? The answer is 0. Because we are not those creators of those stuff.
You probably need a number of people and with the requisite knowledge to make steel.
But there's a gradual progression.
Complicated.
But you would have a gradual progression. You would have to somebody would have to teach them how to formulate steel, make machine. This is it's been introduced to us. Like back in the days of the alchemist, they were all women. The reason why, because the custodians interfered. They came down here, they impregnated women, and then of course through the womb, they actually have technology going to them. But also at the same time, the custodians were also women. And when they came down here and got impregnated by men, they never left their children here, they went somewhere else. But that's the whole ideal. Where we see a plane and we think, oh, they came from the heavens. Yeah, because we don't realize there's other landmass. Like I use critical thinking, Justin, and I look at everything around me. I see the mountains, I see the trees, I see the rivers, and I see a lot of man-made stuff. Okay.
Do you ever do you sometimes look at them in because I think it's possible, for example, we can look in a questioning way, and we can also look disengaging the intellectual mind and kind of switch into a kind of, I don't know what we would like to call that mode. You might label like the felt sense, or just kind of feeling into, or just kind of, well, there's different language we could use. Do you know what I mean?
In what sense, right, Justin?
Like, for example, I could look at a tree and I could have a lot of questions, or even I could have preconceptions, and I could be questioning my preconceptions about them, or any of this kind of, or I could be examining the different parts. But I could also be looking in a different mode, that might be characterized by relaxation and non-engagement with the conceptual mind. And one can also have a kind of somewhat of a maybe direct seeing that's we might call it a different kind of mode. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I could share. When you look at a tree or a flower, you're seeing symbols. You're not seeing the word tree. You're not seeing flower. So this is where Tesla ever so lightly.
You're
was
not seeing
tap-
the word, but you can see the phenomena, right? And you
That's
can,
right. That's
you
all.
can
But
you can not even label it, but you can be with that entity.
once you realize you're seeing a symbol, then you'll see everything's a symbol.
Oh,
Like right behind me, there's cactuses. You don't see cactus. You see the material. You see its symbol. So now, hence
oh,
Tesla.
you're using the word symbol to label to.
I'm using a word to
refer
describe a word.
The actual object, the actual thing.
Material,
itself.
the material, that's all it is. It's
Right,
shape-shifting.
okay.
You know what I mean? Like, so when
Yeah.
Tesla was talking about, of course he was ever so lightly tapping on that, where he was talking about the sound and light. Okay, light, the speed of light is actually sound, but we think we only see the trail of it. So for example, when the people do the paragramming, you see all these different colors, it's coming from the unknown, meaning that the unknown and not a sense of darkness, it's just unknown. We can't pick it up with our senses. Like as I'm looking at that and I'm saying, okay, but I see cactus, well, I'm associating. No different if I'm associating with you and saying, Justin, me and Justin
Yeah,
go to,
yeah, exactly.
we go to the flea market and all of a sudden I get one of my friends behind us to say your name, Justin, but you've never heard it. And so you just don't turn around. But all of a sudden I get your mother to say it, and there could be a whole bunch of Justin, but you hear frequencies and sound, then for some strange reason, you turn around. So are we really identify ourselves by the language or by the sound that comes from it? This is where cymatica comes.
Both.
It could be a bit of both.
Combination.
Yeah, but then we can test that. It's like they do cymatica. You use sound to make water change. Same with different kinds of stuff and different frequency. But then we use numerical numbers to gauge it. This is where Lewis uses a number. No different. Some musicians can play an instrument and they play a certain sound and say, I see the color orange. They associate it with orange.
What's it called?
Yeah.
Synesthesia.
Those are all different kinds of gifts. Like me and you, Justin, we could probably run, but we're not going to run like Usain Bolt. And that would be an insult to him because he has to learn his craft. And a lot of runners, professional runners, have to even learn from other protector specialists how to recorrect their breathing skill sets, because that'll even help them a little bit. So, so I look at that I'm in an objective realm, a material realm, the yang realm, the masculine realm, the positive realm, but then there's the unknown. This is the public and the private. That's why in Muslims, I'll just use them as an example. The Muslims out front, the man has to lead masculine in public, but privately, the feminine part leads. So
unfortunately, not always.
No, true, because most people
quite a male-dominated and even.
Well, you're talking males. If a person's attuned and realize their polarities within themselves, masculine and feminine, we get caught up in the physical by saying it's a male and female. Even though I'm using words, that's all it is. These are words. Like wisdom is more the feminine mother side.
Yeah, I can relate to that.
Understanding is more the masculine.
Because it's kind of receptive. Because we think of like the feminine as kind of the receptive, don't we? And wisdom, I think it has to be, this sort of openness and this.
Just discernment. Get wise counsel, son. Get it from the feminine side, not just from a female, from the feminine side. So then you have the masculine side, the father figure side. That's the understanding. The child now is knowledge. That's why on the tree of life, it's not one of those, it's actually the part in the middle. That's the child. Knowledge, that's all it is, knowing. You could share information with each other and now we know of it. You could talk about what's happening in Palestine. I could know of it. Doesn't necessarily mean I actually have discernment. How did it all start? Who plays the part? I mean? Like a thief that steals, but if you inquire deep enough to realize, but was he deprived of his food that he was forced to steal? So who's the criminal now? This is where discernment comes in. And understanding is now you're getting ready for the crown to come down to you. And that's where they have, the halos and all that, that's crowned, and these are where people, they choose to become, if they choose to become, or if they're honored to become a Buddha. I choose to be a Buddhikata. I still want to be between roles. I'm not interested in becoming a Buddha and become enlightened because that's no interest to me personally.
With great apology, I must depart and rest.
Ciao, Justin. Have a beautiful day wherever you are.
Thank you too, Dominic and Jairo. Thank you again.
Thank you,
for
Justin,
sharing your time with me.
For sharing.
And welcoming me.
Look at your motherboard. Your motherboard looks like a bunch of cities.
It's pretty cool, hey? All right, guys. See you again.
Ciao, Justin. Hope to see you soon.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao.
How was your day, Jay? Was your conversation with Justin and Louise enjoyable, hopefully?
Yes, Luis was on the phone, so we couldn't see him,
Mhm.
and he wanted to share a brief document that he discovered, and he's all excited about it. Is the last work of H.G. Wells, and H.G. Wells
Hmm.
was a prolific writer. I think he wrote about the War of the Worlds and other maybe kind of science fiction books
Mhm.
that have been turned into plays and movies. I don't know. Oh, wasn't the Orson Welles the one that read the War of the Worlds on the radio and people thought,
Yep.
no, that was something else. That about the Martians coming.
Mhm. Mhm.
Uh, but H.G. Wells wrote a brief 34-page book called "The Mind" or "Mind at the End of Its Tether" or something
Mhm.
like that. Hmm.
Well, you recorded this, so for sure I usually review all of this after just for my own personal.
Oh, so I'm gonna investigate it. Mind at the end of its tether.
Mm.
Yeah. So Wells argues that human existence is about to be extinguished. Oh my gosh. He
Okay.
claims that there has been a change in the conditions of the universe and that this change signals the end of being. Previously, events had a chord of logical consistency
Mhm.
running through them. Well, at least we wanted to think that way with Isaac Newton's
Mhm.
uh, look at natural philosophy. Now it is as if that chord has vanished. Wells
Mhm.
searches for the correct term that can capture this nascent negative force. Is it evil? Well, he eventually opted for the word the antagonist. So Wells's viewpoints may be considered the solipsism of an unhealthy mind projecting an individual state onto the macrocosm. Maybe
Well,
he's projecting himself on the universe.
the thing is, if we lean towards the material more than the spiritual, we'll have what he's describing. You know, same vice versa. If we all led spiritually and we didn't write things down or experience just the material too, we would have strife. So we've become to a point where most people don't even participate spiritually or material; they just react. So
Hmm.
in that sense, you know, like even that, think about, you know, he wrote something. You were talking earlier to tie this up a little bit, or at least put it with it a little bit, the recall process. When we use a calculator, we're numbing the spiritual aspect, the training of the mind to always constantly stay awake and use numbers, because then we get lazy when it's a calculator or it's written down. This is why wise people back in the days would have to store all that information within themselves, and then they would expand it even more, and then they would have an apprentice and teaching them that. So what happens now, we're all one finger away to record things, but then in the recording of everything and pushing with one finger, we're numbing the comprehension side of it. We really don't reflect and say, okay, I'm caught up in nature. Am I caught up in nature? Am I with nature? One thing, and this is where some people didn't like the hardship of living in nature, because then they started being around other nations that were living in comfort. If a person's never seen comfort, they would go through what they are. They wouldn't even know if it was a struggle. It's when you actually present it to something else, then you start questioning it, and then you either convert yourself or you stay true and say, oh, no, no, this is the way it should be. You know what I mean? We shouldn't have to use horses. This now we should just be digging with ourselves. Well, what about the unity of both? Use your mind to see the advantages and disadvantages of using a horse, because the horse is material. And same with us, we're in the material form. So when Wells is talking about it, he's tapping in on the ideal that we've become even alienated to our own domain. Whether or not we were designed to be here, and back in the days of the Egyptians, when they used to do a lot of manipulation, you would put a horse's head on a human body, this and that. Again, we do that with animals. We do that with dogs. You know, they've taken the initial couple of dogs and they've bred them to be so many different ones. So this is kind of scriptures. I will bring a rainbow because I won't destroy you anymore. Why? Because you're a very destructive race. You know what I mean? We never try to balance ourselves, keep ourselves in balances in check and balances, sorry. So in that sense, you know, like think about what we do, Jay. People drink water. Okay, we need to drink water. Okay, we might deviate and find out what type of water it is. We might blame big corporations for contaminating the oceans, but at the same time, it's the same big corporations that bottle all the water, and then we take all the plastic, we drink it, we throw it in the garbage, and we expect, because we put it at the end of the street, that miraculously they're going to recycle it. They don't do that. And if they did, at what expense? You know, big corporations already told you where they stand. They're in about earning money. They want to have a lifestyle while they're here. You know what I mean? But for most of us, we're kind of chasing them too. You know, that's why they introduce like winning a lottery ticket. Okay, so you want something for nothing. It's like when I tell my friends or my acquaintances when they say, well, Dominic, I want you to do electrical, and I tell them how much is it going to cost, and say, well, that seems too expensive. I said, now you want something for nothing. What do you mean? I said, I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about, we have an age of information. You can go to YouTube, you can read books, you can find out how much it costs per hour to do the work, how much it costs for material. And this is where people get lazy. So that's why they want something for nothing. They want no effort whatsoever, but then they want the result. And I said to him, I said, if Jay wants to bring his mechanic, go to his mechanic, he has to charge a certain amount of price. Now, if he brings it to a mechanic shop, there's going to be a certain hourly standard because you got to pay the mechanic, you got to pay the owner, you got to pay the tax man. If he comes to your house, he can bypass all of that. And now he might be doing something illegal because when you're using cash, you're still playing with their federal notes and they still want a percentage of that. And that's why they're changing the system, because humanity cannot treat each other with fairness. And why that is because we most times don't consider each other in the equation. When we lived in small communities, we were conditioned, that's your grandparents, that's your neighbor, that's your friend George, we all have to coexist for the betterment of all of us, because I don't want to be myself when there's animals are coming or whatever. But today, because we live in major cities, that people think that they're independent, but nothing shows that you're independent in the physical world. It shows you're interdependent. Because Jay's not making his own clothes. I'm not making my own car. And even if Jay made his own clothes, wouldn't he need somebody to make the machine? And if he's making the machine, wouldn't he have to go out into nature and get the base substance to make the machine? So now, when has he shown that he's independent? That's delusional at best. Now, even interdependent is delusional, but at least it has some grounds to it. Now, when you're a baby, you're dependent. You're showing your parents if they're interdependent with their nation, because now you have another mouth to feed. The parents' responsibility is to teach the child from weaning off of dependency to interdependency. The concept of independence, arrogant at best, naive and delusional too. Not at best, I'm using too many at best. So, but it doesn't show it out there. You know, now you might be independent within your own self, then you're on your own kingdom. So I don't have to worry about an outside kingdom. You know, it's like when somebody says, I'm moving to a new city. I think Wayne Dyer said this once. Somebody was asking him the question, you know, I've just moved into this town. And he knew enough to ask him, so where were you coming from? I was coming from another part of the state. Well, how was the people there? Well, they were really kind and nice and all that. Well, that's what you'll find here. Now, he met another person. How was it there? They were cruel enough. Well, that's what you'll find here. Because most people think if they leave their outside environment, it won't come with them. No, it's with you already. How do you not know you're not doing it to yourself? When a person's seeking and he's looking for answers, you're going to find other people like that. So for me, I purposely engage myself into these kind of conversations because I'm not seeking that kind of stuff. What I'm engaging is for a tribe. I'm looking for fellow students that are willing to do the journey. But most people, they're looking for answers. Oh, okay, so you think you're the teacher then? Oh, okay, good luck with that. Well, then explain to me language. Explain to me all the different languages. And forget about whether you can speak them. Explain all the different languages. So that's the difference. People figure because I'm doing it, then I must understand it. No, doing and understanding are two different things. I could talk about health, doesn't mean I practice health. You know, no different. A person says, I'm a priest. I've never been married, but am I not married if I'm married to the church? You know, people think for some reason a relationship should just be, well, you need somebody else to talk. Well, I have a great relationship with my cat, and the cat communicates me very few and far between, but it says way more than me doing all my yapping. But then again, at the same time, Jay, As much as I do a lot of yapping, fuck, I do a lot of hearing. I will listen to hours and hours. You've seen me post a whole bunch of stuff. I hear that stuff.
Mm.
I don't have 5 or 6 windows opening and I'm playing maybe Baroque music in the background, or I'm playing waterfalls in the back. I'm allowing myself to expand my mind capacity. No different as scientists say, listen, we're scientists. I really want to understand a virus and a vaccine. But meanwhile, the general public say, well, I don't think that's right. Well, how would we know? Imagine trying to talk to a scientist about a vaccine. Either it'll be over our head, under our arms, under our balls. We wouldn't grasp it. Only thing what we want to do, tell me, should I do it or not do it? That's it. Is my team going to win or lose? I don't want to know about everything else. I'm getting uncomfortable. I'm going to leave this meetup because it doesn't fit with my aura. Really? Really? Are you still being a child? This is me talking out loud. Are you being a child? This is me how I talk to myself. Dominic, are you really being a child? When you're talking about other people, who are you really talking about? Me. Who's me? Dominic? No, that's not Dominic. It's me. Who's Dominic? That's just a name. It's like me naming this candlelight. That's not the candle. That's an object that I call a candle. It's like when people take it personally. When I say, listen, you joined the military. Well, yeah, I'm allowed to rip into it. Yeah, but you can't. I'm in the military. I said, so you identify yourself as the military. So then that person must identify themselves as an atheist. That person identify himself. Well, then how many names do we have then? Dominic, the atheist, the Catholic, the Roman, the married man, all these different names. Geez, that gets tiresome. And then people wonder when they meditate, they have all this chattering because someone's trying to say, get rid of all that shit for just a couple of hours. Because if you really want me to help you grow and develop, you got way too much shit going on in there. And that's me talking to myself now. But a lot of times I'm very peaceful. I go to sleep, I power nap, I wake up, oh, that was peaceful. And next thing you know, fucking a whole bunch of shit coming to my head. Where the heck's that coming from? I don't know. You know, it's challenging, Jay. I realize that. And I'm probably pretty arrogant as I sound outside. But then again, would it make it any different? I'm like, oh, you know, Jay, I met the Dalai Lama. Actually, I am the Dalai Lama. And he doesn't know he's a pretender. And I'm at peace with the world. I'm here to challenge the world. But isn't the Dalai Lama? Yeah, the Dalai Lama goes around giving stamps and giving stars to everybody. He's telling everybody. But meanwhile, the Buddha's teaching, fuck, it looks like he was suffering the whole time. He was doing his own self-inquiry. It's usually after he dies that everybody else say, oh, listen, I'm going to do the Buddha church, the teachings. No. What do you mean? No. It was never designed for you to make a congregation or some sort of tribal people, monks following all that. No, it was an individual journey to be the example. I don't want to be the mini dad, my mini dad. I want to be me. Now, my dad can put input. And I said, Dad, thank you very much. I appreciate your example. And the fact that you did that, I should be able to ask you questions. I should even be able to challenge you, question you, even reward you. Then I can find out whether or not your ego perks up. Oh, Dom, thank you. I'm amazing. Oh, wow. I'm blushing. Oh, my God, fuck off. That's me saying it out loud because what I'm really saying is get out of here with that shit. You know what I mean? There's too many posers in the world anyway. Not to say that the Dalai Lama does not have certain teachings or certain moments where, yeah, that sounds nice. That sounds really nice. That's very valuable. But how do we implement that? Because you're trying to present himself as a bigger level. So then the responsibility is on him. So that means the bigger failure is on him. I'm going individually. I value quality, not quantity. So when he's valuing quantity, well, you know something, the Dalai Lama, everybody, the Dalai Lama's coming, the Buddha's coming. Oh my God, really? Really? It's the guy that comes in through the back door quietly, sits down there, but he's very calm and say, you know something, even if I wanted to change the situation, could I? See, I've already openly admitted I'm an agitator to myself. Now, there will come a time, hopefully, I don't know what's hopefully, that I'll just shut the fuck up, Jay. And realize I don't even have to read books, and I don't even read books anymore. I don't have to listen to YouTubes. This is my journey. This is my own, I can call it cross. I can call it my passion. I can call it my attachments. I can call it whatever I want. But I don't think it's going to be one word that's going to say, oh, that's it. You know, Dom, you've been faking it till you make it. And now I finally got it. You know, most people, what they mean by God is they've given up. That's it, Dom. I've tried and I realize life is just better if I just don't say nothing. Okay.
Another thing that,
Yes.
that you might be interested in when you go back to this another breaking time-breaking meeting of over 5 hours. This may be reach 6 hours. Another moment while you are not here,
What was that?
and I was trying to invite Justin because everybody had gone, and Luis appeared, and so I said Luis over the phone, and he said, "Oh wait, I'll try to get Justin because Justin is eager to show you something, and he's got something for you. Maybe he's gonna cuss you out or something. So hold on." He's because Luis was on the phone, so I couldn't see him, just the phone number. But finally Justin showed up, and fireworks were breaking. Actually, it's interesting conversation because and then Justin wanted to introduce him to the Peak State Institute. Peak States, maybe Institute. Well, he submitted. I guess you when you review the, I guess I could post the links in the description when I upload this. I think it's peakstates.com. And anyway, so then they got into a logical debate, or I guess what happens is that Luis is able to break some logical rules. It seems like maybe he'll go into duality description, like conventional, and then he'll switch over to non-conventional, and it seems okay. But then Justin says, no, you're breaking the laws of logic because it's either this or that. But then Luis says, no, but don't you know about non-duality? Everything's the same, or something like that. So, but it's interesting. But so what do you think about that? And it's because in Abraham Maslow and others, they theorized that in that pyramid that we're growing towards, like we have a foundation that we take care of our body, and then we go, and it becomes a peak, and so our needs towards the peak are more about self-realization and self-transcendence, and then the very top is the peak experience. And so and Luis Del Pino feels like he had a peak experience, but Justin he's trying to point out that there may be multiple peak experiences, that there's different kinds of peak experiences. And Luis arguing, no, can only be one peak experience. And so they went into the debate on that. And so what do you think? Is there a possibility that there is multiple experiences that seem like peak experiences to that person? And when they describe it, they say, oh, I felt like bliss and emptiness and very profound, and I felt one with everything, with reality. And I must have attained what the Buddha attained. But what do you think? Or is there different possibilities, different kinds of experiences that are very elevated?
I guess the example I would give on that, there's a validity of if there's such thing as truth or awareness to both of their inquiries. You can actually own many things, but you can only experience one thing at a time. You could have many possibilities of chess moves, but you can only make one move at a time if you're going to follow the game. So I think Luis has put something out there for him, anorexic, as he calls it, calmness of the mind. And once you put it out, the universe will come out and challenge you. Anorexia. So, and also at the same time,
anorexia is a
yes,
you
that's
don't
right.
want to eat or something. I don't know, a different condition.
Thank you for correcting my tonality. Yes, the word you said, that's the pronunciation. So what I was trying to refer to, the calmness of the mind and the emotion. So once a person puts it out there, the journey starts. It could even end at the same time, and it could just be moments. So Luis is tapping in for him. So he might be putting out there in the universe, people are going to challenge him in a sense, now through other people. And there's a good chance even Justin, he might be looking, I can only guess at this point, he might be trying to reason things. So he's going to meet another opposing or a different polarity. So there is many experiences, but And at the same time, you can only have one at a time. So in one's own view, you can only see one at a time, like meaning that you're going to experience it. And even not the seeing part, that's up to
right.
that's up
Yes,
for
that
debate too.
makes sense that you can only experience one mental state at a
Mhm.
time. So maybe when you get to a peak experience and you come down from it, you say you can't go any higher than that. So you assume that that's the peak experience for everyone else. That when you were at that peak, did you look around to see if there were other peak experiences? Maybe you weren't able to because you were so focused on your own peak experience.
Your
that
volume.
you
Hold on,
realized
sorry, Jay, hold on. Your
others.
your volume, so you can clear it up. I wouldn't want you to record this and not have your volume. You've kind of gone back again where it's kind of like Star Trek.
The
Speak.
volume on the phone.
Yeah, it sounds like it's kind of like almost like a little echo. Before you were clear. So just because you're recording this for yourself, Jay.
Oh, okay. I'll switch over
Okay.
to another microphone to see if this one works better.
There you go.
I may have to.
Yep, you're back. You're back now. That's your voice.
How's
Yeah.
that sound?
Yeah. You'll notice it when you listen back how it sounds. It's only for you. For me, I was still understanding you, but
Yeah.
well, I was hearing you. Yeah. Now I'm
Oh.
hearing now I'm hearing a background. I'm hearing now I'm hearing my voice. Oh no, it's gone now. Okay, good now.
How's that?
Yep, perfect. Well, I don't know about perfect, but it's back to what we call normal. You know, like, go ahead.
Yeah, it sounds good.
You know something, it's like, for me, I know I speak a little bit more quicker because I'm always trying to keep up with my mind. That's why on YouTube, they have 1.2, 1.5. Some people can pick up language at a different, quicker pace. Some people don't even have to hear all the words. And then there's other people where, imagine if we were able to have all our thoughts and then blur it all at the same time. It would be very confusing for a lot of us. And eventually, some of us would eventually be conditioned, and then we would probably be able to, communicate with that person. So Luis is trying to narrow it down, and it brings him some sort of peace with that. All the power to him. But he's also going to be challenged, meaning that when he does introduce things such as, can we all agree? That's revealing something of him. If you truly value what you're preaching, both in action and in words, then you stand alone. You don't have to, if somebody wants to compliment you and say, oh, Jay, beautiful video, that let me be the one that honors you. Doing it for yourself, then that's egotistical, and I don't even need to be there then. You know what I mean? This is the whole idea. Like, it's great to hear other people talking, W's, whatever this guy was, or, Socrates, but they're no longer with us. They're here not to represent themselves. It's easy for me and you to misinterpret or give an imagination of what I think, what Hitler did or didn't do. And even that, it denounces the fact that what were the rest of the people doing during all that time? They were following, they were obeying. I don't know about following, but they were obeying, because there's times I've shared this with people. Let's say there's a mobster that rules a community. Publicly, we'll be very quiet and polite. We might even give him pleasantries, but privately, we might think he's a piece of crap. And even privately with him, he might even turn around and say, yeah, Dominic, you're right. I am a piece of crap. I treat people like shit, this and that. But please don't do that publicly, because if you do, I'm going to have to hire one of my guys to beat you up. I have to set an example. So that works in many ways, even with pleasantries. When people publicly do pleasantries, but privately, they don't do that, then they're being hypocritical. And it's challenging. I get it. It'd be very challenging to tell a mobster that, you're a piece of crap, both publicly and privately, but at least you're standing your ground. You're standing your ground. You're literally understanding yourself. And there is going to be rewards or consequences. And I think they're both the same. They're both rewards, because you can learn a lot from putting your hands on the stove if you didn't learn from somebody else, or at least trust your parents and say, listen, Dad, you don't want me to put my hands on the stove. Son, please don't put your hands on the stove. Why? Because you're really denouncing me that I'm not trustworthy, and I've never proven otherwise. But if he does put his hand on the stove, then you realize you got a dumb child. And hopefully the other kid could say, listen, I don't trust my dad, but at least learn from my child. He's an idiot. He picked up a gun, killed another human being, put his hand on the stove, and he think he learned something. But meanwhile, yesterday he told me he got frostbite, and the day before that, he got sunburn. So he really doesn't understand how to protect the hand. See, the whole concept of protect oneself, you protect your own vessel, not from other people. because that just tells me that those other people have never learned things. Laws, or in this case, boundaries in external world, only set for people that are pretty dumb. They don't know enough to, speeding, like, I guess we can question it, why do they have a speed limit? Well, the bigger question is, why do the big industries put the car to go 220 kilometers? Are they tempting us? Imagine you going and you want to appreciate a woman, but meanwhile you go to a family function and one of your aunts decide to wear thongs in front of you. She's tempting you. But what is she really doing? She's being self-absorbed. She doesn't realize there is etiquette in certain situations. But we live in an industry, whether it's pornography or what other industry, sports. Sports just teaches people to be very outcome and winner loser. But most people don't even want to look at the losing part. They want to be attached to the winning part because they have this imagination. Oh my goodness, my team wins the sporting team. They're going to have a ticket parade. Okay. Did you cry when they lost? They're still going to go home with their nice cars and live their lifestyles. Same with crooked people. People, when they say, oh, he's a crooked person, how does he sleep? Like everybody else. You see, people can't envision the fact that, but he's crooked. I said, unless you tap into one of the teachings of, we'll say Carl Jung, shadow self. If you can't tap in, can you truly be as harmful like everybody else? You're never tapping into the shadow. Could me and you kill another human being, depending on the circumstances? Would I be rewarded or punished? Probably a bit of both. Would I want it to do that? Hopefully I don't put myself in those situations, but it's like being rich or poor. I'd rather not be either one because I know they both have their own crutches. If I was born poor, I would have my own crutches. If I was born rich, I would have my own crutches. I'd rather be more in the middle. And I wish most humanity would be at least try to be in the middle. Because if not, like you're talking about when Lewis was talking about the writing, then people are going to say, yeah, it's time for humanity to be extinguished. Why? Because they're not showing that they're growing. A guy that says, I'm growing a lot and I'm making lots of money. I'm like, okay, yeah, but explain why the money's worthless now. Because we're inputting way more than we're outputting. Or in this case, sorry, it's the other way around. We're outputting more than we're inputting. Imagine if I actually said, Jay, you're going to grow grapes next year? No problem. I'm going to laser print a whole bunch of apples. Would that be a fair trade for you when it comes to nutrients? No, it wouldn't. But that's me talking, so I shouldn't even ask your name. Sorry, Jay. It wouldn't be a fair trade unless you like to eat paper. But that's where we live. How many people go to McDonald's, Burger King, all these roadhouses, they go to grocery stores. So now tell me, with all honesty, have we really worked for our own betterment, or are we allowing other people to rule over us? And even that, when they say there's too many of you to feed, that's them talking. If me and you went to a China set and you broke something, you own it now. And same with humanity. If the elites broke us, now they own us. But they don't even want that. Because there's too many mouths to feed and nobody wants to grow their foods anymore. And I only say that because I've learned a little bit from my uncles and my dad about, okay, there's the moon. You're trying to tell me that when the moon's at a certain thing or whatever, we should plant certain things. Okay, I like playing with dirt because it's earth, it gives me grounding. But if you were leaving me on my own, Jay, to grow fruits, I probably would kill most of them. Like asking me to cook food. I'd be very weary. I probably might give you guys food poisoning. So I know my limitation, and it's usually out of ignorance. So again, I went on, but look, I even get tired of listening to myself, Jay. Sorry, buddy. And you heard me yesterday typing. But I get pulled because I put it out there that the one thing I put out there, I want to share awareness. I didn't know what that was going to entail. So when I share with people, I take it like a strong armor. You could say I'm a piece of crap, I'm a good guy. I treat it the exact same thing. I'm just sharing awareness. Now, whether or not that's full of crap, it's still each individual responsibility to question the Buddha, to question Jesus, to question Muhammad, to question Jay, to question Dom. But why do you just question me? It's like an atheist, question religion. Why just stop there? Why don't you question yourself? Why don't you question atheism? Yeah, but I like it. It makes me feel comfortable. Oh, so you'll protect your own family, but then you'll prosecute everybody else. Seems very hypocritical. And vice versa. There's people that do the opposite. I will prosecute my own family, but I won't question a total stranger. That's still hypocritical. Be consistent. If you're going to be a piece of shit, be a piece of shit. If you're going to be a kind person, be a kind person. But be prepared when you're a piece of shit and somebody does a kind deed and I accept that, then I'm not being a piece of shit. So I'm being hypocritical. No different guy that's being kind. All of a sudden somebody gets like me, comes along, and I become an agitator, and I say, you're just a piece of shit, you're full of shit. He gets all upset. I said, so you are hypocritical. You just didn't realize that. You put on a mask saying, oh, I'm at peace with myself. I'm one with nature. Really? It's like no different. A guy says, I'm a gangster. I'm carrying this gun. Did you make the gun? Well, not really. Oh, but I got all these tats. Look at me with all my tattoos. I'm a badass. In whose world? Whose world are you a badass? You know, like me, I know I'm talking like an idiot. But how would it be presented? How many books would have to be written? Can you imagine if I wrote all this? People say, well, Dominic sounds really nice. I said, no, you're reading it from a literal book. How do you not know when he was typing all that is a fucking piece of shit humanity? Can't believe I'm writing all this stuff to make them become reawakened within themselves. You know what I mean? I don't even want to write this book. But I've told them a long time ago to settle, and I want to live in some stranded island. So I want to earn as much money from them. So actually, they're contributing to humanity's demise by taking advantage of the situation. Now, they might not fully be aware they're doing that, but you also have to test the results. How many people would say, well, I'm here to defend the human race? Okay, so let me be the other guy then. So what part are you going to defend? Humanity's poverty? Humanity's greed? Humanity's war, how women get traded, rape, how women get abused, how men get abused at work. What part are you going to defend? I would really, for pure fucking giggles and kicks, like to see somebody defend that. Bring me the fucking Pope. Bring me the Queen. I'm not honorable enough to, get those people that channel through them, but bring me them just for pure giggles and kicks. No, because they're not going to present themselves because they realize they know their hypocritical position that they're already in. They realize they're either part of the problem or part of the solution. But even that, what happens if we don't want to have either one? How about we just kind of coexist with each other? That's to be a challenge because who creates all the planes? Who creates all the boats? When a billionaire creates a boat that's worth hundreds of millions of dollars, why? That's a lot of wasted resources. When people say they've gone to the moon, that's a lot of wasted resources if we're talking about the plight of humanity as a collective. Individually, that makes sense. That's the ego. It's like a guy that says, Dominic, I sold drugs to all these kids. Yeah, you're right, Dominic. All those times you tell me that I was actually harming the young society and I would never sell drugs to my kids or give my kids drugs. Oh, really? So you stopped selling drugs? Well, yeah. I said, would you give up all the rewards? Because you have that nice Ferrari. You got that nice house. See, people always do the means justify the ends? Sure it is. Or the denial justifies the ends. Look at me, I've worked 30 years and now I'm retarded because I think retirement is important. Really? You're not going to help humanity for the rest of your life? So then your retirement to me is retarded. Yeah, but Dom, I earn a bunch of money. I said, no, somebody gave you a bunch of money for you to waste all your energy. Now, a person will never get to that point because they're too busy defending. Well, Dominic, I can't believe you said that to me. I'm like, no, it's not about belief. I just told you that. I just spoke to you. Now you know. Doesn't mean you're going to understand or have wisdom why I said it. It's like when I tell people, they said, you're acting like a piece of shit. And they say, very few do I. It's usually kids that tell me, what do you mean by piece of shit? Oh, finally, I'm with a child that knows enough to ask questions. Well, there's fertilizing shit, there's toxic shit, and there's the kind of shit that flies have to go on it. But all three of them is a process you're getting ready to decay. I don't worry about people being assholes. I talk about what comes out of us, both verbally, this is where I have mouth of diarrhea, and then there's also the part that comes out of my bum. Now, there's other things that come out of me, out of my ears, come out of it. We have many holes. Again, this is just me using the platform to yip yap. It could just be a wasteless rant.
What do you think of this?
What's that?
You might agree with this, or you might, or sometimes you sound like you do say something like this, like when you raise a piece of paper or something, or point to something, and what is this? And the person says, oh, it's this. And you say, okay, is it really this? Or is that a word that identifies this? So what you're pointing to is what the mind does. Like one of the main functions of the mind is imputing things, or I guess labeling them. So without being able to label things cannot exist in our mind at least.
Jay?
So, the main function, or one of the main functions of the mind is to well, I don't know if I could use the word label, but it says here is imputed by mind thinking. This is this. So things exist only because the mind imputes them. I guess that's the same as labeling them.
That's
So
conditioning.
understand it. Everything, including the whole world, is created by mind. Now that's hard to believe. There is no creator other than the mind. This truth is not difficult to understand if we check it carefully.
Well, if you go by that premise, it's like, imagine if we gave a computer the ability to question itself. Then it would have its own subdirectory of consciousness. See, this is where people talk about consciousness, but they don't talk about subdirectories. It would have its own subdirectory. It can question its own self, let alone its maker. So it would question itself. So we're giving it the ability to have its own consciousness. So for us, when I'm looking at all these different objects, most people never question that they're the same, meaning that it's a material. It's undescribable, and when it is describable, we have to question, where's the description coming from? It's not coming from on this. So when people say, I identify this as a pad, a mouse pad, they're identifying themselves as this, meaning it's a mouse pad, but meanwhile, they don't see the word mouse. No different do I see me, the word me. Now, I could do all the gestures and all that, but that just opens up other cans. What's this? What's this? So this is us being able to think. That's genuinely thinking. You're thinking from within the box. This is the box that I'm talking about. There's an outside box, but there's an inside box, and I'm always here. So when I'm making descriptions, we think that for some reason, but I see it as one. This is where people identify, I am the military. You're not. I am Dominic. No, I'm not. Because if that was the case, then why did I never use my name Domenico? Because I didn't feel worthy enough to fit into the name that was designed for me. So I go with the name Dominic. Domenico, with a different letter added to it, it's a different frequency. This is why some people turn around and say, I'm going to change my name. I'm going to change to somebody else, like the Buddha and all the different names. Those are titles now, like a doctor, nurse, electrician. Those are just titles. But that's not who you are. Your mother, your father were designed, hence the surname, you were designed for this name. No different, you were born under certain kinds of astrology. Those all play values. Those are all gauges. This is why when the Hindus can say, okay, I want my daughter to marry this guy or whatever, and then they're going to look at all the different alignments to see if it's going to be a healthy marriage. They're tapping into something. So it's no different me and you looking at a computer. Everything has to align. All those boards that you have behind you, those are strategically placed. That is not technology that humanity was able to come on their own. And if you look at the board at a certain way, and then you look at the way the cities are designed, it's very similar. Meaning that you have all these small little things like Monopoly, you have some big ones and all that. So there is always an outside consciousness. No different, we are an outside consciousness to video games. We always have that view within a view, within a view, within the view. But the thing is, how many views do we want to go? Is it up, down? Is it a sideways? Is it kind of like the Russian dolls? These are all possibilities. But this is me conceptualizing things, because for some people that are trying to figure out an answer, they'll end up going mad, crazy, because they're trying to fit in a square where I'm just moving the pieces around. Jay, I'll give you an example. I've had this before where I've told people I could play everybody chess. And if people say, well, Dom, no, you can't play. Yes, I can. I can set up 10 boards, I can play everybody. And the person says, there's no way. I said, what part are you missing? And then one person would say to me, well, Dominic, but you can't win them. I said, did I ever once told you I'm here to win or lose the games? I understand the game of chess. I can play it. I'm not concerned about its outcome. And this is how most people think. The answer and question is winning and losing. I'm just looking at the game. I'd rather spend more time understanding the board, the pieces, why we change them, because it's an old Parisian game. But I could play chess. I could play on the computer. I can make, because I only have to make one move at a time. I'm not once ever worrying about the outcome. I'm not worrying about the answer. I'm playing the game. And if the outcome shows I win, now what did you learn, Dominic? Yeah. What did you lose? Yeah. It's of no interest to me. But for a lot of people, as long as they're honest with themselves, that is their interest. It's like when my buddies tell me, oh, Dominic, money's the bottom line. I will tell them to their face, I'll find out in a short period of time if it's the only line you're discussing. Because money should be a part of the equation. It could be the bigger equation, but there's also being of service. You want to know what the company can offer, what you can offer the company. Can I grow in the company? And if I do outgrow the company, are you going to remove me? And if I outgrow you, am I going to remove myself? Most people stay at a company and they realize there was never any growth movement. So they settle for maybe recognition and maybe some money and maybe some comforts. That's all it is, a settlement. So now thinking that the mind can think of the universe, that's like people saying, we're going to tell you what God looks like and we're going to make an image. That's clever. That's cleverness on our part. I don't know what consciousness is. The fact that I don't know, and I'm very trying to be non-biased, thinking that even saying I don't know could be very clever on my part. I want to probe it, meaning that I want to see it for what it is. And if it presents itself, hopefully I can lead to another part of it. But most people already say, I already know what the answer is. Here it is. Nobody knows yet. So I'm going to play this clever game with everybody, but I'm always trying to get them back here. Everything's zeros and ones and zeros, agreeance and disagreeance, opposed to, how about you put that aside? Tell me, because we can start off with the definitions. There's many definitions, and that could be a kickstart. And since I didn't ask the question, I can ask somebody else. Since you asked the question, why don't you lead and follow your own question? What do you think consciousness is? And then if all of a sudden something inspires me to share different views, that's what I'll do. But if I find out the other person says, well, Dominic, I don't agree with you, let alone do you agree with me, didn't realize this was a pissing contest. I don't debate people, I debate myself. I share with other people. Now, for a lot of people, it's a clever defense and attack game. There's many books written on this kind of stuff, where if you're truly loving somebody, then you have to remove, or at least become aware, that defense and attack does not serve in the development of love. You know, do you put value to the chair in the room, and then do you put value to the light in the room, and then you start realizing, no, I don't, no, I don't. Then it presents yourself. Do you see the chair? Well, I do. I see. No. Do you see the chair? You're looking at an outside source, but you don't realize, where's the chair coming from? From within. We're receivers. Seek the kingdom from within, because the kingdom has many telephones, many kingdoms. Now, that's a teaching that somebody shared. I don't give a shit if it was Jesus or not, because this is where people say, listen, I'm a Christian, I'm a philosopher, I'm a Muhammad, I'm a Buddhist. I'm like, really? Is that your trump card? That's like a little child saying, Dad, I'm not going to leave this room. Okay, no problem. You're staying home. Now, he could turn around and say, well, that was my plan, Dad. I didn't really want to go to Aunt. No problem, but I'm locking all the fridges and all that kind of stuff. So I'm not going to make your life comfortable, grounding you in your room with all that high technology. No. You're going to have to realize there is consequences. There's rewards from your decision or lack of awareness of those decisions. And until people become aware of that, what most people are doing are they're spoiled, and they're raising other people to be spoiled too. Spoiled in the sense that, what do you do with the tomato when it's gone beyond its fruit development? It goes into spoil. You take the seed, replant it for next season, maybe the next life birth, because they're not doing nothing now, wasting a lot of space. And the elites do call most of us useless mouth eaters. Mouth eaters. That's all we are. We just yum, 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 yum. We eat food, we consume, but meanwhile, we don't contribute.
So
At least, go ahead.
how can we contribute, and how can we unspoil ourselves, and how can we become useful? And then if we do become billionaires or trillionaires, then what would we do with all that money to make effective changes, to reduce poverty, to make the world a better place? Maybe that's not a good goal. Then what do we do in the meantime? What about just being kind to one another? Is that enough? Isn't that enough? Or
Considerate. Being considerate to one another is a start. Kindness is its own act. So I'm going to be a little bit arrogant now. Now people can take whatever it is, because most people are never going to talk to a trillionaire. I am a trillionaire. Emotionally, mentally, I'm a trillionaire. Most people don't even realize that most people are in poverty when it comes to their mental, emotional mind. But if a person wants to earn money, they'll work 30, 40 years to make a couple $1 million. Meanwhile, they'll never understand what a trillionaire is. Same with me right now. Most people aren't going to do it. But the only thing is, I'm at least sharing. Trillionaires, they might turn around and say, you know something, Dominic? Even if I wanted to explain to people how to earn all kinds of money, own cities, own blocks, own countries and all that, do you think they're going to get it? Probably not. So they're at peace with that. I'm not yet at peace. When I become at peace, I don't share anymore. because I realize humanity is a disgusting race as a collective, not individually. There's people that, you know, like yourself, Jay, you do your part. You're not the main reason we have a problem, but you are also part of the whole. Now, to be unaware that you're just parts of it, most people think they're the cat's meow, 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 meow. I'm everything. I said, you're fuck all. And I'll call anybody on all that stuff. Now, they might get upset. They might even get mad at me and take a swing. I said, once you're done, tell me, because I haven't started yet. It's like a trillionaire. They can make people do things that they would never think about doing because they put so much value to money, but yet they don't put no value to an emotion or mental state. So when we chase money, we have to give up something in exchange for it. Now, got a question. Who created money? Would you rather put your laurels on whoever created nature or whoever created pieces of paper? That's a person's own personal choice. And a lot of people would. I said, okay, so you earn all that money. So where are you going to go with all that money? Well, Dom, I'm going to go traveling. Where? Don't you have to use nature? Don't you have to use a boat to go on water? Don't you have to go see Africa? Isn't that all nature? You see how quickly people are fucking moronic hypocrites? They got to make a choice. And the choices usually they make is a reactive choice, opposed to really be conscious and say, listen, before you open your fucking mouth, anybody, not talking about you, Jay, anybody open their mouth, put a lot of thought into it.
So how
And if you
we live without money? Is there a way to become independent of money in this society?
It's not really about living without money. It's about why are we ignoring all the other parts of us? No, money has its own place. You know, money is it's its own God. You know, it's money's not a bad thing. You know, that's like saying stealing is a bad thing. It all depends on the situation, you know, but we ignore other aspects. This is why the reason why we're inconsiderate to other human beings is because we're inconsiderate to all the other things about us. You know, you can't lead from a broken leg. If you want to, I want to be the strength. No, you got a broken leg. You're gonna have to mend that first. It might take you a long time before you mend that. And you might even have to understand, so you prevent it from happening again, because even if you mend the leg and you don't realize why you did it, you end up doing it again over and over again. Most people are chasing things, and it can come from many things. Like when I tell my buddies, they say, well, I enjoy sex. No, you're chasing chemical release. That's what you're chasing. But we all do that in our own way. Food, no different. You know, same with all kinds of stuff. Now, these are just words again. Each individual person are going to have their own experience. They might be very similar to other people, but the only way we're going to know that is if you hear other people. Let other people share with you. Now, I share openly, you know, and that's why people might say, well, Dom, you say too much. I said, is it because I'm saying too much or you just don't say enough? It's like when somebody said, well, Dom, you think too much. I'm like, how do we not know you just don't think at all? You know, this is where people never question themselves, but they'll clearly question me. I'm like, you don't got a clue who you're dealing with when I'm talking about this. Before you get to know me, you better get to know yourself. And even that, if you truly see yourself, then you should be able to see who I am or who I'm not. I'm not your imagination. I'm whoever I am, whatever that is. And that's my own journey. But if I ever come up to awareness of what that is, I might come to the realization, okay, this is a selfish endeavor. Humanity, fuck them in the boat they came off of. You know, body of water comes to the womb. So, but there's many games that are played.
21. This is a world record meeting. The longest meeting. Wake up and think clearly.
I give you credit, my friend.
What have we learned today? There was an amazing voyage with featured guest Ismail in Edinburgh, Scotland, where he questioned bravely like things that I wouldn't have questioned. Like, for example, like when we vacillate between states of mind that could be psychopathic, I feel like I'm being psychopathic or narcissistic, and then at other times I'm not. And then Swami Guru Dominic answered, no, don't identify with the states of mind. They are not you. Those are just impermanent.
You're just acting.
That we have to deal with.
Be aware of them. Like, I know you say the question, what did you learn? No different. Somebody said, what did you question? I value for myself personally, what have I become a little bit more aware of. Because once I become aware, then I realize there's so many things I'm unaware, ignorant of. So I want to bring them on this side. I want to become more aware of things, because as I become more aware of things, some of the, I use it as a puzzle metaphor, some of the pieces start developing and they help build each other. It's like accumulating information. You know, before you assess the information or the data, you're going to accumulate it first. You know, for you, like when you're doing a program, you're going to assess what the problem is. You might even assess some of the solution once you find out the problem. One might work today. You know, like you said a while back, you did a program, you rebooted it, or you did a reprogram and it worked again. You know, that doesn't necessarily mean one solution fits all. This goes back to medicine. One medicine does not work for all. You know, so same with food. We all have different kinds of foods. Now, there might be groups of people that say, okay, Dominic, I like to eat apples, and so do you. Yes, I do, but I don't eat as many apples as you. Now, that could be based on height, could be on weight, could be on what energy they expend. So there is really no, what we call a complete, perfect system to each individual person. As a whole, I can only guess at this point, maybe it is complete. But from a very, I think it's a micro, maybe I'm saying that correctly, from a very individual point of view, there's even so many parts within ourselves. There's so many sub directories within the directories. But to think that we understand the cause, then the question will be, who created the internet? Who created steel? We don't know that, but we know some of its effects. I do see steel today, but wait a second, you can still double check it. I don't see steel. I see the material, but I don't see the language steel. So now I realize there's two different alchemy going on. One's the material, one's the language. And then also, if you said the word steel and I didn't say the word steel and I had the thought steel, that's another alchemy all by itself. And if I don't agree with you, now I'm actually bringing another alchemy, my emotions. You know, this is why they had the ideal of the alchemy of making what you call it, natural base material into gold, because in the Egyptian times there were certain people that were consuming gold. It's almost a better liquid than blood and water. There's a better conduit for gold, more memories stored through that. Blood and water only has a limitation. Gold is a little bit higher. Same with silver and bronze. So now they were getting people to get the average human being to work for their own necessity that was freely given to them. Now they're actually saying, we're going to play this game. You got to work the land because we're going to tell you that we own the land. And you're going to actually work for gold. And then you're going to give us the gold. It's like a guy that works for grapes. Me and you are picking all day grapes, and out of the hundreds of baskets, we get maybe 1 or 2 grapes to eat. But meanwhile, we're doing all the work. What kind of manipulation thing's going on there? Both for the person that's doing it to me and the person that's receiving it. There's your giver and receiver, opposed to the giver and receiver is always within oneself, master slave within oneself, teacher student within herself. This is consciousness. See all the different programs we can play? It's an amazing program. That's why I say when Lewis is talking about zeros and one, why limit yourself? But it might bring him comfort. I'm hoping he's hearing this. It might bring him comfort. But to say to other people to agree, I could turn around and say, okay, do you guys disagree with me? And if they say, well, yes, now we're ready to play, because I like those challenges. I'm not the kind of person who's looking for agreements, because it's like a person says thumbs up or thumbs down. Where's the contents to it? Where's your input? I get it. Facebook's going to do a program and say, okay, thumbs up. Okay, so, you know, Jay just spent hours doing a video and that's all you're going to give us, a thumbs up? Hey, Mom, I know you spent 4 hours doing dinner and all that. Yeah, it wasn't too bad. Really, son? Get the fuck out. Go to the restaurant and go pay $100. Well, I can't afford that. I said, you can't even afford to tell me either if you're going to open your mouth, either give me a compliment. Even if you do give me a non-compliment, give me some more fucking detail to that, you piece of shit. And I say that out of anger because I realize most of us do not challenge each other anymore. And I would love to develop. And my development doesn't always come. People say, well, Dominic, I've been listening to you for the last couple of hours and you seem like a nice guy. Really? Is that the shit that you got out of that conversation? You didn't see me struggling in that conversation? Well, Dominic, you put that upon yourself. I said, and you telling me this does what? You know, this is where people, you know, when people go into a silent mode, silence is golden, something will resonate or bubble out. And then I'll hear that person. you know, Dominic, you're a little bit aggressive. You're an idiot. You could learn to be a better. And I said, yes, but to everybody? Do you think I'm here to make everybody happy? You know, it's like a guy that says, happy wife, happy life. Really? Sad wife is the same ideal. Is it the responsibility to make any other human being sad or happy? No. Are you going to react to make them sad and happy? Yes. Good luck. Spin that one plate. There's another plate. There's another plate. There's another plate. While you're doing that, raise your kids, take a shit, take a piss, go play with your motorcycle, play with your computer. When is it going to end? Now, I don't know if it ends. Go ahead.
That we cannot make everyone happy, but we can try to make ourselves happy.
Even that's a challenge, Jay. You know that. Imagine if you were being happy all the time. This is why when some people do certain kinds of alternating drugs, they want to stay in that state. Good luck with that. It's a moment in time. These too shall pass. Many things pass. You know, imagine if you were sad all the time. It would be tough on you. No different from being happy all the time. But people lean towards one or the other. People won't lean towards poverty because they don't want to consider why people are poor. But they don't even want to consider why people are rich. They just want the result. Oh my God, look at Bill Gates. He's so famous. Oh my God, is he the best? Oh, look at that. Is that Brad Pitt? He's so famous. Not realizing he's just one character in a story. He doesn't need, it's like looking at a Pepsi bottle that's floating in the ocean, and people focus on the one Pepsi bottle, but meanwhile, we're ignoring all the waves. You know what I mean? This is the whole thing. This is where when people watch movies, they always see either the villain or the hero going through the city. But meanwhile, I'm looking at everything out in the background. I'm like, oh, really? Superman is going through New York with one of the villains. Who's paying for all the fucking damage? Superman, you're doing a good job, but you know something? Stop doing that shit. Why? Because every time you're done, economics is happening. Yeah, but I got the villain. Aren't you both good then? Because isn't he helping economic? If that was the case, then we might as well just fucking blow up all the city then and just restart all over again. See, this is where people look at the hero because they see themselves. Oh, I'm the hero. Look at me. I'm Superman. No, you're a piece of shit. Or Cinderella and the prince and the princess. I want to see the day after when she's on her knees scrubbing the floor or he's scrubbing the floor. But that's the romantic side of humanity. Roman for love. Romantic. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's so amazing. Oh, that was so beautiful. The movie was, I didn't realize that. Oh, no different. Somebody watching a horror movie. They want to see humanity, destruction, all that. I only say that it's almost like tempting people to a certain point. So then eventually, hopefully, and even that I could be way off here, Jay, where maybe they'll choose to become a reawakening. Maybe. If not, maybe I'm way off by thinking that all human beings should at least pose possibilities or information. But when I hear some, go ahead.
May I become awakened through this meeting. May you help in my endeavor to become awakened. Wake up and think clearly.
I could assist, but also at the same time can I also be the manipulator. It goes back to making people happy or sad. That's not my role. You know, now if something resonates with you and it's something that you were seeking and I had shared with you in maybe 3 or 4 hours conversation, one gold nugget, all the power to you. You know, I've listened to a lot of people talk about a lot of things. I'm glad sometimes I just listen to it recording because I would have a lot to say. And I realized, but I would be missing the message that he or she is working things through. They could even be faking it till they make it. They might not even be aware of it. Just because somebody says they wrote many books, there's many people that follow 2 major religions. Could they all be deceived? There's a good chance. Just because it's numbers just because it's quantity does not mean it's quality, and it could easily be misled. The only difference is when you're going after quality, it's only 1 or 2 people. So that's less to move in a different direction. McDonald's cannot keep up with a small store if they want to change their menu. It's a bigger train. So when people follow Muslims, Buddhism, and all that kind of stuff, that's too big of a train. And then people have to curl their tail. Well, yeah, I gave up being a Muslim. So what did you convert yourself to? Oh, I'm an atheist now, or I'm a science now. I said, really? So you converted yourself, opposed to what did you learn from the teachings? When I chose no longer, after I put my full attention to the religions of Catholicism, and I realized it has its value, but its limitation, then I pursued all the teachings of religions. I never once told myself I'm ever going to be converted again to any of them. I'm going to be the observer of them all. And every so often, somebody will share some new teachings, and I'm like, that's nice. That's nice. Just because I talk about all, meaning that I'm talking about their names, Buddhism, Jainism, Catholicism, Mormonism. I'm just talking headings. It's no different from me describing the object called a tree. I can call it a tree. That one's over there. It's a cherry tree. That's an apple tree. But it doesn't mean I understand each of those things. I'm just identifying those things. But I realize out of them all, they're all still an object. It's like humans. When somebody says, well, what about governments? Humans. What about religion? Human. What about state? Humans. Biology? Human. See, there's the constant denomination. And humans have always shown they can be very misleading to themselves. So what do you think they're going to do outside? They're going to be misled, not because they're doing it consciously. I don't think a person really goes out of their way to mislead their kids while they're showing them about Santa Claus. But if they were going to talk about how the story might have been created from Germany, that would be a tough story to sell to your kids, because Santa Claus is about selling things, selling commerce. So then they bring up the story of Jesus or Hanukkah or Lent with the Christians when it comes to certain kinds of things, or even when people get paid holidays, statutory holidays. Think about the word statutory holidays, statutory rape. Why would I pay somebody to stay home and do nothing if I was a capitalist? That would be stupid on my part. It'd be like giving you money, Jay. I don't have a computer problem, but I'm just going to give you money to fix my computer. Well, Dominic, you're giving me a donation then. What do you mean? Well, you're not giving me nothing to work. In some cultures, they don't want handouts. Let me shine your shoes. Let me do your garden. They want to earn their keep. And I'm actually earning my keep right now because I'm sharing out loud. Now, people might say, well, you're not doing nothing. I said, this has nothing to do with doing. This is about being. I'm a human being. I'm not a human doing. Fucking way too many people. There's too many examples out there. Guy works 30, 40 years in his job. He retires. The next day he's ailment. No, he was ailing way before then. That's his choice. And then there's other people. They work 30 years. They've lived a balanced life. They take their kids out. They do all that. But those are things behind the scenes. They've done studies on certain cultures that live a long time. 110, 120 years, 100, usually 100. But if somebody dies sooner than that, they're going to question that one person. What didn't you share with us? What emotion didn't you share with us? You didn't agree with living the way we did? This is why when people are in families and they say, well, listen, honey, because of 9/11, I'm going to divorce you. You're going to use 9/11 as an excuse to reveal you were never happy in the marriage, or it was never the way you wanted to be. That's why when most people, when they get married, it's my day. No, it's everybody's day to celebrate. Why is this a woman's day? Or a man's day, let alone. But this is what we do. It's like when a guy said, Dominic, you work for me. No, I don't work for you. I work for Federal Notes. I could be of service to you, but I don't work for you. And if you put a chain and ball on me, I still don't work for you. You can put me in prison. I still don't work for you. This is why people can be in jail and they're still free. There's people that own lots of buildings, but they're not free, meaning they're not free to roam and ponder life. You're in it. Roam it. Question it. Question how trees come to be. Question how rivers come to be. Question how man-made stuff come to be. Question how Jay came to be. Why is Jay taking care of his mother? Because Jay's mother, I'm only guessing at this point, Jay's mother took care of him. What a nice way to reap what you sow. Your mother must have been a very kind human being. It would be very disgraceful if your mother was very caring and the father was caring and the kids say, listen, Dad, Mom, the reason why I'm not taking care of you is because Commerce is my parents now. Really? Did they raise you? No, honestly, son, did they raise you? Well, Mom, didn't you use money to buy apples? Son, I actually had to go to work to exchange my energy. Instead of taking care of you, I went to work. I exchanged my energy so I can get the food and the shelter so you can live comfortably. This is where human beings become disrespectful to themselves and everybody around them. It doesn't matter the age category. You know, it's like a child saying to a parent, Dad, why can't I question you? Well, because I'm your authority. Really? You're the authority. In God's eyes, if you believe in God, how old would you be? It's like going on in Canada, we have the thing called the CN Tower. Imagine go up in the CN Tower. I said, do you see those human beings down there? You see how small they look like? Well, go even further down. They're insignificant. But when you get really close to them, then and only then they should be significant. So when you're with me closer, you're significant. When you're not in my sight, you're insignificant. This is why when people spend time, oh, what's going on with Palestine and Israel? That's insignificant. Now, the people that are going involved, I'm sorry to hear that for them. But the truth of the matter is that shouldn't even have been presented to me, knowing that most people are ignorant or they use it as novelty. Blacks Lives Matter. Really? When does Blacks Lives Matter? You know, are we talking about the people that were enslaved a long time ago? Or are we talking about the ones that live in now? You know, it all depends. You know what I mean? Like, and they're not even black. Don't all lives matter? And if we're going to get technical, all lives matter. Shouldn't there be a certain way animals get killed before you eat them? Should they even be eaten? Don't know. You know, it's each individual's choices. I would never tell somebody else not to be a non-meat eater. That's their choice. Is there a certain way? Probably. But most people, if they actually had to kill their own food, animals, and cook it, they would be sick. And then most people would say, well, Dominic, then they would be vegetarian. Most people wouldn't even know how to grow their crops. So, you know, this is the mind that's such a dumbed down, stupid fucking child. And it thinks for some reason or another, well, Dominic, isn't the mind everything? Could be. Do you want to probe that? I'm not talking about you, Jerry, now, but, you know, in general, do people want to probe it? Not really. What they're looking for is, well, I heard somebody on YouTube or I read a book and they said the mind is consciousness. Well, you want to probe that? You want to test it out, want to go for a drive, or you just want to buy the car online and leave it online, but you're never really going to have the car. You know, this is where we have to test things, question things. And once you do it enough times, maybe the essence of things will present itself. And I'm not talking about in the physical. It never is in the physical. You know, why I became aware that I do not see the language I give to objects, you know, no different than me trying to present it to you. I realize it's a fruitless effort. Because I realize once you realize that for yourself, it's like me telling you a long time ago, if both me and you saw an alien, how would we explain it to Justin and to Louise? I could use a language, but how would I explain it to them so that they can comprehend it? That goes right back to, can I make them happy? No, I can't. And if I could make them happy, wouldn't that also put the onus I can make them sad, make them argumentative? These are all possibilities. You know, and I only share that out loud as possibilities because how would I say, this is my truth? Then people are going to ask, how many books did you write? Well, I've done 15,000 tours. I traveled the world, and not the world you're talking about. I've been on other planets. You know, oh, now you're just making it up, Dom. I said, how do you not know everybody's not making it up? How would you know? You question it. You don't denounce it. You question it. That's lazy person's talk. When he says, well, Dom, I don't agree with you. That's lazy person. I agree with you, lazy person. I don't believe you, lazy person. You question it. Not me. I'm nobody. I'm just the guy that's yapping. I don't identify any of these things. I don't identify this phone as me. Now I use it, and if I lose it, yeah, I would show attachments. I have all my contacts, but this phone is not me. And the fact that I say it's my phone, like I said, it's not me. And until people realize, what do they think it's going to be? You know, this is where we have to separate things. It's like going in, like say you're talking about you have a messy room in your interpretation. It might take you weeks. It might even took you weeks to get that. But if you choose that you wanted to say for whatever reason why you wanted to organize your room, you would either some people would say, I'm going to take everything out of the room and then start bringing the stuff in, or I would do it piece by piece. So that's how sometimes the mind works. Either you throw everything out, and then you only bring the stuff that you are aware of, that you've questioned, you thoroughly examine, or you think, okay, this will be in the to-do list, or this is maybe I'm going to get rid of list. And then there's other people, no, Dominic, I really want to be able to understand what you're saying, but I want my room to still be cluttered while I'm listening to you. I'm going to meditate because I love the experience. It makes me feel good. I'm a guru. You know what I mean? Like I do ayahuasca. Oh, wow. Dom, I just spent 4 hours. I spent in this lotus position. Fuck, I feel like as though I'm the Buddha. Really, the cartoon version or the Hollywood version? You know, were you wearing your ponytail up here? Did you do all of this? Yeah, but Dominic, you don't look like the Buddha. Really? Is this how you play it? I don't look like Hulk Hogan, so I can't be the Buddha. You know, like, you know, this is where people get caught up in ritual. The same guy that's doing the posture is the same guy that's in the Wailing Wall. Now, I get the value that when you're playing all the gongs in the background, that's playing with the molecule. And the only way people are going to become aware of that is you got to stop being entertained. It's like looking at a zookeeper. I mean, it's not a zookeeper, animals in the zoo. Those are being caged. Those guys that are wearing those outfits, they're orange and they're playing the monk, they're actually being caged. But they're not being caged by another human being. They're doing that to themselves. No different than guys, I'll go to the Vatican. You look at me, I'm wearing a black robe, I'm wearing my red little thing here, and I got a little cardinal little hat. They all have symbols for those things. But really, from the outside, what would that do for a farmer? What would that do for a surgeon? What would that do for a doctor? Nothing. And if it did anything for it, it would be more or less like something on a coffee table, talking. Just something to talk about. Oh yeah, guys, I went to Peru. I did this. I took all these pictures. So did you go to Peru so you can come here and brag about it? Or were you actually there? What do you mean? Because if you're there, I never once asked you about Peru, so why would you be telling me about this stuff? Well, Dom, it's really important. To who? So I want clarity. Well, Dom, it's important to me. I said, okay, so do I have a say in the matter? Well, not. I said, so you're a violator then. It's like somebody coming up to me and said, Dom, I'm a really huggy person. Time out. Before you bring that shit to me, don't you think you should ask me if I want a hug? Well, what? But I'm giving you a hug. It's love. I said, shouldn't you ask me? See, I already know I violate people by all the yapping I'm doing, and I interrupt you quite a bit, Jay, and I hopefully in years to come, or month, not year, month, I hope sooner than later, I can practice to be a little bit more, because I realize you have questions to ask, not because I have any answers, but you're putting it out to the audio that you're doing, because this is not just about me and you. Whatever you're sharing, hopefully if 5, 10, thousands of viewers, who doesn't, I value more or less is more, unless everybody's starting to grow together, then more is better. Where there's going to be people that are going to watch this and they're going to say, okay, well, that guy with the black hat, he's diarrhea of the mouth. But the other guy there, he has some very important questions. Too bad the other guy didn't understand that, but he has some important questions.
Yes, I have an important question. Like, how can we get out of the cage you were mentioning that some of us might be in? Like, if I want to get out of the cage that I've constructed with my mind, how do I get out of this prison that's torturing me?
Okay, so probe the possibility, this is only a possibility, that A, I might be in a cage. You have to probe with your imagination. You got to almost fake it till you make it, that I think I'm in a cage. No different that people think that they're living in this wonderful world. They're both putting a possibility out there. And then you're either going to manifest it to confirm, you're going to be your own prophet in that case, or you might put it out there that I think I'm in a cage, or I'm not sure I'm in a cage. And those two different questions, the way you ask it, will either denounce it or announce it. Say, okay, so maybe you're not in a cage.
You're
That's
saying that I am imagining that I'm in a cage.
Mhm.
That's interesting, because if I am able to break out of this cage, where will I be? I'll be in another cage. It's just going to be bigger.
But if you're breaking out of the cage, then you're confirming that you think that you're in a cage. So you really, by asking the question, do I think I'm in a cage? And in the same sentence, you're saying, I'm going to break out of the cage. Then you're saying the wrong statement at the beginning. If you're saying that I'm in a cage, then you can say I'm breaking out of the cage. I'm pondering at the first question, am I in the cage? And then let it resonate with yourself. It might take weeks, months, a couple moments. Somebody might share your question that says, oh, okay. So it's like you putting something out there and all of a sudden somebody says, listen, Jay, here's an apple plant. Oh, I just put that out yesterday. I can't believe the universe answered me. We think the universe is always going to answer in some sort of like species opposed to another human being. So in this case, if you think you're in a cage, then the next question is, how do I break the cage? But if you're still only thinking, you're not saying you know for sure. Thinking is one thing.
No,
Doesn't mean
thinking is that by thinking I'm in a cage, I'm actually putting myself in a cage. So I'm saying that there's no cage, because in a way, where if we are able to break out of the cage we think we're in, we'll be still in another cage, because we're stuck in our mind and in this body. So in that sense, that's a cage in itself. So
it could be. We could be in something. It's like attention goes.
Are forms of cage. So if we are able to become boundless or limitless, then we have finally freed ourselves from caginess.
Well, okay, here's an example. We're playing with the ideals here. You can either announce, pay the attention to that maybe, or think I'm in a cage, or you can bypass that altogether and say, listen, I'm boundless. I'm endless. So if there was even a cage, it'll strip itself from you. But if you're giving energy to it, it's like fear. Fear is only fear in itself. If you give attention to fear, you're going to manifest many things to confirm what you think or feel fear is. But if you turn around and say, I'm free, I'm aimless, and all this, or not aimless, yeah, free, yeah, I'm aimless. That's a part of being free. A person can't really be free if they have aims. So in this case, a guy that's hitting, always aiming for a bullseye and then perfects his craft at hitting a bullseye, he would have been better off hitting in the dark if he was looking for freedom, because now he's learning a craft. So now he's have an aim, and there's no freedom in that. Now, if he might have an agenda to it. This is why we have to use different kind of language words to explain it. I could be full of crap, but this is how I shake it up for myself. It's like loosening a bolt that's rusty. You spray things, you move it, use different tools, use a hammer, do whatever. Eventually, if it's meant to be, that bolt will be loosened. Now, if you don't want any scratches on it, then you're only going to use certain kinds of tools and make sure it doesn't scratch you. But I'm the kind of person, if I want that fucking bolt off, I'm going to get it off. And if the worst case scenario, I'm going to cut it off. So in this particular case, if you think that you're trapped, or you're in a cage, then to put in, this is how we're spending many programs in our heads. They think I'm jumping around, but a person's actually jumping around by saying, I want to be free, but at the same time, I'm in a cage, opposed to pick a direction and go with it. If you don't want to be in a cage, keep doing that. Doesn't mean just because you keep doing it that you're going to be free. It's just that you're not going to be in a cage. But if you want to be free and you keep pursuing that, the cage will subside. It just doesn't work, because the mind consciousness works in its own way. It'll shift. It's kind of like the double split experiment. If you observe it, it will shift. It's when you're not looking at it that it's either going to be consistent or it's going to move. It's like your room did not become, as the way you interpret it, because I don't think, it's none of my business to think one way or the other on it, but you're perceiving it, your room's messy. It didn't happen overnight. Same with people gaining weight. It didn't happen overnight. And if it did, that opens up another question. Then a person can say, okay, I blew up. Because there's people literally can wake up the next day and their stomach is just fucking blowed up. You know, there's people that pull out pounds and pounds of, you know, certain things out of their system because they didn't realize it, because they've ignored a lot of the telltale signs. It's like some people that get major headaches when the atmosphere starts dropping. They're acutely aware of that. And usually most people that have some sort of car accident or whatever, now they're susceptible to nature's shifting, because we are in a magnetic force. This is why when certain parts of the world, but by nighttime, the water goes away from the river, by the ocean, and by daytime it goes in. So it's always shifting. And that's the polarity of the moon. Now people think because we're on some axle, which could be, all is a possibility. So if you think that you're trapped, more foremost than not, some people think that they're trapped externally. This is why some people, when they're in jail, they're not trapped. They're comfortable in their heads. You know, they're comfortable in their minds, where other people, they feel very trapped. Like there's a layer of trappedness. They're trapped in their heads, and then everything outside of them gets them agitated. Don't put handcuffs on me. I feel trapped. I feel, you know, I don't like being in closed spaces. But meanwhile, other people love it. You know, it's just we're all different in a lot of ways. Similar in a lot of ways, but we're also different in a lot of ways. A lot of the similarities in the unknown, and a lot of our differences are in the unknown. You know, like me and you don't look the same, Jay. Even though you need air, you probably have blood, you drink water, you need water flowing through it, you have skin. We're very similar in terminology. But if I look at your shape, you're different than me. The way, if me and you pull out our brains, or we were able to see consciousness, because it's not just the brain, consciousness, we would probably say, oh, Jay processes things this way. He just never tapped into this way, because if he did, he would just be this amazing machine, or he would be this very slow machine. You know, it's like a computer. You put too much thing on the onboard program, which we'll call it the ego, you're slowing down your processor. Sometimes you got to clean it up. And then sometimes you have to reboot or put in a new hard drive. You know, and meaning that this is where the death and rebirth process comes in one lifespan. You could literally die and come back alive in one lifespan, not on a physical death, but more an emotional or mental death, or it might even be a correction. Your emotion no longer leads, let alone does your mind. They work together now. You know, so, and then go ahead.
Something interesting.
Mhm.
If I heard you right, you said something about that if we maybe become aware of our situation of being in a cage, if we kind of investigate or or look into it, then maybe the caginess will dissolve, because we got into that cage situation by not being aware of what was going on.
Very much so. Yeah. Mhm. And a lot of it's not our doing, Jay. A lot of that's his ancestors. Not even our ancestors. It could just be the community. This is where belief system is. Like, why do we go to work? Why do we go to church? Why do we want to pursue Buddhism? Why do we want to pursue, and not just Buddhism, it could be anything, Jay. It could be Christianity. When somebody starts talking to me and they start, when certain words are meant to be put into a conversation. Yeah, but I'm a Christian. I'm like, oh, wow, the conversation's over. You've just dropped the mic. I'm a Christian. I'm a Buddhist. Well, Dom, you don't understand. Hold, time out. Whoever told you that another human being is supposed to understand you? And this is where I get caught up with people, and they say, well, Dom, but you don't understand. That's not my role to understand you. Well, Dom, you don't care. Once again, that's not my role. You're caring. You're understanding. So please share. Let me be the decipher on my own time. Oh, Jay just shared this with me. Justin just shared this with me. I'm gonna redo the whole video. I'm gonna listen to it because I'm honoring Jay. Because Jay, you're gonna put a lot of effort doing this. Whether or not you cut and paste this, your podcast, you did a lot of work in that.
We might find a few gems in this 7 hours.
Could be. I've been listening to a lot of Rudolf Steiner's work.
And maybe I could go in there and find, oh, this is a wonderful gem.
Yes.
And clip it up and keep it here. And then clip, like say there's 5 minutes here and 5 minutes there. And then I could clip them all together into one super gemful video of the best of this session. That we could learn something from each other that way, that will get us out of this cage and awaken us.
But you know what it is, Jay, for me sometimes? When I get a gem, a lot of times I don't know what to do with it. So what I do is I'll buy certain things, I'll use on the material. I'll buy certain things, or I'll find things at a flea market or value, it's kind of like a charity place or whatever, or somebody on the road, and I'll keep it in my garage. And all of a sudden I hear somebody, I need this. I give it to them. Freely I receive, freely I give. So there's gems that I have. They're not even for me. And there's other times I get gems. I'm like, okay, so I got this really nice looking crystal gem. Where do I put it? Well, Dom, for now, just put it in your pocket. It might be years before I even know that it has use. This is where people only do in reaction. I'm only going to go to work because I'm going to earn money. Well, what about for the future? Meaning that it's not always about me. It could be me sharing. Like I share with you guys openly. The fact that I'm agitating you guys is openly. That's a gift I'm giving everybody. Now they might turn around and say, well, Dominic, but who said they want that gift? Well, who says anybody wants to hear pleasantries? Because most people are caught up in their likes. They avoid and resist their unpleasant things. And for me, if I was with somebody that likes a lot of negative things, I would be gold to them. But I'm thinking, no, then I'm purposely going to be the opposite. I'm going to be that kind guy. You know something, sir? You seem like you're really hard on yourself. Have you ever thought about what other people are going through? Dominic, I don't want to hear that kind of stuff. I said, really? I'm the one that's fucking talking. You don't want to hear it? Close your ears, put earplugs on. Telling me what to do doesn't work well with me. And that's what I tell most people that I talk to. I don't talk to all people, but I talk to some people. And when I talk to them, I said, that's me being an agitator, the one that's challenging myself. Now, a person will say, well, Dom, that's rude. I'm thinking, really? You don't think trying to give me a hug without asking me is rude? Telling me everything's good is not rude? If we're going to play that rude game, isn't everything rude then? And why should we be offended by language? It's just words. You know what I mean? But it could be the sound, my intentions. More times than my intention is just to share out loud, because I know I'm the one that has to listen. Now, when I get on my little tangents and I say shit about the Buddha or the Dalai Lama, that's just me being an arrogant idiot, realizing I don't know who they are. And if they were here, would I change my tone? Maybe. Would I praise them? Probably not. But would I be that crusty? Probably not. So then why am I being a hypocrite then? Because there's a part of me that realizes, is the problem the church or the people that's in the church? Yes, people in the church. Is it Buddha or the people? The people. Is it the elites or the people? I mean, the masses, My issue has always been us, the collective, because we're the ones that can make the change, or the awareness in this case first. And then if the change is needed, because really, you can't start off on your journey until you have a plan, unless you just want to wing it. And some people do like to actually do the venture. Okay, I'll wing it as I go along, but not everybody's designed that way. You know, a lot of people want to go from one comfort to another. I want to travel the world, but I want my comforts to come with me. I want to go to I want to go to a 5-star hotel. Okay. And then there's other people, I want to go backpacking. Oh, okay. They're the kind of people that could probably go in the back of their house and set up a tent. Doesn't mean one's right and one's wrong. It just means that everybody has different preferences, and the person should at least be consistent with their preferences. There's some people, Jay, they can do many different things. I can go and backpack one day, the next day I can live in a treehouse, the next day I can live in a mansion, next day I can live in a cottage. That's me, because I already know wherever I am, I'm here. You were talking about it on our Facebook. I'm always at home. Home is not outside. Home is not in that mansion. I'm in here. My mansion is already here. The cottage is already here. The tent's already here. The backpacking is here. And when I say here, because I don't want to always point to here or here or here, it's here. Whatever that is. I can even use labels. Is it the ether? Is it the aura? You know, is it my consciousness? Like, these are just nice words. That's all they are. They're not even nice words. They're just interesting words, you know? It's like people using 16-letter words. Oh, wow, that's a big word. Are we going to use legalese now to talk? Or, you know, it's like my buddies trying to talk to me in a foreign language, but meanwhile, everybody else doesn't speak that language. Be respectful and considerate. We have a common language. You know he's Jamaican. You know he's Italian. Why are you speaking Italian? Unless he's Italian. He speaks Italian, but then you have to ask me, do I speak Italian? Well, not really. And I'm the kind of person, I don't have small talk conversation. So that wouldn't suit me. But he wouldn't know that if I told him. I said, listen, guys, I don't really engage in small talk. But since you guys do, I will hear you. That's another version of engagement. I don't have to actually communicate. But if I want to engage in a conversation, meaning I want to share my input, knowing that most guys don't want to have elaborate conversations or opposed to close-end questions, then I'm going to be the odd one out. And if I'm not interested in going on stage, even though it might sound like that, I'm not interested in going on stage and it's all about me. No, it's of no interest. I would like other people to say, listen, Dominic, I don't know, you think you're full of shit. But I can't force them to say that about me. But if they want to challenge themselves, and I happen to be the object they're going to do, and say, well, listen, Dominic, I don't agree with that. Okay, well, what don't you agree with? Just out of pure giggles, out of kicks. What don't you agree with? It doesn't sound right. You don't like the way I look. You don't like religion, and you think for some reason religion is me. No, those are just thoughts. Now, that could also be classified as home too, but they were never in there when I was born. So how can I say that's my home?
So why are you disgusted with humanity?
Ignorance. Not because of their actions. That's karma. They're going to reap that reward. I'm talking about the illusion that they're in. You know, they choose to be ignorant. Now, that's me being way too generalizing, and it might even sound very blanket statement, which it isn't, but that's because I know a lot about me. So I'm actually projecting some of my own personal behaviors and thoughts, more or less thoughts. You know, me having the thought of humanity is a disgusting race is a disgusting thought.
We alleviate that ignorance. How can we reduce ignorance in ourselves and others?
Well, I can only say for myself. Me putting it out there, I know who I'm really talking about, Jay. It's me. Now, somebody might turn around and say, well, Dominic, I'm going to defend you. I'm like, really? Did I reach out and ask you to defend me? Let alone if I turn around and say, oh, the world's amazing out there. That's me projecting. And somebody saying, well, Dominic, I agree with you. That fuck has nothing to do with you. Now, if you want to elaborate, or you allow me to elaborate by saying, okay, this is why I think the world's disgusting. Most of us, in a lot of our areas of our life, we're pretty ignorant. We don't consider a lot of the parts.
By ignorance, does ignorance mean lack of knowledge or lack of wisdom, or what is it?
It's a lack of, well, one person they usually use in different languages, consciousness, where you can be ignorant of consciousness. You know, it's ignored. It's like having a child and you don't really raise the child, you've neglected the child. So in a way,
not paying attention to what's going on. So the opposite of that would be awareness. So to overcome ignorance, we need to become more aware.
Yes.
Awareness,
yes.
awareness.
And of course, then that opens up the question to what does one, perceive as awareness? Because some people will lean towards answers. Awareness might be to them knowledge. Well, maybe, but awareness to me and love are very similar. It's its own energy. And once you're in awareness, then you start seeing some of your own past actions or thoughts and say, where was I during all of that? I was over focused and earning money. I said, but where were you there? You know, son, where was I when I was earning all that money? And now I expect you to enjoy some quality time with me. Well, meanwhile, Dad, this is foreign to me. What do you mean? You spend so much time working. Why don't you take some of your employees to fucking go fishing with? You know, yeah, but son, I'm doing this for you. I said, really? Did you ever ask me? That's another part of awareness. Did you ever ask me? You know, I remember my wife's daughter told me a long time ago, she was staying with us and then she got upset. And I said, Megan, what's going on? And of course, her mom said, be careful how you present yourself with my daughter, because I'm very protective of my daughter. I said, Megan, sir, what's going on? He says, you guys are treating no different than my dad's side of the family. They never asked me how I feel about it. Oh, I'm really sorry, Megan. I really apologize. No, I'm not going to quickly go out there and buy her flowers like some men do. I said, okay, hopefully next time when it presents itself, I will hopefully make it be aware to ask you, how do you feel about this? And for some people, how do you think about this? You know, people do lead themselves. When a person says, what do you think? They're not asking how you feel. They're telling you very hemispherical, left side, how you think. No different. Some other people say, oh, Dominic, that's not how I feel. I say, okay, we're having a thinking conversation, but you're talking about feeling, which is fine. If we're balanced, then we shouldn't talk about thinking and feeling. We're just sharing. But I know a lot of people lead and ignore other parts. And sometimes they're like almost bullying the conversation with themselves. Oh, you get a flag. So, you know, that's in my interpretation, you know, ignorance is a part of being unaware. We're ignoring certain things, like people will ignore pains in their body because they're aware that they don't want to go to the doctors because what happened if he tells me it's something serious? Or I'm ignoring the noise in my car because I'm aware that I don't want to work that much more harder to earn money. So they coexist, opposed to how about I trust myself because now it's presented myself and I'm aware of it. I will take it to the mechanic, let him say his story, meaning he's going to assess it. And then I said, okay, my mechanic's name is Jake. I said, Jake, can I ponder this? Why? Because my emotion is going to kick in soon. And I know price plays a role in it, but I don't want to offend you by saying it's too expensive. And he said, okay, Dom, no problem. Think about it. And I said, okay, can I bring it home? Would it be safe? No problem. And then at that same moment, because we're looking at something with a leak with the antifreeze going into the car, he said, Dom, let me take another look at your car. Because it was going to cost like $1,200 to rip off the dash and all that to an old car. He said, let me just take another look at your car, because I know Jay's very intuitive. He said he looked at it. He says, let me check the clip that goes into the car bay. He looked at it. Oh, one of the clips are snapped. They need to be replaced. A $5 part. Actually, no, it was a $2 part. I gave him $100 because it was going to cost me $1,500. But sometimes when we sit long enough and put aside our overleading mental or emotional, the universe will say, you're ready now because this was the test for you. Now, some people can say, that was just luck, Dom. I'm like, call it whatever you want. But I can't take away the fact that I know myself enough. When I hear things that are expensive, I have to embrace it. No different if somebody said to me, and my friends have had this, Dominic, what would you do if you won $1 million? Well, first of all, I'd be very suspicious. Why? Because I don't buy lottery tickets. But let's play this game. I bought a lottery ticket and I won $1 million. I'll tell you what I would do, guys. I would go off the map for about 7 months, 8 months. Well, wouldn't you buy things? I said, not a damn thing. Because I would have to reassess myself and get out of that romantic state. Oh, I won all this money. Gee, what do you want to do? You want to live on a farm? No. I would have to check myself first. And then in the end, or in part of the process, because it's never the end, in the process, I would say, okay, do I want to travel? Yeah, I still do want to travel a little bit because I really love to travel, Jay. And when I say travel, I'm not interested about destinations. I love being on a plane, a boat, a car. I like to be on a device of some sort. I love traveling. Destination? Yeah, that's a hearsay thing for me. So I would travel a bit. If I had that money, put it in the bank, borrow some money, just go. Because I don't want to have to deal with all that other stuff. Because I realize once you feed one cat, you have to feed a whole bunch. And if my parents, I would help them gladly. But if anybody that comes out of the woodworks that didn't know me before I was well off, I would say, you're a total fucking stranger now, fuck off. Because I'm not here to feed everybody. I'm not here to save everybody, let alone I'm here to manipulate anybody. So then and only then, I would say, Jude, during the process when we're traveling, what would you really like to do? Because the money's there now, because that opens up another can of worms. What would you like to do? Would you really want to do farming? Yes. I'm not sure if I really want to do farming, but how about, can we meet in the middle? Can we rent a farmhouse for maybe a year or two? Because what's another $30,000 or $40,000? And if you really like it, maybe we can offer the farmer and buy it. Because we do this in our rental property. We have all kinds of garden going in our place. I don't value the concept, Jay, that you have to own anything to take care of it. If you don't take care of something that doesn't belong to you, how much more would you be lazy as a piece of shit human being when you do own it? This land does not belong to me. This world does not belong to me, but it's still my responsibility to treat it like as though it was my own. It's easy to care for other things when it's yours. But if you form the habit of, I don't care because it's my mom's place or it's my rental property, what do you think you're going to do when you finally own a house? You'll cut the grass, but eventually you'll go back to your old ways. And this is what most of us do. And I do that for myself too, Jay. A lot of, I'm saying right now, sorry, Jay, a lot of things I'm saying right now is in thoughts.
To me, on that note, I have to escape to take care of the garden.
Enjoy.
The sun is hitting the flowers real hard, and I gotta water them. Well, maybe I should have watered them earlier this morning, or I could water them later tonight. Because if I water them now, maybe the water will burn through them like a magnifier.
Is your garden big? Is you have a pretty big garden?
It's just flowers all around the house.
Oh.
There were four little bushes with supposed to be flowers also on them. They were whittling away for some reason. So my sister told me to take them out and plant them in another area of the house where it doesn't have so much sunshine, maybe. And so I gotta water them every day to see if they get revived. And I filled them up with cow dung also, or cow manure.
I'm going to share you a video that my Judith made. I'm not the expert at this. I don't even know if Judith's the expert, but she does a lot of research. She was sharing with me, not me, I understand this. We put hay on all our gardens. And it's something to do with when you moisturize it, it holds the moisture and you have to water less. So I'll send you the video of what she did, Jay, and then you can decide for whether or not that would serve a value for you.
There's like mulch.
We did the mulch. She also did the mulch. We usually get a lot of cardboard. We get everybody's leaves or whatever, but you literally, we put hay on top of the garden, over top of like the tomatoes and all that. And eventually you have to do less watering. We also do all the water trapping, I guess, with all the buckets.
Wow, so much to learn.
Well, I'll share with you, not because I know that, I just kind of hear Judith, and for me it's hearsay, but I know I kind of hear it. Doesn't mean I understand what she does. I can only give you tidbits. I'm like telling you halfway through the joke what it is. So in this particular case, I'll send you the video because she did a video on it, and then you can go from there. So I think it's only like 20 minutes long, actually.
And this meeting short, this marathon meeting. And go off to do things that I have to do, like water the bushes and flowers that are kind of dry, or I don't know why they're dry. They got the same amount of water as other areas. Maybe it's something in the soil where they were planted.
Well, thank you, Jay. I know, you're taking care of your mom. You have your own thing. And I do appreciate when people spend some of their energy and effort, because I realize not everybody, like myself, I can do this with my buddies. Sometimes we go 8 hours at a time. And I realize not everybody has that ability, and I have to be considerate. Other people have livelihoods like you, Jay. You have to, you do take care of your mom, and you have your own life to live. So thank you again.
All right, I'll say goodbye, and thanks for showing up and delighting us with entertaining things to think about and agitating.
Well, we'll probably end up chit-chatting again on Facebook.
Messenger.
Ciao, buddy.
Next time. Have a good week. Well, that was that. Now I'm going to I hope this helps somebody. I hope there's a few nuggets here and there that you pick up on. and entertaining questions about even things like karma and enlightenment. There were a lot of special guests today, like Justin Shenryu Williams in London, Joel in Toronto, Canada, Dominic in Canada, neighbor to Joel, and someone in Scotland. Is Ismail with a Z. Ismail. Wow. And somebody showed up for a few seconds. Jewel. Oh, but she didn't want to stay for some reason. Maybe she'll come back next time. Oh, Rami Katena was in the house. That was wonderful. Thank you, Rami, for showing up. Well, I got to go do things. So remember to count your blessings,